10 sharks. 5 more sharks. Oh, right. I forgot prayer potions. I forgot prayer potions.
Pet kitty, pet kitty.
Oops. Let's
So
grab
dog wants to be petted too.
2 crump ones.
Is this the notepad I want? Don't bully the cat. See, now you've scared her up here into my arms, and I don't want her there. There, cat, calm down. Kitty, you're typing into my notepad. I don't want that. Stop.
$7.20 gorillas, blaze it. I need to go to my fishing trawler world. Oh wait, why does the fishing trawler world have so many people on it? I don't want to be on that. So many
This
people.
guy's gonna run on the fishing trawler?
There's just dedicated worlds. Or rather, there's a world that claims it is dedicated to the fishing trawler. I don't actually care about the fishing trawler.
I gave you some food. Would you stop bothering me? Or do you need love that badly?
Every cat deserves hate.
Guess I'll just mail them all to your house.
Guess you will. Oops.
You know, if you had a dog, you'd have a C-Night gem by now.
Okay, Dad. Dad doesn't know how to see my gem is, let's be real.
Cat, I must have my hands. I'm sorry.
This other guy is just like me for real, using a crappy rune crossbow. But he has a two-way swap, so he's not like me at all. He's too skilled. Whoa. Law runes. I forgot to bring my ash grinder. No. So many freaking people in this world. Get out of here. It's my world now. Why are my kills going slow? I'm using all my buff pots like I'm supposed to. I don't think I'm missing any gear. I've got all the gear. Alright, I guess they're just slow. Yeah, the other problem with these gorillas is they have just have so much freaking HP. Alright, I'm going to another world. Oh, never mind. There's a gorilla. Just opened up. Melee Rilla. I do not like the melee gorilla triple.
Too bad.
That gorilla threw a rock at me. Rude AF. Rude AF. It does feel good though when I get when I hit the gorilla twice and it changes its freaking prayer against me. It means I'm doing big damage. Hitting 30s. I do want to retaliate on for these guys though. More fun that way. .5% done with my gorilla totals for now. Maybe I should just bring Karambulans to these gorillas and not use Shorks. I think I really need sharks.
Right back.
heck? I'm made of prayer potions. Let's see, where's Gorilla?
Eh,
Go bad.
no. We should play Minecraft.
I remember trying to play Minecraft once, and I just remember
Once?
something about machine frames, and I'm
We should play another one.
traumatized.
Play a different one.
There's nothing else. There's nothing else in this world. We've exhausted them all. Pat, I'm sorry to say.
Are you sorry? Don't sound sorry.
I'm not sorry to say. I'm sad to say.
Yeah, sad. What do I get for dinner?
Minecraft. I don't know.
Need some gravel.
Mexican. Mexican.
Mexican?
Mexican? Oh, yeah. A
What is
burrito or some enchiladas or some whatever. As long as it has chisps. That was my requirement. I just really wanted some nice
chisps.
salsa. You like salsa? You don't like salsa?
I like it as a snack.
Well, that's what.
I don't like it eating as a meal.
You're not eating the chips as a meal. They come with the meal.
I understand this.
I don't think you do.
I
You're
understand.
only allowed to eat this at a discrete.
I only have
snack
a little bit of
times.
space in my stomach, and all gonna be for the entree.
Entry.
Entry. You know what we haven't played in a while?
What?
Minecraft. No, Dominion.
But do we need Dave for that? He has all the
Yeah.
things.
Where's Dave?
He has not showed up all week.
He was here Tuesday.
He was here for raid on Tuesday, went to bed right afterwards, and has not showed up again since. Yes. You know what I need, Pat? I need you to allow me to get this drop. Talon won't let me. So can you? Just give me
Nope.
permission. I'm dead! Please. Pat, I'm almost 3 times the drop rate. Please, just give me the drop. I'm pleading and screaming and dying. I need to become monkey. Let me become monkey.
This is the first weekend I've been drinking like 2 years.
That's not a great sign.
Says you.
Yeah, that's
It's a very normal lifestyle, okay? You're the one that's weird.
Okay.
Actually, it's probably closer to like 3 months.
You don't have to defend yourself. I'm not your mom.
I'm not defending myself.
You sound pretty defensive.
I was giving you factual information.
I'm not your mom. I'm not a narc. I'm not gonna tell your mom when I meet her.
My mom knows.
Oh yeah, I know. We talk about it all the time.
Well, my mom knows she raised an uncle.
Yeah, I talk to her about it all the time.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Were you 12?
When I beg your mom!
I didn't know it was on Xbox Live.
Yeah, you are. I'm playing RuneScape. Of course I'm 12. That's why me and Prinny are playing RuneScape. We're both 12. Confirmed.
I want like a fucking Keys?
A what? Vaginas?
Yes.
What kind of vaginas? Just beef? Chicken? Pork?
Mixed. All of it.
Sure. Sounds good.
Actually, I kind of want pizza.
Pizza's fine.
I want pizza.
Sure. What are you gonna get on the pizza? Margarita pizza? I like a margarita pizza.
You have to say it like that?
Yes, I'm Italian. The
Are you?
fictional race known as Italian. Dude, what if Italians existed in real life? Do you believe that?
What?
I said, what if Italians existed in real life? What do you think they would be like? I mean, they'd jump really high, obviously.
Yeah. They have overalls.
Oh yeah. I think it's so cool how like, you know, humans took this fictional species and their food became really popular. It's just, you know, kind of strange. Retardo monkey.
Actually, last time I got pizza, I got diarrhea. So maybe not. Maybe not.
Do you want diarrhea?
I want wings now. Fuck. I just looked at the fucking
This guy's just all
Like,
over the place.
on DoorDash,
gone-
and then
you've
just
gone
the advertising
crazy.
is working. All these things, images of food.
This guy's
They
a
want me to.
foodaholic.
order from
Pat, I think
Yeah.
you're a little addicted to food and you eat it every day. It's disgusting.
Can I have an intervention?
Yeah.
Let me stop eating.
Yes.
Original Wing Factory.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard these weirdos do like this 1 meal a day thing, but that's still 1 meal, you know? Every day? Don't you think that's a little much? About 1 meal a week.
Those people don't exist anymore because they're dead from malnutrition.
That's CIA propaganda. Big food doesn't want you to know that you don't have to eat. You just drink bleach and you'll live forever. That's what my apocalyptic pastor told me yesterday. And then he sold me the bleach for me to drink. I've never been healthier.
You go to a apocalyptic church? Church of the Apocalypse?
Yeah, every day. Meets in a bunker. They make me give them all my money because they're gonna, save me a spot in the bunker.
Hey, po' boys?
Po' boys are good. I like po' boys. I'm a po' boy guy. I haven't had one in forever though. The one place that has po' boys is slightly out of my delivery range now, which means it's also too much of an effort for me to drive there. So
They charge 25 cents for lettuce. Weird.
that is weird. That's very weird. That's like a normal po' boy ingredient. That's not unusual.
It's weird.
That's very strange. You're getting scammed.
I mean, I don't really care about lettuce, but
No, it's not a big deal. But what else are they gonna charge for? The bun?
like pico and the sauce is free, but the lettuce 20.
Pico. I feel like pico is a little more unusual than on a po' boy than lettuce. Tomatoes, yeah, but like full on pico? I don't know. I don't know. I've had it on po' boys before, I'm pretty sure, but not regularly.
Let me get some of that fries.
You won't eat chips, but you'll eat fries.
I only want like a little bit. I don't want any other sides. Just want like 2 fries.
Fries are like the heaviest side in the whole world.
Okay, I can get beans, mac and cheese, potato salad.
These are your side options?
Yeah. Coleslaw, I can get coleslaw.
Coleslaw's good.
Fruit cup. Onion rings.
You're not gonna get a fruit. Ooh, chili. There you go. That's the answer.
Chili? You want me to get chili? Actually, chili.
Yeah, chili's owns with a po' boy.
That's heavier than fries, I feel like. Fine, whatever.
No.
It's fine. I'll get it.
I mean, it's more filling than fries. I wouldn't call it heavier.
Dude, 12 wings is way too much. But 6 is not enough.
It's 7 exactly. Ow! This bully. It's bullying me, this bully.
Whatever,
Okay, I
it's
think
fine.
this is my last gorilla for this trip. We got 15 gorilla. We're getting good. We're getting good at fighting gorillas.
It's Saturday, right?
No. It's Flurm's Day. What does it matter?
I mean, I need to fix my sleep schedule eventually.
Eventually.
I have to schedule interviews and shit.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, well, I'm only available past 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
You don't tell them. I mean, you can wake up early on interview day, just only on interview day. Alright, this is definitely the last gorilla for this trip. We're almost at prayer.
Go Rilla.
Dude, I'm even profiting prayer pots. This is crazy. I have double the prayer pots I came here with at the end of this gorilla trip. Freaking dumb. I hate gorilla. Drop your crap. Drop your crap and leave, gorilla. Sea Knight's to the left, up boat. Guess how many gorillas I've killed total, Pat?
500.
Higher.
501.
That is a number that is higher. That's my fault for not specifying. Killed 738 gorillas for a 1 out of 300 drop that I have not gotten.
Statistically unlikely.
I'm effed.
Well, I have 10 million in all my stats, and I need 10 million. This game doesn't allow you to max out the equipment aptitude. Made me sad.
That's cringe. Why doesn't why? I just wanna max out everything in this guy game.
Yeah.
Don't make me choose.
I think it's because I mean I guess it's not necessary since because of the juice bar, I guess. I don't. Weird.
Does it still have the board game? Does that only exist in 5?
That's where
I love the freaking board game.
the Kara world.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where you're supposed to max out the aptitudes, but it's not in this game. I don't know.
That's cringe.
It's like single player Mario Party.
Yeah, I loved Char World. I was a Char World enjoyer.
I have 3 trapezohedrons.
Alrighty. That's too fast. Does it still have pirates in the item world?
Pirates is only Sky 2,
That is not true at all.
right? That was
No.
only in 2.
No.
Because that's how you get to Land of Carnage.
They were in 3 and 4. They just didn't control Land of Carnage.
Oh. Probably never bothered.
I'm pretty sure they're in 5 as well. Hold on. No, okay, it's 2, 3, 4, and TD2. I knew there was another game. I always forget TD2 exists.
It took me like 2,000 hours to get to Land of Carnage into Sky 2. Because of this stupid pirate, like, RNG. It was so bad.
I am back. How sick is Pat?
Sicker than you.
Well, you were sick yesterday, so that makes sense.
Okay. Now what? So we level our trapezohedrons. You guys are both still level 1, so I haven't put you in my party yet.
That's rude. I finished my first gorilla trip, Talon. I killed like 17 gorillas one trip.
Okay, but how many gems did you get?
None. I'm never going to get a gem. I just gotta keep killing these guys infinitely forever for no reason, for no benefit to myself or others.
I see.
That's all. That's the only thing I can do. Just suffer.
Rip Ivan. Stuck in the gorilla
I
mines.
have to push this boulder up a hill for the rest of my life.
Sisyphus?
Yeah, it's just a gorilla.
Sisyphus.
Gorilla fist.
Alright, let's go in here. You can duplicate Mr. Gensi's exits. It's really nice. Fucking
Yo, have
RNG that shit.
you made a 800 movement character yet?
I mean, what?
800 movement character. That's got to be thing number 1, right?
Yeah. Oh, whoops. Whoops. There's an evil ability that lets you attack or move after you kill something. So you just move 5,000 spaces and then kill the gatekeeper and then.
It's OP. Oop.
But I don't really need it because I just hit everything on the screen.
Dude, stop giving me prayer pots. I mean, do keep giving me prayer pots, but also give me the thing I want more than that.
Wait, why am I... Oh no, I need to restart.
Resay.
Leveling.
When I get down to 40 gorillas, I'm gonna eat a bowl of my good luck drop soup. And then we'll see. We'll all see. That it's fake.
Drop soup.
Yeah. I have magic soup that the
So like egg drop soup?
Yes. Except instead of egg drops, it drops mythical gems. Out of 1 out of 300. It improves my drop rate on these gems from 1 out of 1,000,000 to 1 out of 300 only when I eat the soup though.
300?
In real life. What? Yeah.
1,000,000 to 300.
Yes, when I eat the soup in real life, it boosts my drop rates to what it says on the wiki.
Why don't you do it?
It has diminishing returns if I do it too soon.
27. That's gonna be too strong.
Rune Plutlugs.
It's level 400. There's no way I can steal this.
Have you tried using the butt? Oh, they're chunking.
The boss. Okay, only has 60 million speed. It's not bad.
Numbers in this guy have gotten truly insane. If 60 million is not bad. It's like in-game numbers for freaking.
I mean, I'm in game. The cap is 1 billion, I think. No, 99 million is the cap, stat cap. I think the problem with this guy at 6 was the numbers got inflated so much. I think it was like 1 trillion was like the stat cap. Or like
What?
99 billion, I think.
I did Google
So-
number inflation and got some interesting pictures. I googled Laharl number inflation. Q told me to do
Okay,
it.
Q, calm down.
Well, he
Do you
told me.
like what you saw?
No. Really let himself go. Stop giving me prayer potions! Ugh. Prayer potions. Praying. I'm effing praying here.
You can go to
Hell.
sacrifice yourself.
Go Rilla.
Yoink. Thanks for
My
the
shark, is it? No.
trapezohedron.
So long, Gay Bowser.
Now I have 4. 4 traps. 4.
Don't you really only have 2 inventory slots to put them in, though?
3.
Do you need armor?
No. Just what?
Is an armor better in some way?
No.
Oh.
Trap gives it all stats.
Oh yeah, that's right. U seed, more like a me seed.
I need more item points. Ugh. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Normally when you're driving to the cruise port, you'll see the cruise appear over the horizon and it is such an exciting experience. That is not what happened on my last cruise. When we arrived at the cruise port, it was late at night, it was completely dark. We'd been travelling for a little over 17 hours at that point, and we still knew that there was one thing that could go wrong that would mean that we would be denied boarding. Despite that though, I was more excited for this cruise than any other. I'm from the UK, and for the last couple of years I have dreamed of taking a Caribbean cruise. It's not a cheap option for me though normally, as there is a 9-hour flight that separates me from the Caribbean, but I saw a very cheap cruise on board the MSC Seaview, so I decided to give it a go. MSC are definitely a controversial cruise line, and in the past I've heard bad things said about the food, the service, the entertainment, but I wanted to get on board for myself and to see if it would be worth the price that I paid. Normally, if I want to work out the cost of a cruise that includes flights, I'll take away the cost of the flights from the cost of the cruise and divide it by the number of nights. The cost of the flights from the UK to Barbados alone were over £700, which is around $900, but the cruise, including gratuities, drinks, transfers and flights, was only £580, which is $750. I genuinely do not know how this cruise was as cheap as it was. Effectively, either the flights were free or the cruise was free, but if I was to use my usual method of working out how much the cruise cost per night, it cost minus £17 per day, which makes no sense, but it was a very, very, very cheap cruise. For the incredibly low price that I paid, I didn't go onto this cruise with massive expectations. I didn't know who else would be on the cruise, I didn't know how it would compare to other MSC cruises that I've taken, and I didn't know if everything would go to plan. There was a lot that could have gone wrong with this cruise. When we arrived at the cruise port in Barbados, we were checked in and then we were taken onto the ship. The cruise that we had booked was a 7-night Southern Caribbean cruise round trip from Barbados. It was on board the ship that we had to have another COVID test done. We had done a PCR test before the flight, but we needed another lateral flow to get onto the cruise. I hoped that because I had tested negative in the morning that I would also test negative in the evening, but I do know people who tested negative in the UK, flew to Barbados, tested positive and had to quarantine in Barbados. I did not want that to happen, but I knew that that was a risk that I took when I booked this cruise. It probably was because of risks like this that the cruise I took was at such low capacity, but more about that later. Thankfully, we did our test, it was negative, and our cruise began. It was at this point that I made the first un-Emma-like decision, and I decided that I would order room service even though it wasn't free. If you've watched any of my videos before, you'll know I'm all about budget cruising. I'm all about saving money where you can when you cruise, but after 17 hours of flying, all we wanted was to have a shower and go to bed, so we decided that we would order room service. Before we could have our room service though, we had to do a safety drill, also called a muster drill. I was surprised to find out that we had to still physically go to the theatre to do our muster drills. On most cruises since the pandemic, you'll just watch the safety videos on your cabin TV or your phone, but we actually had to go to the theatre, physically go to the theatre, just like the olden days. There weren't many of us there in the theatre because Barbados wasn't the main embarkation port of this cruise. MSC are different from most other cruise lines in the way that their itineraries work. On an MSC cruise, you can usually get on at multiple different ports, which means that there isn't one big embarkation and one big disembarkation day. The room service pizza was great and it was worth every one of the €11 that I spent on it. This pizza is the same pizza that you can get in the buffet. MSC freshly make lots of pizza on board, and their buffet pizza section is open something like 20 hours a day. If you like pizza, you'll probably like an MSC cruise. We booked the cheapest cabin on the entire ship and we were assigned cabin 11105. The cabin was very clean, it was very functional, it felt very spacious because there wasn't too much stuff in there. I liked the USB by my bed, I liked the do not disturb buttons inside the room, and I liked the fact that the TV actually swung around so that you could watch TV in bed. I did find a rather interesting adult section on the TV, which I've never found on a cruise before. I will let you read these titles, but it's safe to say I did not click on any of these videos. After our long journey, we had the best sleep ever. The beds were so comfortable and I had my daylight alarm clock to wake us up. When we woke up, we had that exciting feeling that you normally get on embarkation day. So excited to explore the ship. We noticed that on our cruise cards it said we had been assigned late dining. We did want early dining and we did request this before the cruise. So we decided that we would try and change this if we could. Late dining is 9 PM on an MSC cruise, and that is way later than I normally eat dinner. The cruise line always has the right to say no when it comes to changing your dining time, but I've never had any cruise line say no. I've always been able to change it if I wanted to. I have cruised with MSC before on the Opera, Meraviglia and Virtuosa, but those ships are completely different to the MSC Seaview. It was immediately obvious that she was designed for warm weather. She doesn't have the kind of central street that the Meraviglia and the Virtuosa do, but she has a huge pool deck, an inside pool, a smaller pool, lots of water slides. It's a very outside focused ship. At the back of the ship there is a walkway called the Bridge of Sighs. I thought it was fun. I was sitting there, I was laying there, I thought it was hilarious. But some people do not like this and I understand why. There is a very sparkly atrium on the MSC Seaview. It is split over multiple levels and there are so many bars and lounges. You'll also find things on the MSC Seaview like a bowling alley, like a 4D cinema, you name it. Things that you never thought would be on a cruise ship like an F1 simulator, they have it on the MSC Seaview. Your weekly piece of cruise trivia is that each stair on these sparkly staircases costs around £10,000, which is around $13,000, because they're made of Swarovski crystals. There are 6 staircases just in the atrium of the MSC Seaview, so across the entire fleet, that is a lot of crystals. Usually on MSC cruises, you'll find everything is done in multiple languages. You'll find people who speak English, Italian, Spanish, French, German, you name it, you usually find that language spoken on an MSC cruise. Before this cruise, I'd only cruise with MSC in Europe, so I was interested to see how this would be different cruising with MSC in the Caribbean. It was almost immediately that we started to notice how quiet this ship was. I've taken quite a few cruises since the pandemic. Most of them have been at reduced capacity, but this is the first time I've noticed it quite as much as I did on this cruise. I did actually go to the reception desk to ask how many passengers were on board, and I was told that there were 1,200 passengers on board out of a maximum capacity of 5,119. This meant that the cruise was only at 23% capacity. I'm pretty sure that the capacity did increase a bit as the cruise went on and more guests embarked in different ports, but if we wanted to have 20 seats outside, we could have done that without any trouble. We decided not to upgrade to a balcony cabin for this cruise, and I have no regrets about that. Because of the reduced capacity, there was always so many places that we could sit, and we would often sit out on the promenade deck right by the buffet. Because of the reduced capacity, the buffet was actually closed on one side. I don't know why, but I don't think anybody realized that there was another side with all of this seating on it, so we basically just made that whole side of the cruise ship our own private balcony. The only bad thing was that there wasn't any waiter service there because this side of the ship was closed, but we would just walk down to the bar, get a drink, and take it back to our huge virtual private balcony. I honestly just couldn't believe it, because if you wanted to pay for this much space per person, you'd have to cruise on a very luxurious cruise line and pay a very, very luxurious price, at least 10, 50 times the price of what we paid for this cruise. We did have a drinks package included in our cruise, and it was the highest drinks package. I would never normally buy that higher drinks package. I just don't drink enough to make back the cost of it. I'm more of a soda package kind of girl, but because I had that drinks package, we tried all kinds of weird and wonderful cocktails. The cost of that drinks package, if we were to buy it, was almost the cost of my entire cruise. So you could look at it that basically I bought a drinks package and I got a free cruise plus free flights plus free transfers plus free everything else. Crazy, crazy, crazy. We were enjoying the ship being quiet, but we did wonder how this would affect the rest of the cruise. I'm somebody who likes to go to listen to live music. I like to go to the game shows, but I have no desire to ever be part of a game show. So I hope that there would be enough people there that it wouldn't be awkward or strange, and that everything would kind of just carry on as normal. At this point, we didn't really have any plans about what we wanted to do in port. I did buy an internet package on board, mostly so that I could keep in contact with you, but also so that I could do some research. I bought the higher internet package, which was around £15 per day, and it worked very well during this cruise. Probably, again, due to the reduced capacity, there were not so many people using it. We hadn't booked any excursions before the cruise, but we were hoping to do some. Being a budget cruiser, I'm not normally a huge fan of doing cruise line organised excursions if I can do something cheaper, but we'd flown over 4,000 miles to get to the Southern Caribbean, so I wanted to see as much of the islands as I could, and the cruise line excursions really weren't that expensive. Each half-day tour that we booked was around £50, which is just less than $70. If you were to do a similar tour with Norwegian, with Royal Caribbean, with one of the big American cruise lines, you're looking at double the price. MSC's excursions are pretty good, I think. A friend of mine, Tommy from the Always Be Booked Cruise podcast, was on a very similar cruise to us, just one port ahead. He said that he would leave me a gift in a port to find, so I knew that that was something I had to do. I had to do this kind of scavenger hunt, but I didn't have actual excursions booked at this time. Looking at the MSC app and looking at the excursions, there was no book button, which did make me very, very nervous. We decided to go to the excursion desk though, and they said that there was plenty of space on the excursions, and the problem was that my credit card wasn't properly linked to my app. Because we had a drinks package and we weren't spending money, we didn't know that we didn't really have a card linked. I had linked it before the cruise, but I needed to do it again on board, so we did that at one of these machines. It was all very easy, and from that point we had the power to book things. For that little bit of time though, where I saw that I couldn't book anything, I was a little bit worried. I have to say, in the past, I've not been a big fan of MSC's theatre entertainment. I would go as far as to say it is probably my least favourite of all the cruise lines I've cruised with. Because of the multiple languages that happen on an MSC cruise, often the shows are pretty abstract. I think abstract is the word, and I often come out of the theatre shows thinking, what on earth was that? I'm happy to report that the shows that we saw on this MSC cruise were better than any other MSC cruise that I've ever been on before, and there were like 20 people in the production. I could not believe how many people were singing and dancing and doing all kinds of strange things. There wasn't a single show on this cruise that couldn't have been on another cruise line. I think if you took some of the entertainment with MSC from 10 or so years ago and you tried to put it on a Norwegian cruise or a P&O cruise, people would have had a few things to say about it. There would be one person who was just randomly dressed as a sheep, and you just have to expect that on an MSC cruise. But every show that we saw on this cruise was so much better than anything I've seen on an MSC cruise in the past. So well done, MSC. Keep it up, please. I like it. By this point in the day, we were getting pretty hungry, so we decided to go to the main dining room for lunch. I asked here if I could change our dining time from late to early, and that was not a problem at all. They just crossed out what was on my card and wrote down the new table and the new dining time. We always found the crew on board to be really friendly and really helpful. We chatted to the crew on this cruise more than we normally would because they had more time because of the reduced capacity. Shout out to Eric if you are watching this. At one point, we were sat in the atrium, we wanted a drink, we sat down, and two waiters actually came at us from two different sides to take our order because they were just there and they were just available because there weren't so many passengers. If you wanted to pay for that level of service on another cruise, you're going to be paying a lot. We really lucked out with the reduced capacity. I have been on MSC cruises in the past where the crew definitely were busy and they definitely were stressed. I've never had any bad service. I've never had anybody be rude to me on an MSC cruise, but you could tell that the crew were really quite busy. I think a lot of the time you get out of an interaction with the crew what you put in. If you're polite and if you're friendly, the crew will be polite and friendly back to you. If you're there and you're acting like a prat, I think sometimes on MSC they're very busy, they don't have the time to deal with you, and fair enough. To be quite honest, fair enough. Over the years, MSC have had a lot of criticism when it comes to their food, and I took my first MSC cruise in 2012. In 2012, the food wasn't fantastic, the food portions were pretty small, and it wasn't always particularly hot from memory. I took another MSC cruise in 2018, and the food wasn't anything amazing, but it wasn't terrible. I then invited some of my friends to take their first cruise with me in 2019 on MSC, and they absolutely loved it. The food definitely wasn't as good as cruise lines like Royal Caribbean or Princess, but we hadn't paid a Royal Caribbean or Princess price for the cruise. There were 6 of us on that MSC cruise in 2019, and none of us ever had any food complaints. I don't remember anything as being particularly amazing, but there was never anything wrong with it. The food that we had on this MSC cruise though was better by far than any MSC food that I've had in the past. The food definitely can be hit and miss, but there's certain things that MSC do really well. If you like pasta, they freshly make all of their own pasta. If you like pizza, if you like vegetables, if you like bread, they do those things very well. We mostly ate in the main dining room for our dinner, but we also went to the buffet every single day, and we did have one specialty meal in a specialty restaurant that was actually free because of my loyalty status, but more about that later. You can see photos of every single thing I ate on this cruise along with the menus on my website. Don't look at that though if you are hungry. It made me incredibly hungry writing this post. I miss that lasagna, the lasagna portofino.
Somebody already started fighting this gorilla. I don't
Our cruise visited Dominica, Antigua, the British Virgin Islands, and St. Martin. Our first excursion in Antigua, it took us around the island on a interesting bus, let's say. It was a cross between a bus and a roller coaster because you had to hold on really, really tight. We went around these very tight corners at very fast speeds. Definitely not for the faint-hearted, but it was a lot of fun. The tour dropped us off on this lovely piece of beach, and here I did another very un-Emma-like thing, and I paid $5 to use an umbrella, which was well worth it. I'm from the UK, we are not used to the sun, and sun protection I think is worth $5. And lots of sun cream, or sunscreen if you're from the US. That's not your Britishism of the week, but I think that is one. It was here that I found my gift that my friend Tommy had left me. It was a t-shirt, and I was so happy that this all worked out. I've known Tommy for years, I've talked to him on his podcast before, but we've never physically been in the same place at the same time, and this is as close as we've ever been. I'm so glad that it did work out, and I have brought the t-shirt back now to the UK. We were docked next to the Queen Mary 2 in Antigua, which was quite a coincidence considering the last ship that I was on was the Queen Mary 2. I love my cruise with Cunard, I love my MSC cruise, but they are worlds apart on the cruising scale. The MSC Seaview actually has 2 buffets, one on deck 7 and one on deck 16.
Report in, make an unboxing.
Capacity, the buffet on deck 16 was closed, but the buffet on deck 7 was almost always
your kids
open.
today
This
still
is
watch
as
unboxing
close as I got
videos?
to that mysterious buffet on deck 16. A sneaky peek as I
But
walked
there's
by.
the chili.
Most of the food in the grill section was cooked freshly for you, so they had
boy.
example food here
Pretty
so that
good,
you could
actually.
see what you were ordering. It was very useful for people who didn't really speak much English because they could kind of
Actually,
point
a
at
lot
what
of
they
food.
wanted, count how many on their fingers, and they'd end up with what they actually
What's the
wanted.
saying?
The buffet did feel like a normal buffet.
Feed
You
it
could
cold.
always get a seat, but it did sometimes feel
What?
quite
Feed a
light
fever.
in there, especially when
Oh,
we
oh,
picked
oh,
up other
starve
people
a
as the
cold?
cruise went on. But really, that's kind of
I
the
always
point
get
of a
mixed up.
buffet.
I
And
mean, I don't
quite
think
like
it's
that
real
there were
anyway,
other people
so
there
I
as
think
well.
You
anything
feed them.
good.
You
Because the
just
food
feed
is
it
still
both.
served to
Yeah.
you
Feed
by
it
the
cold,
crew,
feed
so
it
having
fever.
a few other people in the queue ahead of you.
Feed,
Right.
just feed. Feed me Seymour. Seymour butts.
Need feed. The mukbang.
Seymour butts.
Taste the chili first. That's good.
Yeah, chili tends to be good. Chili was
nice and
bad, they would call it un-chili. They'd call it baddie.
Would they?
Yeah. I would.
This is a large po' boy.
Dude, I want a po' boy. Why didn't you get me a po' boy, Bat? Why do you hate me? At least I got more bolts. I just pieced out.
What you want before you get to the front. One of my favorite things that I found on this entire cruise was this thing. It's kind of like a sugared pineapple pizza. I'm not really sure, but it's definitely a dessert. Think of it like a big triangle donut, and it was very good. I could have eaten a full-size pizza just of this, but I don't know what it is, and that's what's good about a cruise. You get to try all kinds of things that just look interesting. Half of the buffet was always closed, and because of the reduced capacity, that did make sense. I did wonder if the same sort of thing would happen in the rest of the ship. Would they close off half the bars? Would they close half the lounges? But they never seemed to do that. We never found anything that was closed, not more than normal. Of course, sometimes some things do close on cruises, but everything kind of just went on as normal. The live music would keep playing, even if there was only a couple of people in there. The dance classes would go on. Sometimes they would do a dance class and nobody would be there other than the instructor. But they would keep going, which I thought was really, really nice. So if you wanted to go to any of these things, they still were happening. We also watched a presentation about the behind the scenes things that happen on a cruise ship, which of course is very interesting for me. A lot of it I knew from my research. I do a lot of research from my website, but it was nice to hear somebody who really knew what they were talking about tell me the things that I thought I knew to kind of cement some of that knowledge. MSC were very hot on mask wearing during this cruise, and when we were watching the theatre shows, there would be at least 2, sometimes 4 crew members stood in the corners of the theatre, making sure that everybody kept their masks on. On the cruise, you had to wear a mask pretty much all of the time, unless you were sat down at a table. If you were sat down at a table in a bar or you were eating in a restaurant, you didn't have to wear your mask, but you had to wear your mask in the theatre, and if you did take it down for any reason, they would come and they would tell you to put your mask back on. COVID restrictions are still taken very seriously on the islands that we visited. There are no restrictions left here in the UK, but when you travel, you have to follow the rules of the places that you're going to, and COVID is still taken very seriously in the places that we visited. Our next port stop was in Tortola in the British Virgin Islands, and we had a bus that had actual sides this time. On the bus we were given sugarcane to chew on, we were given rum to drink, and it was quite an interesting experience. We covered a lot of ground during the excursion, and we learnt a lot about the history of the island, most of which I had no idea about before. The roads were really quite bumpy, and our tour guide was lovely, so she would be showing us things on her phone, she would be showing us maps, and I get really quite travel sick. I can't really look within a bus or within a car. For more than a few seconds without feeling unwell, so I did my best to kind of look like I was still paying attention. I was, but without making myself feel travel sick, made more difficult I think by the fact we were drinking rum and eating sugarcane during the tour. But our guide was absolutely lovely, and it was so nice to hear from a local who knew everything we asked her she knew the answer to. On this cruise, although we booked excursions through MSC, they're run entirely by third parties. You won't have any sort of MSC crew member with you on the cruise. MSC just collect you and post you off on the excursion. It was here that we docked next to the Celebrity Millennium, and the Celebrity Millennium is a pretty big ship in her own right, but next to the MSC Sea View, she looked tiny. We would be looking down and we would be seeing everybody wander around the pool, which was cool. We met people on board who were staying on board for a month or 2 months just because it was so cheap, and it still is that cheap. If you can go on this cruise really soon, it's not much more expensive than what I paid. If you're interested in the more practical side of how to actually cruise as cheaply as I do, I have everything that you need in my step-by-step video course. It's called How to Cruise for Less. Check it out after this video.
Go Rilla. We back at it. 10 more gorillas, then we eat our drop rate soup. Cause Pat made me hungry. It's Pat's fault.
Mm-hmm.
I was only gonna eat one meal this week, but then Pat talked. It's unbelievable, honestly.
A few months ago, I agreed to a short contract that meant I'd need to go to a small city about 50 kilometers away from Amsterdam on a regular basis. At first, I thought I'd have to drive to get out there because I've lived in way too many countries with terrible public transport. So I was very happy to see that I could easily get there by intercity train. Still, when I arrived for the first time, I was genuinely shocked because not only was there a train station, it was one of the nicest little train stations I've ever seen. This station is so ridiculously nice. The first time I came here, I just wandered around going, wow, look at this, and that over there. Oh, wow. This country never ceases to amaze me. But okay, I'll get into all these great things in a minute. Just let me give you some context first. This is Zeist, with a population of about 65,000 people. And this is Driebergen, a town of about 19,000 people. And this is the Driebergen-Zeist train station, located between the two of them. There's been a train station in this location since the mid-1800s, but it was a relatively unremarkable station in the middle of nowhere. It was just a stop on the way to somewhere else. This station didn't know where it was. First it was just called Driebergen, then Zeist-Driebergen, then back to Driebergen, and finally to its current name of Driebergen-Zeist. The station became famous in the 1950s as the coffee station, where a whole family would come out to sell coffee to the entire train at once, aiming to serve everyone before the train left again.
Passagiers die geregeld op deze lijn reizen weten al welke ontvangst hun te wachten staat. De koffiefamilie heeft er een eigen systeem voor. Ze regelt het zo dat ze de hele trein in één keer kan bedienen.
And then apparently everyone would just chuck their coffee cups out the window, giving a job to this guy who had to go along the tracks to clean them all up. I can confidently say that I have never seen anyone throw their garbage out of a train here, but I was also never offered any coffee on the platform either. Nowadays, Driebergen-Zeist should be known as the best small train station in the Netherlands because I'm pretty sure it is. The station was newly renovated and opened in May of 2020, but it kind of flew under everyone's radar because of the COVID lockdowns. The previous station layout here was pretty bad. There was a busy level crossing right on the main road into town, and get this level crossing was active for 20 minutes out of every hour, which is wild. You can hear the level crossing sound constantly going off in this video of the old station. By the way, thanks to CabView Holland for being clairvoyant enough to film the whole station right before construction started, and for letting me use his video. He puts out lots of videos that show a train driver's view of the Netherlands, and they're really interesting, especially if you're a fan of railways. I'll put a link to his channel in the description. The old level crossing situation was a pain for drivers, of course, but there were also plans to send 11 trains per hour per direction through this area, and there's no way they could get that kind of volume through a level crossing. Now, the station is at ground level across a 140-meter span, and the area under was dug out to fit everything else. For example, the road now goes under the station, which makes the whole area significantly safer and more efficient for everyone. This station is very well serviced by trains. 6 trains per hour per direction stop here, despite the combined population of the region being under 100,000 people. And there are now 4 tracks here as well, so express trains can pass stopping trains. The construction of the new Driebergen-Zeist station was crazy. They built a temporary station and kept it open to trains almost the entire time. The longest downtime was a 16-day period where 750 people worked in shifts 24 hours a day so that 2.5 months of work could be compressed into about 2 weeks. The planning that was needed to pull this off must have been epic. Now, as I mentioned, Driebergen Zeist station is not really in Driebergen or Zeist. It's in an area in the middle and surrounded by a lot of forests, and this very lovely park too. This is not exactly an ideal location for a train station, which is why this station needs to have very good connections to the outside world. So this redesign makes Driebergen Zeist much more than just a local train station. It's now a transportation hub for the whole region. Of course, since this is the Netherlands, there's a beautiful and functional bicycle parking garage. This garage holds around 3,000 bicycles. Look at how open, bright, and spacious this is, despite being...
Oh my god, my sinuses are clear.
Oh, just
You
ignore the glare off the
smell
glass. I couldn't get a
clearly
better angle of this,
now.
okay?
The
Trust me,
sinuses are
it's
open.
awesome. From this bicycle stable, you can also pick up the OV Fiets rental bicycles, including these electric models. These are really handy in a location like this, where the train station is not in the center of the city, so longer distances may be required to get to and from the station by bicycle. And here's the best part of this garage. There's an elevator that literally takes you from the bottom of the bicycle parking garage right up to platform level. This is so great. Man, this country, I love it here. I also love what they did with the historical elements on the platform. You can see how they took the old platform roof, refurbished it, and elegantly integrated it into the new roof for the larger platform. It's a really nice attention to detail. The main entrance to the bicycle parking garage is right off this nice bicycle path that runs under the station. There's no road along this side of the station, so this is a really safe and pleasant place to cycle. Despite being underneath a train station, this place is very open and inviting, which is important for social safety. I love that this is always taken into consideration when the Dutch design infrastructure. This area under the tracks is very open and well lit, and the walls are curved to avoid the dingy tunnel feeling that you get from many other underpasses. There are multiple sets of stairs here, as well as an elevator to get up to the platform level. Underneath the stairs are some decorative rocks, as well as the "Any bicycles parked here will be removed" sign, which is surrounded by parked bicycles, as is typical in the Netherlands. There's also a small waiting room where you can sit if the weather is particularly cold and miserable. And there's a restaurant and a cafe, but sorry folks, it's not the 1950s anymore. You gotta get your own damn coffee. You can still get free water from the bottle refill station though. It's interesting to note that there are no fare gates at this station, which really surprised me because you see them at most stations in the Netherlands. Here, there's just a few ticket machines and a handful of places to tap your OV chip card or credit card to pay for a ticket. The north side of the station connects very nicely to this bus station, where buses regularly come and go, connecting travelers to the surrounding region. I was surprised just how many buses come through this area, and how many boarding areas there are too. How many, you may ask? There are J bus platforms. I also enjoyed how this office building had its main entrance off the bicycle path and across from the bus station, instead of having it on the other side of a parking lot, like is so common in other cities. In fact, this whole bus station is immediately accessible from the train station without needing to cross any roads or parking lots. I love how well the Netherlands designs their train stations so that you can easily get to and from it on foot, by bicycle, or by public transport without ever needing to interact with cars at all. Unfortunately, to go from the train to the bus, you have to go down from the platform level and then back up again to the bus platform, which I must admit is a bit annoying, especially if you can't take the stairs and need to go the long way around via the ramp. This is unavoidable with a central platform, and I suspect this design is the only way they could fit 4 tracks through this area. As you go past the bus station and therefore the end of this new project, you can see that this is not some kind of urbanist paradise, but rather a relatively remote part of Zeist. There's a car dealership and a gas station immediately opposite the bus platforms. And there's a busy intersection with the main road and a bicycle path going into town. Still, it amazes me how safe the cycling infrastructure is, even here, with a safe two-way crossing and a bicycle path in front of the car dealership and gas station, which is even big enough for this flatbed tow truck to unload a car in it while still leaving room for people to cycle around. Not that he should be parked here, but, you know, you gotta get them cars delivered, I guess. It's much nicer without the truck. One thing that surprised me is that these townhomes are right next to the car dealership and directly across the street from this business park. This is certainly an interesting example of mixed-use zoning. On the other side of the station is the only place where you'll see cars, at this small drop-off area. This is right off the main road and doesn't cross any of the bicycle paths, so there's never any conflict between people cycling and people dropping off by car. You can see from this angle how the drop-off area for the station is off the main road while people cycling ride on the left. And they get there by this bridge which goes over the main road. This is a great design. The main road itself is fully separated from the station area with this underpass, and there's a two-way cycling path on the far side for anybody cycling through. And notice how this underpass is designed correctly. The bicycle path doesn't go down nearly as far as the car lanes do because people cycling don't need that much headroom. This is so rare to see outside of the Netherlands. Most other cities just put the bicycle path at the same level as the car lanes, resulting in an unnecessarily steep hill for cycling. This proper design makes it trivially easy to cycle here, and of course, there's even more safe separation from cars this way too. I do have an issue with this one intersection though. I've been told that this traffic light defaults to green for cars unless a bicycle is detected, which kinda sucks, especially if you just picked up speed coming down the hill. Proving that even in the Netherlands, traffic engineers can find ways to screw up an otherwise great situation. Farther down this street is the park and ride garage for 600 cars, which provides access to the station by people with no other option than to drive. What I find interesting about this though is that the park and ride garage is not next to the station or in the station, it's farther away. This keeps dangerous car traffic away from the station area, making it safer for everyone outside of a car. And you might have noticed that there are over 5 times as many parking spaces for bicycles than for cars. It's obvious that cycling is the favored method of travel to and from this station, followed by bus and passenger drop-off.
Oops.
It should be possible to drive to a train station like this, but driving is not and should not be the primary way that people get here, and this has been made very clear in the design. All in all, this station design is amazing. I absolutely love it, and I've been told that this will be the new template used to improve many other small train stations in the Netherlands, which is great. There is one thing that bugs me though, and that's my usual complaint about a lot of modern train stations. Bad land use. The area around the station is still relatively low-density office buildings, a handful of houses, and of course the gas station and the car dealership. Oh, sorry, there's a pancake house on the right here too. Given that there are now 88 trains per day between here and Utrecht, this should really be a place where a lot more people live and work. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's way better than Canadian train stations that are often surrounded by highways and parking lots, but I was still really surprised that this station is 3 years old, but I didn't see a single construction project. By comparison, Kampen-Zuid, a relatively new station, has a large residential development right beside it that was completed in 2018. Only 2 trains per hour per direction service this station, but the land use here is so much better than at Driebergen-Zeist. I really hope there are plans to redevelop this area in the future because having such a well-designed and well-serviced train station without a nice neighborhood around it is a huge wasted opportunity. In my case, I was very fortunate that the office I had to go to was walking distance from the train station, which made for a very pleasant commute. But there's one thing I just gotta mention that made this regular trip even better. The closest train station for me is Amsterdam Zuid, but trains don't go directly from Driebergen-Zeist from Amsterdam Zuid. They go from Amsterdam Amstel, which is farther away. So I would either need to leave from Amstel or change at Utrecht to intercept that train. Utrecht Centraal is a great station and the busiest train station in the Netherlands, so transferring there is pretty easy. But for this particular trip, it was even better because this trip had a cross-platform transfer. My train from Amsterdam Zuid would arrive at Utrecht, and a few minutes later, the train to Driebergen-Zeist would leave. But these trains arrived on either side of the same platform. That meant that my train would arrive here, and all I had to do was to go over here. I know that this isn't the only place in the world with cross-platform transfers, but I love that this is a thing. Somebody, somewhere,
Clue scroll
planned that this would
hard.
happen, and let me tell you, as a traveler, it's like magic. I
Alright,
love it.
And that was with 40, exactly
My
40 kills
contract
to
is
go,
over,
too,
and
so.
it sounds weird, but I
Here we go.
legitimately miss coming to Driebergen-Zeist. This station is such a great example of modern, practical, and beautiful infrastructure design.
Oops.
This is what you get when you have decades and decades of experience.
I'm
building
gonna
great
heat up
places.
some
And
dinner!
you approach a development like this as a
Hooray! Dude, I can't believe I still haven't gotten the drop. 766 gorilla. Will I get it before 900? I sure hope so.
Okay, well, good thing I just noticed that now. Ivan rain in 5 minutes.
It's me, John Foodman.
Rain in a minute.
Oh. Good timing.
Alright, for your water required for me, don't forget.
I'm on it right now. My plant's not ready. The heck? Town lied to me. He said he promised me my plants would be ready.
I'm not sure I promised it.
Just like he promised that I would get my Xenite. My benthic gems. How many Sarah brews do I have at this point? A lot. Nice. Okay, no. It's on that side of the jungle? It's in the middle of the jungle? I guess let's just grab an axe and a machete. It's a me, machete. Alfredo. And why not? We'll sip a stamina pot. Oh, I can't climb this, can I? Nope. I forgot. What if instead of killing jubbly birds, you killed oomly birds?
What the heck?
I'm not killing any birds. I'm just killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You know what I'm saying? You found another clue. Bedabin Camp.
I don't know, my shotgun mic here, so we're using onboard audio today. You know how this is. There's a bit of a problem.
What's the problem?
Well, you know what the problem is. But that's a great segue to explain to the audience. There's an ant problem. There's these red.
Historical cash. Like the thing is people don't appreciate that this is like, we're in a war. Diamond Hand. Infinite means infinite. Infinite risk, infinite reward. Sure, my portfolio looks a lot of red, but I'm in it for the long haul. Lambos or Wendy's, I'm gonna get my tendies. There are tens of thousands of hours of video and text in existence, all seeking to explain what exactly happened with GameStop in January 2021. There are explainer videos, unhinged rants, congressional hearings, and Netflix-produced documentaries, all trying to tell the story of this one weird moment in time and what it might mean, what it says about us, our society, and our economy. The common version is that a band of plucky retail investors put the screws to hedge fund Melvin Capital in a historic short squeeze, an unprecedented win for the little guy. The nuanced read is that it was a confluence of once-in-a-generation social forces, a short squeeze, but also a FOMO-fueled social media phenomenon where just as many regular folk got wrecked as made off like bandits. That, however, is merely where our story starts. This is a story about what happened next. This is a story about finance, social media, conspiracy theories, gambling, mortal men elevated to mythological figures, and a mountain of human suffering built of 1,000 little lies. This is financial advice.
Relating to exchange practices have been characterized by greater differences of opinion than that of short selling. But what is a short sale? A short sale involves borrowing an asset, selling it at current market value, and then returning it later, ideally at a lower price than when it was sold. Put simply, it's selling borrowed goods to buy back at a profit. There are some things that we need to caveat right off the top here.
First and foremost is that meme stock investors, or apes as they call themselves for reasons we'll get into later, aren't engaging with reality as you or I understand it. You'll hear of references to things that you're aware of, companies that exist in your universe, but you and apes aren't talking about the same thing. Your version of GameStop is an unprofitable mall retailer that was headed slowly but inexorably towards bankruptcy due to societal shifts and regular old mismanagement that in 2021 got something resembling a second chance via once-in-a-generation circumstances. That second chance might pan out into some form of future relevance, or at least existence, maybe, but could just as easily be squandered and result in bankruptcy anyway. One way or another, the price as it currently stands is still floating well above GameStop's historical peak profitability during the heyday of the Wii, PlayStation 3, and Xbox 360, so even a tremendous turnaround would still almost certainly see the stock price continue to decline. The ape version of GameStop is an apocalyptic catalyst, the chosen vessel through which the world will be reborn, a mythological entity built brick by brick out of communal desperation, delusion, and cope, obsessed with the financial concept of short selling and a short squeeze. Their version of reality is undoubtedly more interesting, more dramatic, and more sensational, but the reasons for its existence are complex. It is tempting to say that the participants are merely ignorant or incompetent, but the sticky truth is nuanced. There are many elements of ape lore that are pure performance, overt pieces of fiction that persist in the collective narrative simply because it would be nice for apes if they were true. The primary lens of ape culture, born as it was on Reddit, is that of video games. They have cast a variety of people, businesses, and institutions as their matched opponent, and will often post taunting letters addressed to Ken Griffin specifically, or hedge funds broadly, where they invoke their prowess in MMOs.
Bro, I play RuneScape. I literally grind for days to watch a number go up 1. Been playing 15 years and still not lost interest. They think it's going to be any different now?
I just realized how fucked shorts are. They picked a fight with the gaming industry. The same people who will grind hours on end, losing thousands of times in a row to simply get one win. We refuse to end on a loss. We refuse to sell.
I did one of the most degenerate grinds that exists for this picture only.
This entire genre of post is profoundly sad, not merely because of the implication that a willingness to wander in circles for hours clicking on virtual plants is somehow a transferable skill to playing the stock market, but because they all presume a very high degree of symmetry and intentionality. They are based on the belief that, like in a video game, both sides are knowingly engaged in a match competition. But when you back up and evaluate the whole picture, their opponents aren't aware of the game at all, assuming that the ape is even talking about a group that actually exists. On their forums, they are winning epic battles against automated trading algorithms specifically tuned to drive GameStop out of business. They are in a war with the hedgies, who are always, every single day, getting desperate and running out of ammo. In reality, apes are shadowboxing the random noise of the market, and losing. It has become a layer cake of every genre of magical thinking, new faith religiosity, reheated conspiracy theories, and general superstition, with an added, extra thick frosting in the form of financial woo, get-rich-quick culture, sunk costs, and gambler's fallacy. A lot of their language is rooted in the culture of 4chan and Reddit. They call themselves apes, partly in reference to Planet of the Apes and Starship Troopers, but also because the other words they call themselves made them look bad when the media started to pay attention. It is a hazily defined movement dispersed across all of social media and dozens of forums, burdened with 2 years of petty drama, infighting, and fragmentation. Due to their extreme beliefs, their culture has grown more and more insular over time, so their communication is predictably littered with in-jokes, niche references, shibboleths, abbreviations, jargon, and private definitions of words borrowed from other disciplines, which can make it understandably difficult to follow along. We can get there. I believe in us. We can make this make sense, but boy howdy does the journey require a journey. The version of the story that you're already familiar with is one where a bunch of Redditors tried to short squeeze some hedge funds and get rich in the process by buying GameStop.
Meanwhile, the quote-unquote meme stocks turned over. These companies, pumped up by amateur traders on social platforms like Reddit, with the express purpose of forcing certain hedge funds to lose money, well, they plummeted today.
The version of the story you're not familiar with is the one where 2 years after the squeeze, heat lamp theory, penned by Reddit user 6 Days 1 Week, argues that financial service provider ComputerShare's operational algorithm is being tricked by short hedge funds into storing plan-held shares in the DTCC like burgers under a heat lamp, and also probably someone made it illegal to report these heat lamp shares as directly registered, thus suppressing the evidence that apes own the float.
Although that post was low effort, and the speculation itself turned out not to be completely correct, my hunch was still valid. It was often attacked by what I believe were bad actors asking me to prove someone made it illegal.
The abuse of ComputerShare's algorithm was obvious to apes who were paying attention. Ever since Ryan Cohen's "I want to be the Book King" tweet, it was clear that Cohen was signaling for apes to terminate their plans, sell their fractionals, and book their shares. What was not obvious was the reaction of the mods, who would attempt to bury the story, revealing themselves to be paid shills clearly compromised by the hedgies in order to distract from Heatlamp.
Censorship of Heatlamp DD shows we are heading in the right direction.
What the fuck is this shit? So we still get pushback for heat lamp at other places, but someone can post a sponsored DD.
Alright, it's gorilla theory testing time. What does the soup... How that soup be doing, though? How that soup be doing?
That is literally the definition of FUD, and says in that comments that DRS is pointless and MOS will not happen.
No soup.
Heat lamp theory DD to me is as impressive as the House of Cards DD. It's like the DDs from the beginning of Super Stonk.
So, yeah, there's a lot of ground to cover before that makes any sense at all.
$40 more gorillas until hopefully we get a much easier Slayer task.
The wheels of finance spin beneath the surface of the modern world. Everywhere you look, the impact can be felt. The modern corporation consists of many moving parts, from manufacturing to distribution to communications. Likewise, the finances behind the corporation are equally complex, a delicately balanced dance of equity and credit that facilitates the many wonders of the modern world. One of the most misunderstood and contentious mechanisms of this dance is what is called a short sale. Few subjects relating to exchange practices have been characterized by greater differences of opinion than that of short selling. Though many characterize shorting as a toxic modern practice, in reality it is quite old, and it has polarized people for as long as it's existed. But what is a short sale? A short sale involves borrowing an asset, selling it at current market value, and then returning it later, ideally at a lower price than when it was sold. But simply, it's selling borrowed goods to buy back at a profit. Two things happen with this arrangement. First is that the short seller gets to hold the full sale value for a period of time until the asset is returned, providing them with capital that they can use in the interim. Second is that when the asset is returned, this represents not the moment where the short seller makes money, but merely when they lock in their final profits. The risk-reward proposition of short selling is that gains are capped by the price at the time of borrowing. If an asset is borrowed at $5, then the absolute maximum profit is $5, discounting fees and interest, of course. On the flip side is the risk profile. The maximum losses of a short sale are effectively infinite, as the price of the asset isn't bounded to 100% or even 10,000% of the original sale price. As the trend for the economy as a whole is to grow, a stock going from $5 to $10 is far more common than stocks going from $5 to $0. In addition, the borrower is expected to pay the original owner a recurring fee based on the value of the asset, similar to interest paid on a loan, called the cost to borrow, or CTB. However, unlike a personal loan that you might already be familiar with, such as a mortgage, where the payment encompassed both interest and principal on a schedule where the whole loan is eventually paid off, the cost to borrow is paid every month, prorated by day, with no cap. Thus, borrowing an asset for long periods of time can quickly eat up profit margins, or even exceed the original value of the asset itself. For these reasons, it is uncommon to hold a short position for long periods of time. Even though the name short selling comes from the bet that the asset will decline or fall short. It is coincidentally appropriate that short plays tend towards short timeframes of weeks or months rather than months or years. However, this short time frame leaves the borrower more exposed to short-term volatility. Disruptions that might temporarily set a company back without impacting the overall health of the business can benefit short sellers greatly, while unexpected good news can generate a surge of excitement about a company that may leave short sellers hurting, and lenders pressuring them to return the asset or incur further liability. At the most extreme, lenders can compel the borrower to return the asset in full, regardless of the cost to the borrower. When short sellers are impelled to return large volumes of shares all at once, this sudden buying pressure can further potentiate upwards movement on the price of the security, applying further margin pressures to other existing short positions. This situation is commonly referred to as a short squeeze, as the short sellers are squeezed out of their positions by the accelerating costs.
I mean, they can try as hard as they want to try to demoralize us, but as I always say, no sell, no sell. I'm not selling. Power to the players, power to the shareholders, power to the individual investors, each choosing for themselves to a company that they believe in. In late January 2021, video game retailer GameStop became a media sensation as the value of their stock rose from $20 to just shy of $500 over the course of 4 days. The exact confluence of events that led to this have been thoroughly documented, so we won't drag the point out here, but the critical takeaway is this. It was a once-in-a-lifetime event that hinged off multiple specific coincidences. 1. The pandemic made the situation for brick-and-mortar retail dire due to multivalent impacts, so many hedge funds had taken out short positions against them, anticipating a continued decline in revenue and thus share price. 2. Governments began to distribute stimulus packages in an attempt at offsetting the economic impact of the pandemic. 3. There was a zeitgeist of futility in the air, that financially the average person was screwed. The stimulus package wasn't enough to fix anything, so you might as well blow it on something reckless. In specific, hedge fund Melvin Capital holds a truly reckless short position in GameStop that left the fund extremely exposed if the price were to rise, and traders on Reddit see this as an opportunity and begin promoting it on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. As the idea of getting in on a potential GameStop short squeeze spreads through social media in late 2020, the messaging gets flattened. New people are flooding into Reddit's Wall Street Bets forum. They are bringing with them their own ideas, their own politics, their own expectations. The thing that really speaks to people and thus works well for recruiting is the idea that this is a chance to hurt Wall Street. As more and more people pile in, the experienced traders get tired of explaining things over and over. Thus, new people are being onboarded by people who themselves have a stock trading career best measured in hours. These are users who jumped onto forums and explicitly asked, how do I get in on GameStop as fast as possible? They're not getting a lecture on risk management, market operations, and exit strategy, not that Wall Street Bets would ever be a good place to get those. They're getting a hype speech about revenge for 2008 and a bare-bones series of instructions on what buttons to push. Potentiating that, any large leaderless movement with foggy politics is going to attract a whole slew of political opportunists from all across the spectrum who hope to steer the tsunami in their preferred direction. These people, trying to transform it into a coherent political movement, inject and amplify a lot of narrative about solidarity and making a difference. Ape together strong. That's the kerosene that primes this whole thing to turn into an apocalyptic investment cult. This is a bold claim and it's basically unfalsifiable, but I feel like I can point to the match, the event that really truly allowed for conspiratorial thought to take permanent root in ape culture, and that's January 28, 2021, mid-morning, when Robinhood, an app-based free brokerage, disabled the buying of GME and a selection of other meme stocks.
Just this morning, Robinhood, which is really seen as the brokerage firm of choice for a lot of those younger investors, said that in light of recent volatility, they're restricting transactions for certain securities to position close only. And to be clear, that means you can sell names like GameStop, but you can't buy them.
That was the day the price hit its all-time high, and in ape mythology, that was when they were on the cusp of, like, total revolution. The entire system was about to collapse, and apes were about to be crowned victors over Wall Street. Robinhood turning off the buy button was, from their point of view, an obvious sign of targeted disruption. The reality is far more mundane. Robinhood runs a disruptive brokerage with a very tech bro, it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission philosophy. In a nutshell, the idea is that they run all their accounts by default as a kind of limited margin account that they call instant deposits. You make an account, start to transfer money to your account, the money hasn't technically arrived yet, but Robinhood lets you act like it has. You want to buy a stock, Robinhood pays for it up front, and then just takes your money when it finally arrives. This undeniably speeds things up and makes them appealing to, say, a huge swath of people who want to get on this opportunity to make life-changing money right now before it's too late, but exposes Robinhood to pretty substantial risk. If 1 million new users all sign up on the same day and all immediately try and buy GameStop at $300 a share via instant deposits, Robinhood might risk running out of money. So the mundane reality is that the influx of new users all making pretty aggressive plays in a specific basket of stocks stressed Robinhood's credit and threatened its collateral across the board, so they shut down buying of those specific securities to protect themselves. In the aftermath, the CEO of Robinhood, Vlad Tenev, denied that the company had, in fact, basically run out of money, which may or may not have been true, but did confirm the fundamentals of the threat.
So we're really in unprecedented times, and in order to protect the firm and protect our customers, we had to limit buying in these stocks. And to be absolutely clear, Go ahead.
But it sounds to me, though, that you're suggesting that there was a liquidity problem.
Turns out giving everyone a margin account is a good idea until it isn't. But that's boring. You know what's exciting? They turned off the buy button specifically to kill the squeeze. They want you to sell. That's an exciting idea. The funny thing is that it didn't even kill the pump. Sure, Robinhood and a few other app-based brokers with a similar structure halted buying, but cash account brokers were trading just fine, and GME still rallied pretty hard the next day, peaking back over $400. The buy button was maybe a wake-up call, a sign that the music was probably about to stop and you should cash out while you can, but what actually killed the momentum was the weekend. When the smoke clears, there's a congressional hearing, there's an SEC report, there's actually a ton of scrutiny in and around the specific events. Melvin Capital eats some truly staggering losses and needs to turn to Citadel Securities for a bailout to avoid closing entirely. Regulators are worried about how well they're communicating with retail investors. Legislators are worried social media influencers aren't accountable enough. Everyone knows that a charismatic figure can fleece individuals and pump and dump a single stock, but do the events of January suggest that influencers can pose a systemic risk to the market itself? Who, if anyone, was responsible for January? Thing is that while a bunch of people made a ton of money off GameStop in January, that money has to come from somewhere. In an actual short squeeze, the idea is that the money comes from the short sellers. They're the ones buying vastly overpriced GameStop shares. So, if this was a squeeze, that's simple. But, you know, was it actually a squeeze? The SEC report didn't come out until fall 2021, and while still pretty dry and technical, it does try to engage with the general public who know a bit about the stock market but aren't deep in the weeds. It's not flawless, but the conclusions are sound. GameStop was a complicated mix of activities that fed off one another. There was a short squeeze in the mix. A bunch of the traffic that saw GameStop starting to pump at the beginning of the week was driven by known short sellers closing their positions. But the main body of it all, the buyers who pushed the price up to just shy of $500, that was overwhelmingly retail buyers. The people left holding the bag when the music stopped wasn't Melvin Capital, wasn't Citadel, wasn't BlackRock, it was apes. And a lot of those apes were new recruits whose first day of stock trading in their lives was from installing Robinhood and buying GME that week. The story of Apes post-squeeze is a bunch of people standing around a trashed hotel room at 5 a.m. asking when the party is supposed to start. A bunch of newly minted bag holders trying to manifest another, even larger squeeze because the only way they could possibly make money off of their $420 GME shares is if it somehow goes even higher. Everything becomes fodder for theories about what really happened and why the price didn't just keep going up. Direct share registration, naked shorts, reg show, none of this mattered to apes at all in January, but suddenly in February and March, these ideas get injected as explanations for why the squeeze didn't keep squeezing. They will, in the months that follow, recast January as the sneeze, both to suggest that not only was it not the main event, it was a tiny blip compared to the inevitable true squeeze, the mother of all short squeezes. MOAS. I'd like to welcome you all to the Bellagio Resort and Casino in scenic Las Vegas, Nevada. We're just enjoying some early tendies. There's some news on the wind that big things are coming. Big things are coming as early as this weekend, and Bobby's pumping. I don't think anything could really go wrong. I think there's a lot of people out there who want to make it look like things are going wrong. I hold for the infinity pool. I buy, I hold, I DRS. MOAS is a tricky thing to talk about. First of all, it is a pure financial conspiracy theory. We're used to conspiracy theories that intersect with finance. Most get around to the subject of international bankers eventually, but those theories tend to start in sociology, science, or politics, and then expand to cover finance as they grow. MOAS starts in finance with the operations of the stock market. So just from the word go, the subject is already inundated with unfamiliar terminology, organizations, and acronyms. This is all compounded by the fact that the exact composition of the belief is mercurial. MOAS is a vessel conspiracy containing many other modular theories. These theories are disparate, obtuse, self-referential, and often contradictory, if not outright paradoxical. It is, as a whole, a theory that resists critical thought at every turn. If you try to formulate an all-encompassing version of it, you will find only frustration. The jar, MOAS itself, is the belief that for some reason or another, GameStop or some other meme stock company is going to skyrocket in value and make everyone who times it right unfathomably rich in the blink of an eye. Everything inside the jar is the how and the why. Taken as a whole, MOAS is many things. It's an apocalyptic event, it's an infinite money glitch, it's revenge against Wall Street, it's salvation for those who gambled away their life savings, but above all, MOAS is a story, and that story goes a little something like this.
What you need to know before the MOAS, during the MOAS, and after the MOAS. All in one video. So let's start by chugging this bitch and get going. We know we own the float. So if they have to cover, that means they have to pay the price that we say. Now, if we hold to 10 million, that's what they have to pay. So if it goes to 100,000, if it goes to 250,000, if it goes to 1,000, if it goes to 500, that ain't the squeeze, baby. That ain't the squeeze. What's the squeeze is once it's past 10 million, then we're squeezing. Some point in the near future, in my opinion, we have the MOAS actually happening, where we've survived all the FUD, we've survived the short attacks, and then the MOAS happens, baby, and then we pass our floor of 10 million or 20 million, and we get up to a ceiling of, let's say, $420 million a share. And if you're raising your eyebrows, hey, that's not possible. The whole economy will be ruined. Shut up! You don't know what you're talking about. Do your research.
500 million per share is not a meme. I am dead serious.
Major financial firms, most notably hedge funds such as Ken Griffin's Citadel, owe their profits to massive volumes of fraudulent, naked short sales, flooding the market with phantom shares that suppress the price of companies like GameStop, AMC Theaters, and Bed Bath & Beyond. This scheme has generated unfathomable amounts of debt that hedgies could never afford to pay back, hundreds of billions of shares owed that don't actually exist and thus cannot be returned, adding up to trillions of dollars of debt. So their only hope is if the victim company goes out of business entirely, allowing the hedgies to walk away with tax-free gains. The risk is so extreme that it justifies every employee at hundreds of financial institutions, the media, the government, and the courts all cooperating to keep the conspiracy under wraps. But if that scheme were to be revealed, if Citadel were forced to buy back those hundreds of billions of shares, it would trigger a short squeeze that would send GameStop's share value into phone number prices and create a cascade that could topple the entire global economy. Because there are so many fake shares, apes have already bought more shares than are supposed to exist. They own the float and have thus positioned themselves to be the beneficiaries of that apocalyptic unraveling, as long as they can remain united and refuse to sell their shares. If no one sells, then the supply is zero and the price is infinite. Then, apes can dictate not only the price, but they can make demands. If Ken Griffin isn't sent to prison for his purported crimes, the deal is off. No sell, no sell. As the evidence of the fraud ripples through the economy, as the entire stock market is revealed to be a sham, faith in institutions will falter, and in an existential crisis, the government will be forced to make apes whole or else face their own extinction, precipitating the greatest transfer of wealth in human history. And then, when the flames of Moas have cleansed the earth, it will usher in a golden age of humanity, stewarded by the true, diamond-handed apes who did not flinch in the face of paltry 1,000% gains, did not become paper-handed bitches over mere wife-changing money, but hodled in the face of fear, hodled in the face of uncertainty, hodled in the face of doubt.
So, what happens in theory when they can't get enough shares, even with the price in the millions?
The price goes to the tens of millions, then hundreds of millions, billions if it has to. Price is just supply and demand.
All I have to do is buy one stock. GameStop. Feel good about it. Watch the world crumble.
A thing that's kind of beautiful about a short squeeze is that you don't really need to do anything. You just need to be in the right place at the right time. And a thing that marbles through the whole subject of meme stocks is a sublime laziness. This is a characteristic of all get-rich-quick schemes, but it's important to keep in mind as apes build.
Alright, well there's 12 of those 40 kills.
When's Gem?
I don't know. You tell me.
I told you, just get. It's right there. Just get it. Take it.
I ate the soup. That was my idea. That's the only one I had. Alan, I ate the soup.
Eat more soup.
I'm so full,
Consume
Alan. I'm so
more.
full. I don't need to eat more soup.
More.
I can't eat more soup. I'm full.
Consume the soup until it drops.
No, I can't.
this complex theory as they fill the jar, and as they become increasingly irate when MOAS fails to materialize, that all they've actually done, is press a buy button. As Morantz said, all he has to do is buy one stock, feel good about it, and watch the world crumble. It's just Reddit's version of the rapture. Now, in these sample narratives of MOAS, we've already made a mistake, which is trying to pin down the specifics in some coherent way. A critical element of talking about MOAS is that the component beliefs are modular. The jar, the part where apes get rich, is the only constant. Any specific belief can be readily discarded or swapped without posing a risk to the integrity of the structure as a whole. For example, many MOAS theories cite the idea that Citadel wouldn't need to pay taxes on any gains from short positions if the victim company goes completely out of business. This makes narrative sense, but just isn't true. Like, there's not much else that needs to be done to debunk that. It's just false. But removing it from the jar doesn't really do anything, and it also doesn't matter if you debunk it, because apes will just put it back in anyway. As a result, the meme stock belief system has become an absolute rat's nest of false threads, misinformation, willful ignorance, and reheated conspiracy theories from the 90s, all of which has been constantly adjusted to compensate for the fact that reality keeps disproving it. It's a mess. So, how does a philosophy like MOAS develop? That is actually a shockingly long explanation. A major problem here, as I said, is that a lot of this is contradictory and circular, a pile of half-baked theories cooked up piecemeal by apes with no understanding of the underlying subject, working specifically to find a thing that would need to be true in order to maintain the conspiracy cascade. The only reason they believe there are hundreds of billions of fake GameStop shares in circulation is because that's the thing that needs to be true in order to explain why they believe shorts never closed in 2021, and they believe shorts never closed in 2021 because it's the thing that needs to be true in order for the squeeze to still be on the table, and the squeeze needs to still be on the table because otherwise, what are you doing? Why are you here? But also a lot of these specific ideas, they got them from somewhere, and investigating that somewhere just opens up a rabbit hole where you spend months delving into other pre-existing conspiracy theories that have tried to graft themselves onto the meme stock movement. February 2021, following the price of GameStop crashing back to earth, many apes who bought in late or held through it were extremely salty and needed something or someone to blame that wasn't just, you know, making a poor financial decision based on Reddit hype posts. The fiasco with Robinhood turning off the buy button initially floated to the top because there are, even in our reality, some questions about how that was handled and Robinhood's business model that are very much worth asking. Apes, of course, care about none of that. All the talk about market reform is just smoke. They're here to crash the system and get rich. So what they see in the Robinhood fiasco is targeted disruption. Someone pulled strings to turn off the buy button and stop the squeeze, which means someone's scared. The whole thing must still be primed to pop off again. Apes declare that shorts never closed, the squeeze never ended. It's just in a bit of a gully, and it's going to shoot back up any day now if they can get the pressure back up. The second thing they latch onto is that Citadel bailed out Melvin. Now, in reality, this wasn't a philanthropic gesture, it was a lot closer to a protection racket shakedown because Wall Street are all greedy assholes. And Melvin folded under the pressure in 2022 anyway, but it gives Apes a villain, Ken Griffin. Apes assert that he must have personally called Vlad Tennant
This is the
Robinhood
gorilla.
and told him to
This
turn off.
is the gorilla town. I found him. It's this one.
God, Gorilla Time is busy.
Yeah. Everyone's trying to find the gorilla, but they don't know. I found the gorilla.
They're gonna steal your loot.
They can't. It's not possible. It is possible, but they're not gonna do it. This is the gorilla.
Shooting my blowgun at your gorilla right now.
I wish I had a blowgun. I wish I had a whip. I just got a whip. I could boost to get a whip. That's a thing that could happen.
You also get your freaking gem already.
Well, I need 4 total, so I mean, eventually.
Gotta get 1 before you can get 4.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. But I'm about to get 1. So
Get it.
all right, here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Rune plate skirt. That's just what that's actually what I wanted. That was my plan all along.
You know, I don't think that's a gem.
It's metal. The metal is shiny. Okay, I'm switching servers. This server's too busy.
Yeah, I'd find a less populated monkey cave personally.
Oh yeah, I had to change how I captured the thing, so now you can actually see the full screen, which is it's weird that you couldn't.
I think it's now flickering less too.
Yeah. I don't know why it. I kept meaning to ask if it actually flickered because it flickered in knobs, but yeah, I have to window capture now. Game capture just stopped working yesterday when I was to stream. I tried like a bunch of different things to make it work again because I think it's better. Generally, it's better to game capture if you can. But now you actually get to see all the side pane stuff. So if I open the loot tracker, you can see that I have not lied about not getting any gems. I'm not lying. I'm not lying to you. There's no orange gems here.
5 orange gems.
No, just 50 pairs of pants and 59 skirts. Why is this game sexist against pants? $13 dragon scimitars.
And there's like very few items on the list that the gem could be. I'm guessing it's the one next to the 6 seeds.
What? The 6 seeds?
On your gorilla loot tracker.
I don't have a gem. It's not on the loot tracker.
Yes, I'm saying. Oh, is that not its icon there, just grayed out?
No. This is the actual items I have gotten from the gorillas.
Well, I thought it had grayed out versions of the things you haven't gotten yet.
No.
Right, but what if you got a ballista piece?
A real talk, I haven't gotten any unique drops at all during this 150 kills so far. I mean, it's been less than 150 or whatever. It's been 125 or whatever. But yeah, I haven't gotten a single unique, and the unique chance overall is 1 out of 100. So, you know, I'm pretty lucky in life, I'd say. Or I think I'm lucky in actual life, but not in video games. So I guess that's a trade. That's probably
You've played too much RuneScape and used up all your luck. You probably need to switch games for a while.
I did though. I didn't play RuneScape for like a month there.
You'll need to let it charge longer than that.
Nah.
Look, just queue up a monkey task and then come back after a year.
Then I can't level Slayer at all. But there's so much nice things behind Slayer.
Let's force myself to do this.
Hmm?
Dusting off this controller and plugging it in.
Whoa. For soars? Dankshers?
Thanks, Soars. Oh, there was a Friday fact that I didn't think about yesterday.
Friday fact: did you know Factorio is actually programmed by sentient toasters? It's true. What's the Friday fact about?
Abstract rewiring. There's a bunch of it's the wires.
Let me switch first.
Manual ghost wires. Let's see.
The buy button in order to protect Citadel, and then lied to Congress when he told them under oath that he didn't do that. This seed narrative proves just sticky enough to keep people emotionally invested, and from there apes crowdsource the explanations, tacking on more and more oblique ideas lifted out of the complexity and obfuscation of capital markets in order to explain why this thing is still primed to pop. Part of what makes MOAS persuasive, why people buy in, is that very complexity and obfuscation. People come into the subject with well-founded skepticism of Wall Street. The narrative that Wall Street is corrupt, reckless, and greedy is persuasive in no small part because it isn't wrong. So meme stock proselytes present themselves as the ones who are cutting through the darkness, exposing the deliberately obfuscated truth of how the market really works, democratizing the ivory tower of finance. Now, despite its reputation, finance as a subject is in fact something that you, a layperson, can learn. It is a lot less impenetrable than it seems. Wall Street is awash with B- students who wrapped their heads around it. You can too. But we need to be careful here because just because the subject is more accessible than you might think, that doesn't mean it's devoid of actual honest-to-God complexity and nuance. Understanding how to evaluate a mutual fund or trying your hand at making money day trading is not that complex. Understanding loopholes in securities regulation is. So in the theory of MOAS, we have a collision of the rhetoric of the democratization of finance with the actual impenetrable stuff that even the majority of the people on Wall Street don't bother to understand. And the systems of the economy are so intertwined and obtuse that it's possible to sculpt almost any story one can imagine through the framing. It is a perfect recipe for someone to very confidently present you with extremely wrong information that you have no reference point to evaluate from. And if it wasn't already clear, MOAS is almost totally devoid of any actual economics. Like, think about it. Their theory is that Wall Street is so reckless and greedy that they have created this powder keg that will allow apes to make unfathomable amounts of money off of MOAS. But despite this powder keg sitting in the open where Redditors could stumble into it, no one on Wall Street is greedy or reckless enough to pursue it, despite having substantially greater resources at their disposal to do so. And the conspiracy apes claim to be unraveling is both incredibly vast and yet leaves no material evidence. No memos, no emails, no insiders, just ghosts in the trading data. But also, apes will readily discard the data if it tells the wrong story. They'll just claim the price is fake, the stock is manipulated, bad news is deliberate misinformation, you can only trust the numbers when the line goes up. Since you can't trust news, data, or even company filings, the only thing to do is buy at any price and hold for MOAS. The mother of all short squeezes is a lot of things, but it's not a trading strategy. But please, if you think this is at all unfair to the ape thesis, feel free to do your own research. Peruse the Superstonk flipbook page with over 200 Reddit posts dressed up to look like books. Enjoy such critically acclaimed works as The Billionaire Boys Club by Badass Trader, Trust, Death, and Divorce, the parts of Ken Griffin's life that haven't been published, and Infinity War, the Final Exit DD compilation by Gherkinet. Regardless of the lack of actual finance underpinning it, we do need to establish some basic literacy in order to explain why it all falls apart and to contextualize what's so fascinating about the community that has grown up around it. So real quick, what is a stock anyway? Stocks or shares aren't a real thing. They're an intangible legal claim to some portion of a company or venture. They exist entirely in the realm of the social contract, and in some form or another are as old as civilization. Somewhere in ancient history, a couple people got together and were like, hey, let's pool our resources, dig a mine, and then split the proceeds. And in that moment, the share was born. Then, the second dude was like, hey, I don't really want to run a mine anymore. I'm trading my share of the mine for a goat farm. And now you have invented an equity market. Today's equity markets are a vastly more complex version of that. And the whole thing is in a constant state of flux, but the core concept is still there. A stock is an intangible bundle of legal rights that you can sell. But you're probably thinking to yourself, what about stock certificates? Hundreds of years ago, if you wanted to sell your shares in a mine, you'd need to go to the company offices where they keep the ledger of all the people that own a share in the mine, tell them, I'm selling my share to this guy here, take me off the list, and put his name instead. Upsides, the company knows exactly who owns what portion of the company. Downsides, huge pain in the ass. To address the fact that this was a pain in the ass, some companies decided to embody the intangible rights into a tangible object, a certificate, a piece of paper imbued with legal magic that says possession of the paper is identical to possession of the legal rights, so that people who wanted to sell their share or even just a portion of their share could do so by handing over the certificates. But that's not a perfect system. You've probably already thought of some flaws, and once the telephone was invented, it became its own pain in the ass. What do you mean I need to actually move a box full of magic paper from Brooklyn to Manhattan? What a waste of time. Glossing over 100 years of securities regulations following the invention of the telephone and then the computer, the model that we currently use is what's called securities entitlements and beneficial ownership. When you buy shares via Robinhood, your shares are kept in a central depository, the Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation, or DTCC, with Robinhood's name on them, and then Robinhood keeps their own list of which of their clients owns what, forming a chain of beneficial ownership. Now, the DTCC, the New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, these are not government entities. They're private corporations that are overseen by the Securities and Exchange Commission, the SEC, which is part of the government. They are designed as self-regulating organizations. That's a phrase that throws up some red flags, but it is a term with a specific meaning. Designating an organization as self-regulating gives them some slack to do their neoliberal profit motive routine, subject to the approval and oversight of the regulator. If they want a new toy, they can have it, but we aren't paying for it. None of this means that self-regulating orgs or the SEC get automatic or unwavering faith, but it means you can't just claim self-regulated is synonymous with unregulated to explain why this vast conspiracy has
You know what did that? Space exploration in satellite view mode.
Yeah, I think part of that was apparently how the system was wonky, because apparently that might even work in vanilla when you like blueprint things. You get some mechanic of that.
Completely unchecked. The actual stock market and its mechanics suck in the worst possible way. The usual way. They carry literal centuries of bad habits, cut corners, and self-interest. We didn't end up with high-security bank vaults full of jumbo-sized
it's different from the one that you actually use in
the
recipes.
best system. The central
There's no
depository model
abstract
of
one
clearing
for
and settlement
messing
has a
with
lot of
polls.
genuine flaws. The kind of stuff that fuels beef
This is
between
also getting
experts
applied
in the
to
uniform commercial.
Spidertron and artillery remotes and that kind of
Perhaps
thing.
Professor Coogan's criticism of the amendments may really be due to the fact that they transfer the provisions on creation and perfection of security interests in uncertificated securities from Article 9 to Article 8.
And most of this was just
Practitioners
about
under
how
Article
they
9
had to
have been
redesign
known
how
to
wires
harbor a
worked.
jealous regard for that area of
Because they need to
practice
do
which has
something in the
traditionally
system
been
was
their
causing
own.
problems.
Savage. All this is to say that criticisms of
redesign
this
it
system
to
are
cover
very
rather.
easy to find, but it's also very easy to misunderstand what you're looking at. The primary lens that apes view this complex market through is, of course, the short sale. Because it is the one thing they know about the stock market, it is the only thing that matters. It is made compelling by the fact that short selling is controversial well outside ape circles and has been for a very long time. It's been called blatant thuggery by US Congressman Dennis Hastert. The Malaysian Finance Ministry wanted to cane short sellers, but light, similar to the punishment carried out on juveniles. During World War I, the New York Stock Exchange imposed short-selling regulations in part out of fear that German spies would utilize short sales to harm the economy. But for apes, who were introduced to the concept by The Big Short, it's a personal insult.
Short everything that guy has touched. I want 500 million more swaps.
And all the while, short sales have the unique quirk of putting downward pressure on the stock price by increasing supply. So short sales do contain a self-fulfilling component. Now, there's a Nobel Prize in economics waiting for you if you can quantify that self-fulfilling element, but for apes, the theory alone is enough to overwhelm all other considerations. For them, it goes to the furthest possible extreme. Short sales can kill a profitable company stone dead. When taken in combination, short selling becomes a literal conspiracy. The act itself becomes financial terrorism.
Dark
Quite
souls.
literally, whatever retail buys, they short. If an institution's
say.
holding it, it's not going to get shorted. Why do you think Amazon became the most overpowered merchant there is? I work for the company and I can tell you. It's because retail wasn't holding it. So then their ticker can go up because institutions were holding it.
One of the truly revolutionary moments in the development of MOAS as a theory came when apes dredged up a conspiracy theory favored by dot-com companies who were convinced that they were being targeted for destruction by naked short sellers. Naked short sales are kinda tricky to talk about because the well of discussion is so poisoned by these conspiracy theorists. A naked short sale is when you generate a short sale without actually borrowing a share first. It is a real thing. It is illegal and has been for a while. People have gone to jail for doing it. It was a historical problem, but not for the reasons apes and their ilk claim. The problem is compounded by the fact that a number of legitimate market mechanics resemble naked short selling if you squint. So there's the real thing off over in the corner that people go to jail for doing because, like, there's evidence of their crimes. And then there's a fantasy version espoused by cranks where shadowy figures destroy companies for profit without leaving any evidence. The infuriating thing is that it really kind of doesn't even matter because most apes don't bother to distinguish between regular short sales and naked short sales. Apes start from short sellers are the bad guys and rail against anything that enables short selling, like stock lending, which is obviously important to short selling because you can't borrow a share unless someone's lending them. Apes only rope in a crank version of naked shorts when they eventually need to explain why there's no evidence of the short position that would need to exist in order for the short squeeze to still be on the table. So let's walk through it. In mid-March of 2021, a Reddit post on Wall Street Bets received 22,000 upvotes arguing that the squeeze hadn't truly ended.
Anybody with a brain knows that GME is not fundamentally worth its current price of this post at $215 per share. The main talking point across all the investing subreddits and news outlets was the fact that GME's short percentage reached a height of 140%. But what does a 140% float mean? Did the hedge fund short/borrow more shares than even existed? Well, yes, that's called naked shorting, but it's more complicated than that.
By the standards of present-day theories, this is rather quaint. The Redditor mistakenly believed that the short sellers had survived the squeeze by purchasing shares created by market makers whose job is to trade to customers regardless of whether they own the asset at the time, mandating something resembling naked short selling at times. To the author, the excessive short interest was clear evidence of a naked short position of at least 40% of the entire share count. That isn't sound. In fact, it misunderstands basic mechanics of how a short sale even works. In this instance, we've exceeded 100% short interest because buyers are blind to the intent of the seller. No new shares have been created. A single share can be bought lent, and sold as many times in a row as there are parties willing to engage in the trade. Mere days later, an article would be discovered from the blog oilprice.com, your #1 source for your oil and energy news. The article reframed the GameStop incident not as a short squeeze nor as a retail frenzy, but as a skirmish between retail investors and manipulative, illegal, naked short selling. GameStop was the victim
These wolves
of
are
a
freaking
malicious
stupid.
short attack. The exact same thing that is happening to the Canadian mining sector. This article would validate the ape's anxieties. The
No,
buy
they're
button
wolves,
wasn't
you
some
weren't listening.
isolated incident predicated on boring
they can't be
details about
stupid
credit
unless
and
they're
margin.
wolves.
This was systemic.
think that's
Wall Street has been doing stuff like this to companies since the dot-com bubble. The squeeze needed to be killed because apes
I was
were
trying not
onto
to run
something.
past things for a bit,
As a
but we're
conspiracy
done.
theory, these narratives
Screw you,
of naked
DLC.
short attacks endure because they're convenient, impossible to
Coward.
disprove, but there's also
I'm not dealing with the
just
packs of
enough
wolves
truth
any
to
longer.
it that it can't be debunked
Between
like
them and the
typical
trees and
conspiracy
everything
theory.
else.
To this end, apes become very concerned about ideas of fake ownership and fake shares. Two separate ideas with their own implications. You need to have real ownership of real shares. As demonstrated earlier, the subject of what owning a stock even is kinda a weird mess built on centuries of jank, which makes it really easy for apes to simply describe it as fake ownership. Beneficial ownership via a broker is just an IOU, and they're probably lending your shares out to short sellers, which means financial terrorism. The term fake share refers to numerous different ideas, and they can be used interchangeably. The specifics are irrelevant. It could be the dilutive effects of naked shorts, mislabeled orders, rehypothecation, the obligation warehouse, the ghost of the stock borrow program, or persistent failures to deliver. Doesn't matter. They've churned through a dozen different theories for where fake shares might be coming from and might be hiding. For apes, trading is like a video game, and they're all collectively hammering away to find an exploit to steal Ken Griffin's fat loot. The actual end boss that apes are at war with is reality. GameStop at this point in March is still massively overvalued, and the participants in the January 2021 frenzy are
Well, that was
either
an
cashing
adventure.
out some sweet gains or cutting their losses. The apes who are in really deep are convinced that it's going to shoot back up any day now, but it doesn't. It's volatile, it swings a lot on any given day, but the ultimate trend is down, and the explanation they come up with is that clearly this is because of short attacks. Normally, short attacks are specific, identifiable transactions made with the intent of spooking investors and triggering a wider sell-off. To apes, they are persistent, invisible, and need to be occurring in such high quantities as to defy all reason. Therefore, they must be occurring via naked shorts, and the attackers are avoiding closing the position somehow. So logically, if the only reason the price is going down is because of these short attacks, then that must mean that GameStop is accruing more and more short interest with each one. The actual short interest in GameStop peaked at 140%, which is an astoundingly reckless situation and is the reason Melvin ate dirt, but once the apes ran the numbers themselves, they valued the true short interest at over 9,000%. And that number is pretty old at this point. Within a year, history would be rewritten, and it would be claimed that the catalyst for the GME squeeze wasn't FOMO or memes, it was the discovery of fake shares. So the idea is that there are a handful of real shares lost in the slurry of fake shares. Apes need to get their hands on these real shares, and how they go about this is very funny. As an example, there is a theory that stock options require the broker to deliver a real share. So some apes try to exercise out-of-the-money options. They want to buy shares for more than their current market value, deliberately losing money. That kind of behavior is indicative of an investor who has either made a mistake, is trying to manipulate the stock price, or is just incredibly stupid. Possibly all three, so intermediaries won't let you do it. When their request is refused, apes go nuclear at the customer support reps, making sovereign citizen-esque arguments as to why it's criminal for them to infringe on the investor's God-given right to lose money on purpose. But above all else, true ownership demands the use of the direct registration system. DRS allows the investor's ownership of a security to be recorded in their own name on the books of the issuing company's transfer agent. It exists to make this circuitous mess more palatable by giving investors an alternative, and it has a few legitimate functions. There's nothing wrong with DRS as a concept, but apes, again, distort it to the point of being barely recognizable. Apes gravitate towards it initially as a catalyst for MOAS, a way that they can force the hypothetical 9,000% short interest to close, and as a belief that there's so many fake shares in circulation that direct registration is the only way they'll be able to prove they have real shares during MOAS. But it very quickly evolves into a loyalty ritual.
And you know it's always tomorrow until it's today, so I guess I'm just hodling it till I get paid and I DRS, DRS, yeah, DRS, de-arrested, DRS, de-arrested, DRS.
The central depository model was built to specifically enable transactions to occur quickly. It was built to be brutally efficient above all else. DRS, by design, reintroduces inefficiency in transferring ownership. It makes selling your shares more expensive, and it's slow. Many transfer agents require you to send important requests by mail, like with an envelope. That makes it a kind of symbolic castration. You're proving your conviction to the cause by hindering your ability to sell. It's community policy to keep your entire stake in DRS. If you keep some portion of it with your broker, it means you're enabling them to lend your shares to short sellers and commit financial terrorism. And the only reason you would keep the shares with your broker is if you were planning to sell. You aren't thinking of selling, right? Having opted into DRS, the shareholder receives mail from the transfer agent as evidence of their ownership. These letters are regularly paraded on the subreddits, posed alongside other sacred objects demonstrating loyalty to the company. God, a lot of these have firearms. Somewhere within this process, the ape ascends to the status of a bona fide shareholder. They hold real shares entirely locked out of the reach of Wall Street. So I want you to visualize this. You're hooked on watching the price of GameStop every day. Whenever the price goes down, which it does often, it's because Ken Griffin, who orchestrated to kill the squeeze, is illegally naked shorting GME in order to suppress the price. So every week, GME continues to accumulate more and more short interest. That means that every day the theoretical payout of MOAS gets larger and larger. In fact, the plausibility of Citadel ever willingly closing, ever slowly winding down their position, grows more and more impossible. MOAS becomes inevitable. Once the conspiracy is unveiled, something like 99% of GameStop shares will be revealed to be fake at the same time it's revealed that Citadel needs to buy back 90 times GameStop's value worth of GME. The short sellers now need to buy back real shares, which are exclusively held by apes. This alone would be absurd, but it gets worse. Under the infinity pool theory, apes will simply refuse to sell their shares. The supply will literally be zero, so the ticker might as well read infinity. It's just supply and demand. The plan is to never let the short sellers cover their position and hold them hostage in a basement and drip feed them one share at a time, with each ape making wife-changing money with each sale. The purported values are childish and totally arbitrary, ranging from $10 to $500 million per share as we've seen. The limiter on this is naturally, reality. Citadel can't pay infinity dollars per share, nor can they pay 10 million a share. But don't worry, apes have already mapped out how the dominoes will fall.
What if the unthinkable happens and more than 60% decide to hold GME to at least 7 figures? DTC can only cover 67 trillion. What happens then? Then it goes to the Fed, Raj. The Fed has to turn on the printer.
So Citadel will be vaporized the instant the news breaks, and their obligations will flow to the central depository itself. A central depository has never defaulted before. We don't know for certain what will happen. But apes have done their research and all agree that in the event the DTCC goes bust, the first priority for compensation will be bona fide shareholders to the detriment of all others. Like, that 67 trillion figure suggests that the DTCC will liquidate your dad's investment portfolio to buy shares in GameStop. Once the depository defaults, we get something resembling global financial collapse. but the US government still has an obligation to compensate the Redditors for their losses. In the pure version of MOAS, apes take up the mantle of god kings of a whole new economy. Their new market would be blockchain-based, trading stock as NFTs, forcing short sellers to track down and return specific identifiable shares because apes have a collective fantasy about being personally contacted by short sellers begging them to sell. MOAS realists argue instead that the US government, faced with this existential crisis, will simply cut a deal with the apes, and whether apes ought to squeeze the White House is a point of contention within the movement. So, to sum up, MOAS is an infinite money glitch built on the idea that Wall Street as a whole conspires to smother dying companies through naked short sales. They do this through exploiting flaws in securities ownership and stock lending to produce fake shares. GameStop avoided its execution because Redditors intervened via a coincidence of destiny, and that positions GameStop as a catalyst to unravel the greatest fraud in history, with a side effect being that the US government will hand the keys to Fort Knox to a bunch of Redditors as a down payment for their shares in video game retailer GameStop. So that's the play.
I just want
All
you to
the
know
apes
I
need
just
to do
got that
now
bridge with my whip.
is find evidence of some fake shares.
Very sharp.
How hard can that
Very
be?
pointy.
Yeah, I'm picking up more GameStop. I'm picking up more Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm super excited for Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm seeing a lot of bullish sentiment on.
Alright, well, there's only 7 more gorillas to kill. Woo! We're at gorilla 799. Coincidentally, I didn't even plan that. That's just coincidence. So clearly,
That's just
number
gorillas.
800 is going to do something, right?
No.
Correct. Odds are we don't get anything in these last 7, and then we can move on with our lives.
What a stupid place.
What?
I tried going down the roots and fell to my death because the roots are fucking awful.
Ah, Groot.
Oh, okay. Just trying to even get down to that root's just instant death. Great.
Online, a lot of really good peer-reviewed theories, some DD. You know, Cohen's still in this play. Icon's in this play. We're going to see some collaboration between those two. Icon, through Newell Brands, buys up Bed Bath & Beyond, spins off Bye Bye Baby to Cohen. He merges that with Teddy, and that forms the foundation of Jamerica, which lights the fuse on the rocket for GameStop.
So how do you prove that fake shares exist? The company will tell you how many shares they have issued. They will call it the total outstanding share count. For example, here's GameStop's 10Q from June 2021, reporting 71,815,131 outstanding shares. But that is the number that is supposed to exist. If you think fake shares are being introduced into the system, that number is only useful to check your work. You have to do a share count. True, rigorous investigations of share counts occur so rarely that there isn't really a good comparison to draw from. At minimum, it's a hugely disruptive process that involves cooperation from basically every branch of the stock market. It's something GameStop lacks the authority to do themselves, and the mere mention of it might foster bearish sentiment. You know, suggesting to investors that their shares may be compromised with no basis for that belief. So it shouldn't be surprising that, to the best of our knowledge, GameStop hasn't acknowledged any part of the MOAS conspiracy directly. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. This means the apes are on their own to expose the conspiracy from the outside. The method apes first
Nice
latch
try,
onto
Lizard, but you won't
is
trick
via
me to my doom.
shareholder votes. We've already seen the issues that can arise from counting shares directly from the market.
the Lizard's
Totally
already
normal
dead.
business transactions can resemble illusionary shares, and it's not possible to work backwards to solve for the initial share count, especially when the number you're after contains an unknown amount of fake shares. When a shareholder loans their share for a short sale, they are owed a share. They still consider themselves a shareholder, but they lose access to their voting rights. Otherwise, you'd have one share providing 2 separate votes, if not more. That gives you a hint of where this is headed. One share translates to 1 vote, so if every shareholder is involved in a vote, the vote count should total precisely 100% of the outstanding share count. If the number exceeds 100%, that has to be the product of naked shorts, phantom shares, or dodgy voting. Overvoting is a real thing in corporate governance, and it's a whole complex topic that neither of us want to endure. Thankfully, the ape theory is extremely simple. They aren't trying to reveal a moderate discrepancy in the share count. They believe there are dozens of times more shares in circulation than intended, and that apes have already bought far more than the 72 million real shares. As the phrase goes, apes already own the float.
We know we own the float.
Let's set the scene here a little. It's April-May 2021. MOAS as a theory is still evolving rapidly, and GameStop has a corporate vote coming up on June 9th. Apes spend weeks whipping up support for the vote, promoting it all over Reddit, explaining how to submit your vote to your broker, and proclaiming it as an opportunity to really, truly, finally stick it to Wall Street, expose the criminal naked short attacks on GameStop, and trigger another squeeze. This was such a big deal that numerous apes traveled to Texas to attend the shareholder meeting in person, and thousands of apes tuned into the influencer live streams that treated this banal procedural vote with the gravitas of a major political election, waiting in suspense for the results.
Present more than majority of all shared. Confirmed more than majority.
Okay.
So there are.
So there are more shares.
Yeah.
There are more votes.
They confirmed there are more shares.
That's 100%.
No. They confirmed there are more votes than shares.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. That's more than 100%.
Yeah.
If that's a direct quote, if you have that and that's sourced, that's it. Because if we're saying more than majority is just 50%.
No. It wasn't majority. They said more votes than outstanding shares.
Oh, shit. That's huge. I'm waiting for that 8K to come out and say we had hundreds of percent more than what we expected. I'm literally expecting hundreds of percentage more than.
But that in that aspect, more than a majority, if it outstands the float, it's still more than a majority. That's legalese.
Well, but it was more than majority last year too.
Yeah. So it didn't work. GameStop didn't announce that 9 times as many votes were cast as should have even been possible. They just kind of nodded at the fact that voter turnout was high. This is actually how DRS entered this story in the first place. Dr. Suzanne Trimbath, or Queen Kong as the apes nicknamed her, has been promoting DRS to retail investors for 20 some odd years, and the utility here is the same as the vote. Since the number of shares that apes presume exist is some cartoonish multiple of the actual number, it should be trivial to demonstrate, and unlike the vote, this would cut brokers out of the picture entirely. Thus began an even more intense campaign to DRS GME and get GameStop to begin reporting the number of direct registered shares. This was a lock. Apes own the float after all. The crime is so vast that even mediocre participation will expose some truly unreasonable numbers. 80 million, 90 million, 300 million direct registered shares in a company that only has 72 million shares to begin with. And then comes the reckoning. Yeah, that one didn't pan out either.
Okay, so the headband, maybe I should explain this. It's an homage. Like really everything I do is an homage to my hero, DFV, or Deep Fucking Value.
And at this point, we need to talk about a man named Keith Gill, an instrumental figure in all of this, who those familiar with the story probably feel has been conspicuously absent up to this point. This is Keith Gill, aka DFV, aka Roaring Kitty. He is simultaneously extremely important to the ape movement and utterly inconsequential to our story, and for that reason it is worth profiling him in order to illustrate that contradiction. To some, he basically invented meme stocks, while to others he is merely the mouthpiece through which MOAS made itself known to the world. The reality, in contrast, is almost unrecognizable. In our reality, he is a registered securities broker who was working by day at the insurance broker Mass Mutual. In his spare time, he streams investment tutorials on YouTube under the alias Roaring Kitty and posts on Reddit under the handle DFuckingValue. Next slide. It is 2019, and Keith's hope is to become something of an investment influencer based on his Roaring Kitty investment philosophy, which, as the name suggests, is a small but aggressive strategy. Next slide. As the working subject for this, Keith has a theory inspired by a blog post written by Dr. Michael Burry that GameStop is undervalued. The idea is pretty straightforward and honestly rather modest. GameStop has been trending downward for several years, but has historically always seen a significant bump in value at the start of a new console generation, and the 9th gen consoles are on the horizon. Next slide. While consumer habits are shifting away from malls in general and aggressively to digital distribution for games in specific, and while GameStop's relationship with manufacturers and developers is no longer what it once was, Gill's opinion is the market is overly pessimistic about how much life is left in physical media. Long term, his view is that GameStop still has multiple opportunities to pivot the business to something more forward-looking, especially if they can expect a significant spike in revenue in the near future. This is an argument that GameStop is trading at $4 to $8. He feels it should be trading at $8 to $10 and has the capability of going reasonably higher as the 9th gen consoles carry the 2020 holiday season.
That's what I think. I think about GameStop. I think it is at least a double. I think it is probably a triple, but it legit could be a 4 to 5 bagger. It could be looking out, I don't know, looking out 6 to 18 months or so. Yeah, so that's what I think. If you disagree with that, that's fine. Like I said, I've been wrong about plenty of things in the past.
Next slide. Of course, he couldn't have seen the coronavirus pandemic coming and how that would both decimate brick-and-mortar retail, with malls getting hit particularly hard, and stress supply lines for both the retailers and their vendors. Next slide. Gill chips away at this thesis for over a year, streaming about it regularly, posting stream highlights as standalone videos, and defending and refining the thesis in discussions with other traders on Reddit, even as the situation looks ever more dire for GameStop, as the 9th gen console launch is set to be hammered by problems all the way up and down the chain, from raw materials to shipping stoppages. Next slide. However, as the meme stock craze takes root, and in particular identifies GameStop's unusually high short interest as a possible squeeze play, Keith is already pretty deep in on GameStop and willing to ride it out, for which he is rewarded pretty handsomely. Here is Keith on Christmas Day 2020 discussing GameStop breaking his original optimistic price target of $20.
Talent is Mr. Mumble right now.
Happy Friday, happy holidays.
No, you are the mumbles.
No.
Surprise! GameStop's up about 5x from when I uploaded those videos over the summer, so that's
I'm
great
just talking to
see.
myself.
Have a thesis, and by and large, it unfolds as you hope that it could. That's nice. So it shouldn't be taken for granted. It doesn't always happen, so that's great. And yeah, it's just to clear up some potential misconceptions. This was a true YOLO for me. when I was building this position last year, we had nowhere close to $1 million. I certainly do not drive a Lambo. We rent this house that you see, so it's been a wild ride for us as a family, and it has been just so much fun to experience that with you over the past couple of months. I hope you had some fun as well, and maybe if you even picked up on some educational elements along the way, all the better. But it has brought me tremendous joy to just share in this what has turned out to be a bit of a case study, right? As some of us feel, and it has brought me tremendous joy. And if you have had a good time as well, that makes me feel great.
Next slide. When all was said and done at the end of January, Keith quit his job and took home an estimated $25 million, for which Maxine Waters hauled his ass in front of Congress to answer some questions about what the hell happened and if, you know, he maybe did a bit of a pump and dump. Next slide. Keith, accurately in my opinion, insisted that while he was a higher profile member of the Wave, he
Good
was
news.
ultimately just another
I didn't
member
get
of
it.
the decentralized
No, I got
movement
something
and
rarer than a gem, I think.
All right.
Let me look up their drops. Got a spirit seed, which is 1 out of 625. Is it worthless? Yes. Yes, it is. This is all. That's all. That's all I've got. That's all I've got to say.
Congratulations.
That was my second to last gorilla, so we got one more chance to make up for it, but yep. Spirit seed. Great. And nothing. Get me the frick out of here.
As I recall.
I don't
Demonstrably had been personally advocating GameStop as a potential profitable move for well over a year.
Yeah, the frozen flower field where I got owned by PvP battle question mark.
I support the right of individuals to send a message based on how they invest. As for me, I like the stock. I'm as bullish on...
Add another member. Next slide. Keith, accurately in my opinion, insisted that while he was a higher profile member of the Wave, he was ultimately just another member of a decentralized movement and demonstrably had been personally advocating GameStop as a potential profitable move for well over a year.
I also want to say that I support retail investors' right to invest in what they want, when they want. I support the right of individuals to send a message based on how they invest. As for me, I like the stock. I'm as bullish as I've ever been on a potential turnaround for GameStop, and I remain invested in the company. Thank you. Cheers, everyone.
Next slide.
Apes read literally all of this as coded messaging. I like the stock became a shibboleth to signal commitment to the cause of MOAS. Next slide. Gil read the room and wisely peaced out, while he continued to participate in the scene at an arm's length, tweeting vague nonsense mostly in the form of movie clips. The
Ow,
length
what
of
the
that
heck?
arm
Stop
grew
having so much
longer
reach.
and longer as Apes grew increasingly disconnected from reality. Realizing that he was being elected to the role of cult leader, that anything he said, any company he commented on, would be baked and decoded as directions for the apes to take action on, and that such a position posed a substantial threat to both his newfound wealth and his personal safety should he fall afoul of either the SEC or the apes themselves. In late June of 2021, he unplugged his social media entirely and disappeared from the public eye. Next slide. Gil has been retroactively recruited into every twist and turn in the evolving ape lore. Everything that apes convinced themselves about naked shorts, married puts, the importance of failures to deliver, the need to DRS, has been imposed on Gil in absentia. Here, for example, is a post from May 2023, just shy of 2 full years after Keith's last public post, that outright advocates for conspiratorial baking. Refine your tinfoil until it is pure gold, and assumes absolute homogeneity between Keith's thesis and their own, which is to say that this poster believes DFV believes what they believe. Next slide. The poster signs off, of course, with "Follow the White Rabbit." Next slide. Although he almost certainly sold most, if not all, of his stake in GameStop and rode off into early retirement to raise his family, Apes remain convinced that he's still out there, hodling to this day, cheering them on from afar, if not guiding them from the shadows via Reddit awards.
Like, can I prove that like DRS works? Well, I mean, DRS has never been disproven. We just gotta trust the plan.
One of the things that gets litigated repeatedly in all of this mess is the definition of what makes a meme stock. I've actually got a conspiracy-laden email in my inbox that hinges off this.
In January 2021, there was no such thing as a meme stock. Despite the SEC itself putting out a report where they directly state that price movement was not related to shorts closing, there continues to be no definition of what a meme stock really is. However, examples of meme securities apparently include GME, AMC, and BBBY. The term meme stock in reference to GME seems like a tactical decision to deride GME investors without directly singling out a single company. Ostensibly in order to avoid bringing more
I hate
attention
rules
to
so
a
much.
company whose success is immediately threatening to financial institutions.
On one hand, meme stock is basically the new name for stocks that behave like penny stocks even if they aren't penny stocks, which is useful to a degree, and on the other hand is an attempt at identifying the why of meme stocks via a definition. Bed Bath & Beyond, in an April 2023 court filing, lists a couple of characteristics of a meme stock and why they felt it applied to them. The two characteristics that they identify are a general narrative of an imperiled company and nostalgia value. That's kinda a workable definition, but to cut through the noise, part of the problem with trying to pin down what a meme stock is that it's changed. A meme stock in 2023 isn't the same substance as a meme stock in 2021. The original meme stocks in the fall of 2020, AMC, Nokia, GameStop, BlackBerry, are defined by a gleeful contrarianism. It's not that there's a narrative of a company in trouble, though that is present in some cases, and it's not the nostalgia value, though that's also somewhat present too. Those were not the leading motives. What made a meme stock in 2020 is that aggressively, publicly, buying a stock in a failing company past its relevance is funny. The thing that truly separates a meme stock from every other garbage ticker is that the act of buying in and of itself becomes the meme, a combination of absurdist performance and inherently gamified exercise. In 2023 though, that wave has crested and broken. The joke is over, but the investors are still around, and as we'll see, the gleeful contrarianism is gone. replaced with stone-faced dedication to a perceived cause. So, what is a meme stock? It's a stock whose play rests entirely on a concocted narrative of a storied American company under assault that serves as a proxy battleground for the fate of the American economy, the vessel through which the true believers will manifest their apocalypse and rebirth the world into a golden age. It is a stock that is a candidate for MOAS. While any stock with a high short interest potentially meets this criteria, ultimately 3 businesses would rise to the top to become the canon meme stocks: GameStop, AMC Theaters, and Bed Bath & Beyond. Now, companies tend to have high short interest.
Alright, Gerdell, give me some good blood velds. I'll take it.
Because they're in bad shape. Declining market share, lackluster product, poor reputation, loaded with debt, and probably the number one reason, they're unprofitable and not making money. So it's important to note that the self-selection process here, the thought process created by the theory of MOAS, is going to intrinsically lead apes to invest in bad companies.
Yeah, so I've thought about putting one of these together. I've thought about writing a DD. I mean, like, check out all of these awards you get. It's pretty long, you know, but like, that's good, right? Like, the longer it is, the more due the diligence.
Following the vote, the apes were faced with their own fork in the road. Either they accept the results of their own test and acknowledge the prospect that they made a mistake, or they preheat the oven and prepare to bake justifications for why the overvote didn't occur. You don't need to be told which way they went. After the June 2021 shareholder meeting, there was a seismic shift in the tone of Superstonk. The goalposts shifted and damage control was engaged. Immediately, it began to circulate that an overvote was never going to be unveiled by the meeting, and it was in fact foolish to expect it to. Conspiracy theories.
I'm gonna watch my friend draft Magic.
Okay, have fun.
Formed to explain the lack of evidence of the conspiracy theory. Some apes were prevented from voting. Brokers normalized their vote counts before providing them to GameStop. GameStop isn't allowed to admit the overvote occurred. Whatever explains away the negative test result. The previous months of research became shockingly malleable, being rewritten the instant it produced an unfavorable result. And within a few months, history had just been straight up rewritten. The experiment did demonstrate the overvote, but nothing came of it. This is ape research, and it's worth an examination in its own right. Due diligence is the process of gathering a folio of data on a potential investment that explores the whole package: the company's financials, the state of their competition, likely technological or societal changes in the near future that could impact the course of the company for better or worse, how many people on the planet even theoretically want their product. It can get as intense as hiring someone to drive out into the woods just to make sure a mine actually exists. Because this is a real thing real investors do with a fancy sounding name, it quickly became an entire genre of post on ape forums. There is a delicate line for us to walk here. Learning and collaboration are good. I would love to stand here and tell you that apes came together and taught themselves how to invest and better each other's lives. It's a great story. Indeed, that's how the apes tell it. But this is not that. This is something...
Alright, we're back. Alright, it's time. It's grinding time.
Thing very different. Making money on the stock market isn't
potions,
difficult. A fish can do it. No one going long on biotech has a plan. But apes don't want portfolios that outperform the market. They want to manufacture events that cripple financial institutions while flipping off regulators. So ape due diligence, or DD for short, is rough. It is mythology cloaked in the veil of research. At the base layer, the first generation of apes have self-selected as victims of a pump and dump. It's a bad starting point because these people have demonstrated a lack of familiarity with the subject matter and poor judgment. Like a lot of victims of stock scams, many of them were denied a good education, and many have a poor grasp of English. As a collective group, they were weaned on Keith Gill's YouTube channel, daily discussion threads on Wall Street bets, and very simple rhetorical signals. That's the kind of material they're trained to take in, and they still largely took it in by declaring, "I'm just a smooth-brained ape. Can someone with a few wrinkles explain if my tits should be jacked?" Rhetoric and the broad strokes are what matter. You need to understand that shorts never closed, you gotta book rather than plan, and you need to hate Ken Griffin with every atom of your being. But paradoxically, apes sincerely believe they are collectively the Michael Burry in a sequel to The Big Short that has yet to be written. So while the details are irrelevant, they are driven to not just research, but produce their own original research. The majority of this early seminal DD was written by apes who joined the community well after January, many being verifiable bag holders, people who would be writing essays on securities fraud within 2 weeks of making their first trade. We know this because the authors will just flat out say it. Posts will often open with a short summary of why the author shouldn't be trusted. They will often admit that they barely understand the documents they're paraphrasing, but have attempted it anyway for the benefit of the community. The pitfalls are obvious. Like your standard breed of crackpot, apes are educating themselves to specifically solve a big problem. They are pursuing their chicken tenders. When they skipped the first 3 textbooks on finance and went straight to short squeezing Melvin Capital, they skipped over some fundamentals. But you won't find Ken Griffin's secret strategy in an open access course on risk management. Rather than backtrack, apes forged ahead into increasingly complex.
Alright, Talon, let's get us some crystals so we can kill more gorillas later. For
like some
nothing.
of the crap we had to read.
That's my favorite.
Furthermore, the lender is being asked to accept a new type of security interest, not the simple pledge, but one which perforce has to be a security interest in intangible property. The history of developing new security interests in purely intangible property is one that might give pause to even that rara avis, the adventuresome lender. When dealing with documents this intense, written by and for professionals, the only way a layman can deal with it is through decoding techniques. You pull out a fragment of a lecture or thesis that you can make sense of and treat it as the diamond in the rough. The rest is interpreted through speculation, rippling out from that fragment.
Wonder if I'll get any
It's a
thick
very
boys this time.
unsound way to approach research, and these people then immediately present to the class. Analogy is a favorite of the ape authors. Analogy in academia is used to bolster the substance, but since the apes were introduced to these ideas through The Big Short, analogies are load-bearing, essentially using the same language as Margot Robbie, but you're expected to act on it. It's not just lightly informative entertainment, it is, in fact, financial advice.
If the rocket is launched without preparation, it will bring down the whole fucking base. While the small explosives are going off and smaller players are going under, GME will have a lot more volatility. The powers that be will try to dampen that volatility as much as possible, since even a small ignition could set this bitch off. I believe the plan is to do controlled detonations until GME is the only explosive left to set off.
Computer share works a bit like a heat lamp, and what that actually means is an exercise for the reader. Their thought process is so shamefully reverse engineered that they need to make a joke out of the confirmation bias just to guard against that very real criticism. An unbelievable amount of their primary sources for the mechanics of clearing and settlement come from random emails to the SEC from 2003. Like, even if you presume that that material is accurate, consider all the obvious ways that a public comment on an upcoming piece of legislation
could be unreliable 20 years after the legislation has been introduced. That is how you get the apes frothing over long retired systems. They jumped in a time machine from the 2020s back to 2004 when we had the last hysteria about naked short selling, which itself was built off a half-baked understanding of the subject from the 80s. This leaves gaps. The result of all of this is a truly spectacular rate of generational decay in the apes' collective understanding of the thing they have devoted their lives to understanding. Despite becoming an increasingly ambitious ploy, MOAS devolved into an incredibly simple scheme in just a few weeks. You just buy GameStop shares and hold until MOAS, and the infinity pool will ensure you become a gorillionaire. ApeDD can only function to reproduce existing ideas or develop new mythology in reaction to new issues. Even the papers that look like they're doing the math boil down to buy and hold. It's a bad practice to cite a date or price for MOAS, so the only accepted values are soon and infinite. And all of this is regulated by the mechanism of social media. Some of this may be evoking memories of QAnon, and while the overlap between the two movements is non-trivial, for the most part it is simply that, as a social media-driven phenomenon, its ideas are shaped by populism and Reddit's algorithm. DD that the community approves of is showered with Reddit awards, praise, and clout, so there's an incentive, emotional and in some cases monetary, to, you know, have more DD. Adabit was a late arrival to the squeeze. The account's first post was on the 10th of March, and by the 14th he posted his first amateur securities fraud essay. By April 22nd, he posted the first in a series called House of Cards, that apes pumped to the point that it was temporarily the top post on Reddit. And naturally, it is almost entirely gawking at emails from 2003. Adabit was conferred a level of status that would see him named alongside the Queen Kong herself as among the movement's most prestigious thinkers. He became something of an influencer, complete with his own perpetually unfinished magnum opus, which, tragically, we will never get. He didn't acquire this reputation through good work, he did that by giving the apes what they wanted. For DD to be accepted, it needs to be simple. It can be long, but the whole thing needs to be fully summarized in 100 words max, because the most important thing is that it needs to reinforce the existing belief system, and no one will read your DD if you don't tell them you agree with them at the outset. All of this is enforced through the upvote button. DD that meets the community's criteria gets elevated, DD that muddies the water, or worse, spreads fear, uncertainty, and doubt, is aggressively suppressed. Regardless of the rigor of any individual essay, this is academia via populism. It is the ideal circumstances for critical thought to be suspended. The apes get to pick and choose what facts shape their thesis, and in doing so, they create mythology. This is why the MOAS theory can stand tall on a foundation of sand and vapor. The actual mechanics are interchangeable. Initially, they misunderstood how 140% short interest could occur. That led them to the stock borrow program, and while it proved their original theory wrong, it gave them a better alternative. So even though the stock borrow program is baked into the core thesis, it doesn't matter. They can substitute it with half a dozen different things. The failure of the overvote just proves how rigged the system truly is. Each theory is just a stepping stone to the next. They can never be proven wrong if they never sit still long enough for someone to debunk them. Real due diligence is as much an argument to stay away from an investment as it is an argument to buy in. Good due diligence will argue the worst case scenario. What if things go completely wrong? What if a new product just sucks ass and no one wants it? Can the company weather bad news, or will it fold in half? ApeDD exists to keep MOAS alive. As time went on, decoding became a more and more explicit form of DD. This started innocently enough initially. Keith Gill, Ryan Cohen, and Michael Burry were subtweeting apes very explicitly. Whether it was Ryan Cohen's official statements thanking retail investors for their support, or Gill communicating with apes through GIFs, these were thinly veiled messages to apes, but they weren't substantive. There was not a deep meaning to Ryan Cohen tweeting a fist emoji or reposting an ape meme about himself. But this normalized the idea that these figures communicated with apes through secret messages. And since these guys were never available to clarify or disprove theories, it cultivated decoding techniques that grew more and more ambitious.
DFB Roaring Kitty tweet deciphered. 1627 has to do with naked shorting options derivative cases, which ties directly in which SEC rule 10b-21.
Can you explain the connection just so my dumbass can follow?
All I'm coming up with is a couple of legal cases. Beyond that, I don't know.
Are we saying this painting is from 1627?
This painting is from a Wes Anderson movie.
But the Roman numeral on the right side is for 1627.
How's that tied to naked shorting?
GME, Rick and Morty, how the show might be hinting at us about the financial system and the collapse of Citadel via their own greed? This is how the 1% sees us.
Candidly, I've seen no evidence so-called fake or synthetic shares exist, but many of you disagree.
I love it. Basically saying, who am I to say the hedge funds are creating shares out of thin air? I guess we'll just pull back the curtain to see.
Adam Aaron saying there's no evidence of synthetics is actually genius. Just think about it. When he does pounce, they can't go after him for market manipulation because he'll have evidence of the exact opposite.
To a person with autism, words mean something. Every word does. Every symbol, every unwritten suggestive wink or nudge. We're really good at giving clues and seeing deeper meaning. I say we because I have Asperger's. We notice patterns and algorithms that normal people don't. And cryptic language is often our bread and butter. Yes, DFB, MJ Burry, even Papa Cohen are communicating with apes the only way they can, through cryptic means. And their messages are important. Remember, every word means something to an autist.
No surprise that by June, Keith Gill stopped tweeting altogether. It got to the point where AMC CEO Adam Aaron dropped his phone and tweeted out a single M, and apes became fixated on decoding it. Despite Aaron's efforts to dispel the fervor, Aaron's statements just fed into the idea that the M was significant.
Yesterday, I tweeted an M, by mistake, but many of you thought I was being less than candid in the denial, that the M must have meant something. Nope, just a tweeting this. But today, I am tweeting this, and it does mean something. Why?
Question for the tinfoils. Why did he leave that much space, what is it, 10? Between text and Y?
I think it's 11. I can't figure it out.
Ryan Cohen, the chairman of the board of GameStop, took one photo with notorious corporate raider Carl Icahn, the guy Oliver Stone based Gordon Greed is Good Gecko off of in 1987, which immediately cast Icahn as a savior figure in dozens and dozens of DDs. As conspiratorial techniques like this became more popular and more dominant on these boards, the line between vetted DD and speculation began to blur. Now, the solid AF DD was already built on the same foundation of sand as outright speculation, but there was still a clear shift over time. After the failed shareholder vote, naturally more and more radical explanations were required. All of these exist to answer the same question. Where's the evidence of the fake shares? Why aren't we seeing the answer we expect to see? The answer is almost always that the debt or shares were shifted into some new form previously unknown to apes. Since the ape understanding of the market is rooted very firmly in the realm of Googling Wrinklebrain explains short squeeze, that is, most things. So we start to see more and more out there instruments being introduced. They start talking about dark pools, options, ETFs, and so on, folding that material into a more and more pure thesis based on the naked short conspiracy. Maintaining a stable community built entirely out of conspiracy, insecurity, and resentment is tricky. To get them through this, apes police sentiment like few others. Even crypto, a product wholly at the mercy of sentiment, is more tolerant of bad news than apes because they are nominally willing to engage with reality as it exists.
They'll spin bad news like the collapse of FTX as good for the ecosystem as a whole, pretending that it's culling out bad actors, but they don't deny that FTX has gone sour. Since MOAS is basically a fantasy untethered from any real business fundamentals, the reasons to not buy in get longer and longer as time goes on. And so the restrictions on what is and isn't permissible to talk about also grow longer and longer. MOAS is, when you break it down, market manipulation via the prisoner's dilemma. The big theoretical payout only works if literally everyone holds the line. But simultaneously, everyone involved has both the personal incentive and ample opportunity to screw over the others, and knows that everyone else has that same opportunity. It is a philosophy that demands extremely strict orthodoxy. You buy and you hold. Discussing exit strategy is derided as price anchoring. Remember, the gains are not theoretically infinite, they are literally infinite. This leads directly to unhinged memes about apes becoming gorillionaires from selling one single share. It leads to stories about the post-MOAS world where apes don't actually need to sell any shares at all, ever. They just live off the dividends from GameStop for the rest of their lives, and for the lives of their children and their children's children. A future where one single share confers life-changing generational wealth. Sharp-eared listeners may have noticed that I said dividend in there, and they may be asking the logical follow-up question. Where does the money for these dividends come from? Don't worry about it. In fact, why are you so concerned with what other people do with their money? Are you just here to spread FUD and undermine GME? I'm just an individual investor who likes the stock and the company that is debt-free and cash flow positive, backed by an unprecedented movement from shareholders to direct register their shares in order to combat corruption in the DTCC. FUD is literally anything that casts any amount of doubt on any part of the plan. I don't believe that GameStop will be worth an unlimited amount of money per share. That doesn't seem possible. FUD. Why wouldn't the price peak and then come back down? FUD. I should probably set an exit threshold because I'm pretty sure other people are going to be selling too, and I don't want to miss the opportunity. FUD. No, but for real, where does the money for these dividends come from? FUD. Direct registration mutated extremely quickly from an attempt at proving the existence of concrete crimes with objective numbers, a thing it failed to do, into a loyalty ritual, a spell that if executed correctly would create the conditions that would allow MOAS to happen. A specific quirk of the narrative of MOAS, the idea that the apes are engaged in a phantom war with the short hedge funds, leads to various delusional but logically consistent outcomes, like the belief that anyone who is not on board with the play is a hired agent of the opposition. The rubberneckers mocking apes on r/GME Meltdown aren't merely trolls, contrarians, or naysayers, but hired shills, planted in ape communities as part of an elaborate psyops to undermine them and convince them to sell their shares so that the shorts can cover, which is of course predicated on the belief that there's no real shares available, which is predicated on the belief that there's some truly unfathomable amount of undetectable naked shorts, which etc, etc, etc. This is a clever word inversion. An actual shill is someone who stands off to the side of a grift and acts as an unrelated hype man. They posture as just a random independent passerby while actually having an undisclosed interest in the thing that they are helping to sell. A shill wants you to buy something. Naturally, Superstonk and the other derivative forums are deeply infested with shills, literally telling people to buy and promoting the virtue of never, ever selling for any reason ever. Here's a DD post literally structured for recruitment from Reddit's front page. The reason the DD posts have so many awards is because apes believe they could abuse the system to shill GME to r/all. They're not coordinating, though. They're all just individual investors coming to their own conclusions about what to do with their Reddit awards. In light of the community being 98% shilling by volume, it became culturally expedient to redefine the word so that all the shills would stop being accurately called shills. So in ape circles, a shill is any unbeliever. Predictably, this arrangement, where anyone who isn't frothingly committed to the cause is a hired shill, fosters an air of paranoia and has a rather extreme chilling effect on the idea of you know, asking very reasonable questions that would be extremely normal in any other investment forum. This paranoia extends to policing maintenance of the illusion that this is all just an organic, uncoordinated series of individual decisions.
Everyone's like, I want to make a lot of money. Let me do a bunch of research. And they're like, hey, here's what I found out. Everyone's like, yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. Yeah, me too. And then like we realized, oh crap, all of our predictions we've made as a group, individually, then as a group confirmed and vetted and picked apart, and the best rose to top, and that's how you get research. It's like the perfect experiment.
This feeds both the narrative that their behavior is not a mass hypnosis, but is instead the product of genuine rigor. And this has the added bonus of providing a basis to deter accusations of market manipulation. Now, while it's true that it's unlikely that we'll see a RICO filed with 20,000 John Doe defendants, apes seem aware that they're playing close to the fire. They are looking to collectively engineer an artificial price movement, which would absolutely get you in trouble if you did it solo, so they lean into the decentralized nature of the movement as best they can, and it's very funny.
Edit 2 removed some wheeze, etc. from my exit strategy after concerns were raised that phrasing my exit strategy like I originally did might be construed as attempted market manipulation. In the end, anyone reading this is just an individual ape doing whatever they want with their own money.
Users will incant, "This is not financial advice," and "I just like the stock," with the same energy as "No copyright infringement intended" in the description of a complete upload of Dances with Wolves to YouTube.
It's not financial advice, not legal advice, for entertainment educational purposes only. Anything I say is my opinion. Please don't make any financial decision based on anything I say in these videos. That being said, hit the like button, subscribe button, all that YouTube algorithm stuff, so you get the videos I put them out. See what I'm thinking, see me analyzing that data, but like I tell every day, the day they release us is false. Man, they give us a false narrative marketing. We can make bad trading decisions. Listen.
So the point is GameStop is operating smarter than ever before. And that's what people just don't understand yet. That's the public eye just doesn't see. And it's because of all the mainstream media FUD. And that's just why I think the mother of all short squeezes is inevitable. Of course, this is just my opinion. You literally should take my opinion with a grain of salt. I'm telling you, a stock is going to go way up because a lot of people like it. And I am just a guy on the internet. Why would you believe me?
They don't collude. Instead, there's an abstract infinity pool that happens to describe the abstract notions of shares that will never be sold. It speaks to their insecurity on whether they're safe to be doing this, and that concern is probably well-founded. Because, sure, the US government wrote off the GME squeeze as a one-off viral event and let everyone off the hook, but if the apes get their wish and really do deliberately risk collapsing the US or global economy after several years of organizing, yeah, I think the US federal government would sooner make that RICO filing than give you/Hopelas literally billions of dollars for his shares in GameStop. The whole of ape culture is persuasive in no small part because of how it plays off existing social anxieties. We are collectively primed for these narratives by a complicated soup of messages, a combination of distrust in financial institutions married with a mythologization of the stock market and a financial reality of stagnant wages and greedflation that make it feel like playing the market is the only possible way to build any kind of wealth or comfort. And that's just the stuff that's rooted in reality. Ape motivations are ultimately pretty simple. Their lore is complex, but their reasons are not. They're gambling addicts who are starved for social attention. The whole meme stock ecosystem actually makes a ton of sense for why it's as motivating as it is, since it combines all the addictive highs of gambling with all the energy of a soap opera. Every day there's something new. There's the constant drama of the price action ups and downs, though mostly downs. If it's not price action, then it's new theories, new DD, new moderator drama. It's very easy to compartmentalize as entertainment, to forget what's at stake is, you know, the family finances. Money is really easy to abstract away at the best of times, and it only gets easier when it's reduced and gamified, and when so much of it is irony-poisoned performance. Apps like Robinhood have already covered criticism for the gamification of playing the market, but even if that weren't a factor, the apes are more than happy to gamify things for one another and claim everything in the language of video games, the language of boss fights, grinding, and completionism.
Yeah, I'm busy. I don't have
That's
time.
already
Figure it out.
addictive, and it just
But
upgrades
I
to
forgot how to
weapons-grade
drink. I'm
bad
drowning.
times when combined with conspiratorial mindsets and the attendant narcissism, paranoia, and overconfidence. Gordon Pennycook, an associate professor at the University of Regina, in his pre-publication paper, Overconfidently Conspiratorial, argues that the actual defining trait of the conspiratorially minded isn't narcissism or a need to feel special, though those are observably common traits in conspiracy circles, but excessive overconfidence. This is anecdotally intuitive to anyone who has spent significant time in conspiracy circles, but it is this overconfidence that leads to the refusal to reevaluate beliefs, the assumption that they accurately understand complicated systems better than others, and, this is to me the most interesting claim of the paper, a counterintuitive belief that their opinion is in fact in the majority. The entire thing with apes policing negative sentiment is actually a pretty good example of that, in the way that they have an itchy trigger finger for calling anyone, even longtime DD writers, a paid shill if they say anything negative or disagree with a favored theory. In the ape mind, the only possible reason to express doubt that GameStop is being attacked by short sellers who are trying to kill the company in order to prevent MOAS is because you're being paid to. The ape thesis is, to them, so self-evident, so persuasive, that it's just common sense. Everyone already believes it. Inevitably, this leads to pinnacle echo chamber behavior. No one outside the bubble can be trusted. Anyone talking about apes is engaging in psychological warfare to wear apes down, because why else would you care about apes or find this interesting or newsworthy? The inevitable synthesis of this thinking is a warped worldview where companies no longer go out of business for any reason other than targeted destruction. Sears, Blockbuster, Toys R Us, hell, Enron get retroactively cast as the victims of short sellers. This is a lens on the world necessary to recast ape behavior, their quest for infinite wealth, not as self-serving greed, but as altruism.
Virtue has been a part of the rhetoric since the GameStop squeeze itself. Investors were engaged to buy and hold to get revenge for 2008 and finally let the little guy have his fair share. We won't say that people didn't genuinely believe that, but you can imagine how useful that narrative would be to convince apes to hold while you personally divest your entire stake at $400 a share. The continuing escalation of the antagonism of Wall Street has fed the apes' sense of morality. They are very much the good guys who are saving the world by holding shares in GameStop, but at the same time, they have, you know, ulterior motives. They want destructive amounts of money. They do that vile thing where every share is a tribute to certain deceased individuals. You know, a tribute that involves doing the thing that they already wanted to do. Hold GameStop shares.
Sandwich? This is a tribute to my grandpa. Rest in peace, Jack.
This creates fascinating and harrowing conflicts in the ape mindset. Some apes are here just for the money and find the activism or philanthropic elements to be cringeworthy. But in the fiction, they are literally involved in an invisible war against the most powerful entities on the planet, and are so in order to free us from our oppression. When they take the reins of the economy, they are going to do it right and be just sovereigns. It's a full-blown savior complex.
We will make the world better, whether it be locally, statewide, nationally, or globally. We are here to fix the world that Wall Street and the bad boomers broke. We will use our tendies for good, and perhaps get a Lambo in the process. Or in my case, a motherfucking Cybertruck!
But at the same time, they see the immense payout of MOAS as the reward for the tribulations they have endured. Billions of dollars in remuneration for the disappointed side-eyes they catch at family gatherings. They resent the fact that no one takes them seriously, and their philanthropy exists in tension with a very intense urge to rub all our noses in it when they're eventually proven right. Because we all had our chance.
Beyond the toys you're going to buy, who are you going to help? That's what matters. Because there are plenty of people to help. Now, you can't help everybody. You can't go save everybody from working a 9 to 5. They had their chance, okay? They could have got in. They could have done their DD. They could have done their research. We tried to tell them over dinner. They didn't listen. Whatever! They had their chance!
Okay. Because apes are so disconnected from actual fact, reality has been happy to deliver them an endless supply of great disappointments, week after week after week of failed catalysts, missed hype dates, deconstructed gamma ramps, and falling stock price, as the stock price of these unprofitable companies continues to decline from their short squeeze peaks. It's kind of really funny to watch this mass of people so deeply convinced that a drop in the value of GameStop is a direct attack on them when GameStop is currently valued well above even their most profitable years ever. As with any other apocalyptic belief placed under cognitive strain, this leads to aggressive fragmentation. One group says that DRS is the way, but apes just haven't been doing it properly, and an argument breaks out about plan accounts versus book accounts. Another group says that plan versus book doesn't matter. All that matters is apes need to DRS harder. Both groups accuse the other of being paid shills employed to distract, fragment, and mislead the community. A late-game DD theory is the belief in a turnaround play, that MOAS won't happen per se, but Bed Bath & Beyond or GameStop, or hilariously, some speculative merger of the two, will achieve MOAS-like valuations based entirely off strong fundamentals.
And the MOAS is irrelevant because what GameStop is building is a great company.
GME purists hold to a pure form of MOAS that's firmly rooted in spiritual loyalty to GameStop, which rapidly turned into a spiritual loyalty to Ryan Cohen.
Yeah, I didn't actually buy until March, but, I was reading the DD, then, Ryan Cohen, he makes this play into Bed Bath & Beyond, and everybody on the boards just gets, super hype about it. And yeah, anything the man touches is gold. He's a kingmaker. He's the book king.
So, who is Ryan Cohen?
Ryan Cohen is a bored billionaire who fancies himself an activist investor and a fixer of failing companies. He made his money selling the online pet food store Chewy.com to PetSmart, which he founded with a combination of venture capital and daddy's money. The official story of Chewy admits that they didn't get outside investment until 2013, but they hired a bunch of executives from Amazon and PetSmart right out the gate, and those suckers aren't cheap, so logical deduction is that, there was already some money there. Next slide, please. Ryan Cohen ran Chewy as a tech company, burning venture capital and running at a loss until they were bought out for $3.35 billion in 2017. When the company went public in 2019, the company disclosed a $268 million loss for fiscal year 2018, Cohen's final year as CEO. Next slide. In September 2020, as the meme stock wave was gaining steam, he disclosed that he held a 10% stake in GameStop, believing that the company could be turned around. Cohen wrote an open letter to the GameStop board in November, proclaiming his immense faith in GameStop's potential if they would only take his advice. On Thursday, December 17, 2020, he increased his stake to 12.9%. All three of these events were catalysts for GME. In August, GameStop was trading below $5. By the end of the year, it would be around $19. Next slide, please. An activist investor is an investor who buys stock off the open market and then throws their weight around and tries to take an active role in the running of the company, despite the fact that they didn't actually give any money to the company. Next slide. On January 11th, 2021, it was announced that Cohen would join GameStop's board of directors, and then in April, Cohen was made the chairman. Cohen made bold promises of a transformation into the Amazon of gaming. Next slide, please. Objectively, Ryan Cohen isn't good at actually running companies or generating shareholder value. GameStop's turnaround has resulted in a large amount of capital wasted on fulfillment centers that were closed shortly thereafter, a further retraction of the company from their global operations, and the launch of an NFT marketplace that the company describes in its 10K annual report as, quote, not material to the consolidated financial statements for fiscal 2022. Next slide. Ryan Cohen's one material impact on any business he's involved in as an activist investor is that he is followed by apes who, based on his limited role in the January 2021 run, have elevated him to a messianic role, believing that he is working behind the scenes to engineer MOAS and thus follow his investments. Next slide. This irrationally passionate fan base has succeeded in keeping GameStop hovering at an absurd valuation well above the company's actual financial performance, but they're also highly annoying, a burden for management to deal with, and a possible threat to employees.
So what I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna go to this store here and ask if they are hiring. Let's see what they say. That's Ryan Cohen strategy. I like the guy. I don't know if you like him, but I like him so much. You know who I'm talking about. You know who I'm talking about, right?
No.
You never heard about Ryan Cohen? If you're working in GameStop, that name should bring everything. So right now, what I notice is a lot of layoffs in Bed Bath & Beyond and a lot of recruiting, aggressively recruiting people in GameStop.
Yeah.
Most likely there will be a merger between GameStop and Bed Bath & Beyond into a bigger company.
I don't even know how that works because GameStop sells games and Bed Bath & Beyond.
The whole thing is gonna change. All right, so that's the plan. So GameStop is merging with Bed Bath & Beyond, and Ryan Cohen, he's not joking, he's not sitting as a chairman in this company, GameStop, playing with his balls. No, he's not. He's aggressively hiring retail people, and the merger is coming. When? The only one who knows this answer is Ryan Cohen.
Apes have taken to decoding any and all communication from Cohen for any coincidences that they can point to as indications that he is doing what they claim he is, because it would be very bad news for Apes if he were, in fact, just some rich loser who enjoys the attention. Next slide, please. No one wants to work with him, given the poor material performance of GameStop relative to its inflated share value. Retailers Bed Bath & Beyond and Nordstrom both told him to go take a hike after he attempted to buy his way into power.
You know, really, at the end of the day, the hedge funds, like, they should have seen this coming. Like, they targeted gamers. You know, we know what it means to just, like, grind a boss fight and like, you know, grind reputation in a video game. And so, like, you know, locking the float, we can grind that out. We know what that takes. DRSing everything, you know, all of it. We can do that.
Compared to GameStop and AMC, companies with products for kids and teens that at least have some connection to the nostalgia of youth, Bed Bath & Beyond seems like a curveball, until you realize that the Apes just followed GameStop's savior to his next project. When Cohen first disclosed his stake in Bed Bath, the resulting ape frenzy triggered Bed Bath's largest intraday percentage price increase since its initial public offering. Some investors bought in due to uncritical zealotry towards Cohen or belief that the Bed Bath play was a MOAS master stroke. Others believed he would genuinely rescue the company, while others just wanted to get in early on the next pump and dump. Whatever the specific reason, we're only talking about Bed Bath & Beyond because of Cohen. Cohen bought into Bed Bath because it was a dying company he thought he could save. It's cut and dry. Likewise, there is no nuance to Bed Bath's troubles. It's a brick-and-mortar retailer that was struggling for all the obvious reasons. Already declining sales, a failed pivot to private label goods, the pandemic and subsequent supply chain disruptions, poor relations with their vendors, and a disastrous stock buyback program loading the company with debt created a negative feedback loop where the company couldn't stock its shelves. The company reached the point of allegedly turning off the air conditioning to save money. Why Ryan Cohen thought he could right this ship is anyone's guess, but it's fair to say that he didn't have much tangible impact one way or the other. Presumably, he intended to rapidly work his way up the chain as he did with GameStop. Instead, the board resisted Cohen's influence, and within weeks, Cohen and the company had settled on an agreement to prevent a hostile takeover attempt. Cohen was fixated mainly on Bed Bath's baby supplies subsidiary Bye Bye Baby, insisting that, under the right circumstances, Baby could be valued on a revenue multiple, like other e-commerce focused retailers, and justify a valuation of several $billion. The claim, already loaded with caveats, was based on a years-old internal evaluation by Bed Bath, and we know now that it was hogwash. Baby was incapable of standing on its own without the subsidization of Bed Bath's supply chain, but this number is still cited by Apes over a year later. So in August, he decided to divest his interest in Bed Bath, but did so in a way that the kids might call sus. Cohen initially bought a 9.8% stake in the company, which needs to be disclosed via the filing of a Schedule 13D. But in the time following Cohen's purchase, Bed Bath was in the process of carrying out a share buyback, which reduced the number of outstanding shares and increased Cohen's ownership to 11.8% without him personally trading. As a seemingly irrelevant preamble, on August 12th, Cohen tweeted, "At least her cart is full, moon emoji," in reply to a scathing CNBC article about Bed Bath. He was required to update all the paperwork on his ownership by the end of April 2022, but didn't file the necessary Form 3 indicating a 10% or greater ownership until after the close of trading on August 15th. By now, it should be clear that apes aren't very good at all this. So when they saw this, they either thought Cohen bought more shares, or that, in concert with the tweet, he was signaling them to buy more, to fill up their carts, moon emoji. On the following morning, before trading opens, Cohen then updates his Schedule 13D to reflect the new number. Apes, again, see this as bullish AF and go crazy, driving up Bed Bath's share price by 70% over the course of August 16th. Cohen then submits a Form 144 to the SEC stating that he hadn't bought or sold any Bed Bath shares in the last 3 months, but was maybe intending to. After this submission, Cohen then divests himself of all of his Bed Bath shares, reportedly pocketing $68 million in profit on his initial investment. The Form 144, stating Cohen's intention to sell, goes public the following day on the 17th. This spreads mass ape confusion. Finally, on the 18th, Cohen amends the Schedule 13D and Form 4 to reflect his sale of his Bed Bath shares 2 days earlier. And that ends Cohen's long-term involvement with Bed Bath after about 9 months. Now, whether this constituted misconduct from Ryan Cohen is not a question we can answer, but it is a question worth asking. Unfortunately, we may never get an answer, because while a lawsuit against Ryan Cohen on this matter is ongoing, it's a mess. A self-represented ape raced to the courts in less than a week to file a class action lawsuit that put forth an unhinged account of this situation. According to the complaint, Ryan Cohen had been planning this from the beginning as part of a conspiracy with Bed Bath's CFO, who the complaint misnames repeatedly, and also JP Morgan was in on it for some reason. It's bad. The complaint is littered with factual errors, applies the wrong laws, and is just a train wreck from end to end. The case was wrestled off of the ape and an amendment was submitted that looks like this, but there's only so much the new team can do to alter the original complaint. So, it's unlikely that anything meaningful will come of it. If a jury were to find that Cohen's behavior was a deliberate effort to inject misinformation into the market, it would be a textbook example of actual market manipulation. It would be a situation in which retail investors would be compensated for damages caused by said manipulation. Yet, remarkably, despite this being a lawsuit focusing on giving the apes money, the loyalty of many of the apes remains with Cohen, so they cheer against the success of the class action. This is the end of Ryan Cohen's involvement with Bed Bath & Beyond. We aren't aware of him so much as mentioning it in the time since a one-off interview in November of 22.
You know, my views changed of the business, and ultimately I sold.
And yet, rather than apes accepting what's just happened to them, that their supposed genius activist investor who would make them all rich lured them into buying shares in a dying retailer, apes started to bake. The decoding goes up a whole new level. At this point, there is absolutely no communication from Cohen regarding Bed Bath & Beyond, so they need to both uncover the secret messages and then decode them. Cohen said he was in Bed Bath for the long term and then bailed inside 9 months. Did he lie? Did he rapidly pivot when things didn't go his way? Or was that initial statement always intended to reassure apes that he was in on the play regardless of how it appeared? The myth quickly became that Cohen didn't abandon the apes or give up on Bed Bath. Instead, Cohen had to work from the shadows to outmaneuver both the Bed Bath board themselves, who didn't want anything to do with him, and the short sellers. This is when we get that Carl Icahn tweet. Apes took this to be definitive evidence of a partnership between Cohen and Icahn, whose endgame was to merge GameStop and Bed Bath into a competitor to Amazon.
Deal's already done. We still don't know where Icahn's son is at. RC's yet to reveal himself. ICANN has to be involved himself.
Oh yeah, look at IEP falling, man. The timing of everything, man.
Yeah,
Come on,
man.
they like these people who don't believe in this shit. They want to try to psych you out and gaslight you into shit. But honestly, man, the timeline matches up. So honestly, man, I'm taking the gamble personally. So there it is.
And then in November of 22, Cohen publishes a series of children's books called Teddy. These are mediocre pro-capitalist pablum, basically exactly what you'd expect from a billionaire libertarian who is bored out of his mind and desperate for the approval of others. Apes, of course, fired up the industrial ovens and got ready to bake like they'd never baked before.
Ryan's children's books are actually hidden messages for us. Just look at those titles. China, money, running the world. Words can't hurt you, as in FUD. It's the only way he can legally communicate with us.
My daily tinfoil. What's up with the pattern on Teddy's signature shirt?
I know people think these Easter eggs are wrong, but I believe the deal was closed on the 10th, Teddy Day. And the 13th, Teddy's belt buckle, is when the filing will drop. Also, Merger Monday.
China is an anagram of Icahn. Teddy goes to China. That means Ryan has approached Icahn about a lucrative partnership. The books teach literal children to not put all their eggs in one basket, which of course means GME holders should also buy Bed Bath & Beyond. When it's 150, the clock hands point to 10 and 2, which means that any alignment of 10, 2, 12, 1, and 50 become valid readings of the hidden code. If you save your money, you can buy ice cream, which clearly means if you hold, then you get your treats, which is another signaling of tendies. I want to be the book king. Clearly he wants us booking our shares. General Tso's chicken, tokenized security offerings. It was rumored that Cohen was going to be buying a stake in Alibaba, the Amazon of China. But then also Cohen tweeted about James Cameron's Titanic, one of the most popular and successful films in the history of human existence, and Apes took this as an obscure reference to a potential announcement. And wouldn't you know it, February 2, 10th, 10, 2023 is both National Teddy Bear Day and the re-release of Titanic. There are too many coincidences. This is it. This is Teddy Day. Ryan Cohen is going to be announcing an acquisition of Bed Bath & Beyond with his good friend China, Reed Icahn, where he's going to spin off Bye Bye Baby and merge with GameStop to form Gamerica.
Exactly. And the shills call it all crazy conspiracy theories. Fucking RC can't just come out and say, oh, hey guys, I'm working on an M&A deal with Bye Bye Baby. Get ready to be rich on a specifically called out date. He said all he could say through the books. If you are really patient, one day you will have money to eat all the ice cream you want while taking care of your family and friends.
So, as I do it here and I see it, guys, these guys are expanding their catalog, but without throwing up the flare. Hey, we're getting bigger. So now what can happen for GameStop? GameStop can absorb Teddy at any time. And in verse, they already have it all set out. The map is there. He's been building it in secret behind everyone else. And now you have a partnership.
So let's take a moment to marinate on this, to consider just how far we've really come. We've gone from vaguely legitimate, if poorly understood and ill-defined theories on market mechanics to staring at illustrations of an old man fumbling a turkey in order to extract coded financial advice from the patterns on his shirt. There's really only one way this can go.
It is a reality that businesses often make poor decisions, misdirecting company resources to wasteful pet projects or failing to adapt to changes in taste, technology, and society.
So we've reached a point where apes are convinced that Ryan Cohen is going to swoop in and buy out Bed Bath & Beyond. Their evidence for this is overwhelmingly based on secret messages delivered to them via literal children's books. Their grasp on reality has totally frayed at this point. Every Bed Bath statement was a coded message. All bad news was just to throw off the short sellers. This meant that as Bed Bath continued to decline, the apes looked at it with distrust and confusion. In January 2023, Bed Bath & Beyond defaulted on a loan payment, and on February 1st, they missed an interest payment on 3 tranches of bonds. This is bad. We are completely out of money levels of bad. In response to this, they were approached by a firm, Hudson Bay Capital Management, who presented them with a deal that was completely insane. The deal is commonly referred to as death spiral financing, and if Lucifer appeared alongside Hudson Bay at that moment and offered Bed Bath an alternative deal, it'd be the same. These deals are the last resort, where the investor will offer a shockingly small amount of capital up front, and in exchange, they get to decimate the stock price to whatever extent is necessary for them to earn their return. A company signing a deal like this is the unambiguous signal that they've exhausted every alternative.
The basic arrangement of the deal is that Hudson gets preferred convertible shares from Bed Bath for a lump sum of money. Then these preferred shares can be converted into common shares that Hudson can immediately sell on the open market, with the number of shares generated based on the lump sum divided by the recent average value of a share, with a sweet discount just to make sure that Hudson always has a profit margin. These are called death spiral financing because they're a recipe for massive share dilution. The financer buys preferred shares for a fixed sum, converts those into a variable number of shares, and then dumps those shares onto the market, almost certainly lowering the share price via dilution alone, if not compounding negative sentiment and massacred investor confidence. The share price going down means that the next preferred share they convert will convert into even more common shares, which will further lower the price, which will convert the next block into even more shares, and over and over. In a mere 6.5 weeks, Hudson more than quadrupled the number of Bed Bath & Beyond shares in existence. Ape's diamond-handed buy-at-any-cost irrationality, their stubbornness, the very thing that apes tout as their secret weapon against the hedgies, is the exact thing Hudson was counting on to turn their profit. The grim irony is that apes are so predictably irrational in their made-up war against hedge funds and short sellers that it leaves them open to all manner of unique and awful exploitation at the hands of hedge funds and short sellers. The irony is so deep you could drown in it. The capital Hudson Bay offered was used to pay down debt. There was nothing left to fix any of the structural problems with the business, so the only thing the deal bought them was time. The Hudson Bay deal was terminated after less than 2 months as Bed Bath's stock price fell under $1 and showed no signs of recovery. And through this, the whole time, apes denied that dilution was happening, denied that it was the cause of the decline in the share price, denied that Hudson Bay Capital was the buyer, mocked the Wall Street Journal's use of inside sources familiar with the matter, and denied that Bed Bath & Beyond was even in the precarious position that Bed Bath was actively warning them of.
We need the proceeds from the transactions to pay our outstanding obligations under our credit facilities and senior notes, and to operate our business. And we expect that we will likely file for bankruptcy protection if the transactions are not consummated. The issuance of the securities in this offering will significantly dilute the ownership interest of the existing holders of our common stock. Trading in our securities is highly speculative and poses substantial risks to investors.
This is the context in which Heat Lamp is produced, a conspiracy whose every element is reverse engineered to offer a semblance of hope. Critically incurious, Heat Lamp is baseless speculation that squares the circle and explains away the continued failure of apes to crash the global economy after 2 full years. Okay, so get this. What if we assume the Computershare has an algorithm that manages their operational efficiency, and this algorithm works like a heat lamp in a diner. The algorithm moves shares into the DTCC in anticipation of imminent transactions. So what Wall Street is doing is rolling up a bus full of people into the parking lot. The staff start making hamburgers and putting them under the heat lamp. But wouldn't you know, the customers are all vegetarian and I guess aren't hungry. So now the DTCC can borrow the hamburgers and use them to create synthetic hamburgers, which can be used to cover Citadel's illegal hamburger sales, and then return the counterfeit hamburgers to the diner as if they were the originals. The perfect crime. But this wasn't the part of Heat Lamp that made it stick. That hamburger metaphor was buried inside a 5,000-word rant so incoherent that we can't even pull any usable sound bites. It's just walls of nonsense. The author's prior attempts at sharing this thesis had been met with criticism and mockery, resulting in mods putting the threads in the trash. So the core of Heat Lamp is this beautiful story of self-actualization, as the ape learned that his ideas are important and deserve to be read no matter what anyone tells him. The bulk of Heat Lamp is scathing accusations of censorship through intimidation by the mods, claiming that this banger of a DD is being suppressed by the mods to protect the interests of computer share and therefore the interests of the enemy. It's full-blown McCarthyism, and that rhetoric is what apes took from Heat Lamp. The ape influencers find themselves more and more in the same dilemma as conservative YouTubers who nurtured fascist audiences. They need to play to the crowd or risk being turned on. During the scripting of this video, Adabit, one of the key figures in the ape community who you've been seeing constantly, deleted his account in response to harassment brought on by expressing waving faith in the ability of apes to defeat Ken Griffin. Adabit, like so many DD authors before him, evolved into his final form. U/deleted. The soap opera conspiracy twists and turns, that's the fun stuff. The really sinister element of all of this is that it's not just socially engaging, it's addictive. Ape forums are littered with statements and sentiments that are stereotypical of gambling addicts. Apes are constantly talking about their plans to buy more, how they wish they could afford more, how they can't wait for their paycheck so they can get more shares of Bed Bath & Beyond. They use contrarian sentiment to justify their habit. The price goes down, buy more. The price goes up, buy more. Bad news, buy more. Good news, buy more. Thanks for the tasty dip. They suppress the price, I buy more out of spite. They hide their habit from friends and family, complain that partners try to limit how much GameStop they buy, and brag about going behind their partners' backs. They take money from friends and family while talking up the college degree worth of DD they found on Reddit, and pour it all into this slate of poorly run companies that they believe have been elected as the candidate for a mythological short squeeze. The entire idea of dollar cost averaging, an actual investment strategy, has been warped into pure delusional cope of averaging down as the stock price keeps plummeting. In their minds, it's a sure play, so of course it makes sense to lower your cost basis and thus improve your return, but even then, within the whole mythology of MOAS, if the stock is supposed to go to phone book numbers, then it really doesn't matter what your average was. It's just an exercise in sunk costs, catching a falling knife.
As for me, after holding from $350 to $40, price drops only get me more excited. Every price drop is a discount and another opportunity to buy.
The performative aspects are irony poisoned and insincere in a genuinely sickening way. A lot of the ape lore is easily discarded by their podcasters and DD authors because they ultimately know it's not true. The hype, the tinfoil, the coincidences, the wife-changing money, the Lambos, these are all the social performances needed to maintain the veneer wrapped around the pathetic core of a gambling addiction whose only hope for recovery is recruitment. It's the justification and distancing, the things that need to be true in order for the vast amounts of time, energy, and money dumped into these shares to not be a waste. But apes will still always keep one foot grounded, where they can say, oh, of course Teddy Day wasn't going to happen. That was just hype. For fun. The thing that January 2021 demonstrated was that the price can go to the moon for no coherent, sensible, sane reason beyond a bunch of people on a forum willing it into existence by convincing enough other people to believe. And if it happened once, then maybe it can happen again. But that constant doublethink, the constant cognitive dissonance of hyping up knowingly fake ideas purely to maintain energy in a failing stock play, to put on an outward-facing performance, to lure in new participants, because if you don't, if you flinch, if the irony armor cracks and you admit out loud that you don't actually believe, then it all falls apart. Reality becomes true, and then it definitely won't happen again. That takes a toll. The illusion must be defended at all costs, because the illusion is all there is.
Oh, he's dead.
On April 23, 2023, Bed Bath & Beyond filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Despite the staggering dilution deal, the company simply couldn't raise enough capital to get ahead of its debts, most of which were incurred in a stock buyback program that only ended in late 2022, long after the start of the company's decline. Over the course of May and June, they sold off the company piecemeal. Favorable lease obligations here, a building there, inventory, shelves, desk chairs, computers, basically anything a price could be attached to was sold off and the proceeds sent directly to their creditors. Apes, of course, willfully immune to reality at this point, considered all of this to be bullish. This would be painful but necessary, but when all was said and done, even if MOAS never happened, Bed Bath would still pay off handsomely. This was founded on absolutely nothing, rooted entirely in word games based on theories that the company failed to directly deny. The company itself had been warning them since January that in the event of bankruptcy, holders of the common shares would likely receive no recovery. Critics who predicted that the Hudson deal would merely upgrade the company's forced liquidation in Chapter 7 up to a managed liquidation in Chapter 11 were right, and Apes were wrong. Literally, nothing that Apes predicted came true because they aligned themselves into a movement that refused categorically to accept reality as it exists.
Trading prices for our securities may bear little or no relationship to the actual recovery, if any, by holders of our securities.
Bankruptcy proceedings plodded along, and the mythological Ryan Cohen reverse triangle merger Teddy Icahn partnership NFT dividend reward for loyal shareholders never emerged. In early June, the deadline for the stalking horse bid kept getting kicked back a few days at a time, from the 1st to the 8th to the 11th to the 13th. Since the stalking horse bid sets the tempo for further liquidations, rumors in reality were that the bids submitted were all relatively small grabs at specific assets rather than any move for the company itself, and the company wanted more time behind the scenes to try and rustle up a better offer. Rumors in the Ape universe were that the offers were in fact so good that Bed Bath needed more time to properly evaluate the true value of complicated share-for-share offerings of GameStop and Icahn Enterprises LP for BBBY. Again, Icah's sole involvement in all of this is that he let Ryan Cohen take a photo with him. The actual stalking horse bid, selected on June 13th, was Overstock, a $900 million company offering $21.5 million for the company's name, logo, website, mobile app, and relevant databases. Chalk another W up for the Wall Street Journal and their sources familiar with the matter. Finally, September 29th, 2023, the company formerly known as Bed Bath & Beyond canceled, released, and extinguished all shares in the company. Those intangible legal rights, the actual thing shares represent, ceased to exist. And you might hope that that would be the end of all of this. But, well, you know it isn't. See, there's always something
Finally
to
freaking
grasp
beat it.
onto.
What'd you
The
beat?
shares...
That stupid grave tender and his dumb wolf.
Gravedinder. Yeah, that was a rough one.
I had 7 HP and no healing left.
Gravedinder.
may be legally
Where's the
void, but it'll
bonfire?
take years
Nah,
for
you don't
every
get
last
one.
broker on Earth to remove the worthless
Please
husks
give
from
me a
Apes'
bonfire.
accounts
You'll never get one.
because of boring
Give me a Xenite, and I'll give you a bonfire. Otherwise, I will never give you anything.
reasons
Ever
like
again.
record-keeping
Xenites
laws and
can't
just
drop from blood
low
wells.
priority. So that's
Good.
years and years where an ever-dwindling core of
Questionable.
increasingly entrenched Bed Bath
There's the
apes can
bonfire.
hold out hope that Ryan Cohen will swoop in and gift them absurdly valuable shares in a company that doesn't even exist. The apocalypse is always just one more day away. Apes are in a
Glad
lot
I
of ways
looked up
the
tips for
funhouse
fighting the
mirror
boss and
version
then
of the stock
ended up
market.
not using
They're
them
not
and just figuring out how to
anti-Wall
dodge the
Street.
charge
They're
instead.
Sindare for Wall Street. They want to be scrappy, important,
God.
savvy underdog traders who saw an opportunity and
Oh, the
seized it.
charge is dumb.
They quote
It's
the
just
Wolf
a
of
delay
Wall Street
thing, I
in The Big
think.
Short because that's who they see themselves as. Sure, they say they hate Wall Street, but then they spend all their free time obsessing over funneling more and more of their money into the stock market. There's a desire, an instinct to try and tease apes apart from the rest of the stock market, to invalidate their approach as a perversion of the market, if not something entirely separate.
It can be said that the apes aren't engaging with stocks as an intangible signifier of a claim to some percent of a company, but as a wholly distinct thing, an entirely abstract vessel of value. Given the overlap between crypto apes and meme stock apes, whether it's GameStop or Dogecoin, it's really the same behavior. An accurate criticism of the ape system is that this behavior entirely decouples the price of the shares from the value of the company, to the point that companies like Bed Bath & Beyond are saying as much in their filings. The ape counter-criticism is that this is just how the stock market works, that they're just doing what the big players do. And this is a compelling conflict of ideas because it's wrong, but not entirely wrong. There is an argument to be made that in one sense, all stocks are meme stocks, that narrative and story are the driving forces of the stock market, that talk of fundamentals is all lip service, that fundamentals only matter insofar as they can be woven into the story. After all, the whole exercise is a game of trying to predict the future, trying to price in things that haven't happened but you believe are going to. And that is really just complicated storytelling. Both groups are telling a story and just sort of lightly gesturing at something external to the narrative that justifies its conclusions. In that regard, apes are, in fact, a reflection of the system. Really, the only major difference is that the things they are gesturing towards are not merely wishful thinking based on suggestive data, but entirely confabulated nonsense. Nothing in ape psychology is new. Addiction to gambling, the pressure of social control, we are all vulnerable to these in some degree, but when you get deep into these places, it takes on whole new forms. Apes are, as a result of their conflict with reality, particularly vulnerable to being further targeted by confidence men and other grifters. Some of them grift the apes for low-stake fame and prestige, some to wash their pet theories and gain support for their political policies, and some for plain old hard cash. It can be difficult to have empathy for apes because, frankly, a lot of them suck. They are conspiratorially minded and thus prone to all sorts of terrible beliefs, many of which dovetail into express anti-Semitism, making them ripe for recruitment into even more extreme ideologies. As addicts, they regularly make terrible decisions that hurt others. They talk often about stealing from their spouses, or at least hiding their addictions as they spend all the money in the shared account. Many are profoundly unhappy in their relationships, joking through gritted teeth about wife changing money and how much they resent their partners. Of course, it's easy to see how that mutual resentment might form. They lie, they steal, they recruit relentlessly, and they insist that others simply fail to recognize their brilliance. They stress every relationship they are involved in and routinely hurt their families with their reckless gambling. It's no mystery why the wife isn't too happy with them these days. These groups and movements appeal to entitled personalities, and the entire structure of their psychology and socialization is addictive and retentive. The narrative of participation flatters them. It makes them savvy, important, forward-thinking investors who are beating the system at its own game. They cannot leave, quit, or even mentally check out, because then they'll miss the window of the next big play. When the due diligence and quantitative theory are made up out of mythological nothingness, it's easy, even logical, for the upsides to be so overwhelmingly valuable that any behavior, no matter how craven or irrational, becomes permissible. It's tempting to see apes in their full performative hubris bragging about buying the dip and thanking Ken for the discount and think, you know what? They brought this on themselves. But no one deserves to be exploited like this. No one deserves to get shaken down by grifters to the point that they have no other choice but to become grifters themselves and shake down everyone else around them. No one deserves to have their ego and security ground down to the point that there's no escape, no reason to step back and admit defeat, no reason to reflect. Ironically, the biggest winners in all of this have been hedge funds. Sure, Keith and a few others made bank off the GameStop run, but half of them gambled their gains away. Hedge funds, on the other hand, have been able to play against apes and their predictable irrationality. Melvin ate dirt in 21 and closed up shop in 22, but Citadel started using Wall Street bets as a recruiting ground, and Hudson Bay made a tidy profit by assuming that apes wouldn't just buy and hold through massive dilution, but would outright thank them for the tasty dip. It is, as a phenomenon, an incredibly fraught subject for regulators because just How do you respond to this? Setting aside bigger, broader questions about what markets even should be, how do you respond in the immediate term to a group of investors with enough collective inertia to move prices, but a fundamentally flawed understanding of what they're even doing? The grim irony of ape culture is that it has the operative mechanisms of a gambling addiction without actually gambling. See, if it were a gamble, if they were truly betting on something, then there would be some actual odds of winning. Apes like to talk about high risk and high reward as a coping mechanism as the mismanaged companies they're betting on continue to slide out of business, but all framing devices like that assume that the thing you're betting on can actually happen. But the weakest team in the league can theoretically pull out a dark horse run and take the cup. That's a high risk, high reward bet. Apes, on the other hand, with their theories of MOAS, with their coincidences and Icahn secret reverse triangle mergers, with their fundamental misunderstanding of how a short sale even works, they're sitting around a blackjack table, convincing each other that there's a secret rule. That if you hit 31, then the dealer has to give you their entire tray. So hit me, hit me, hit me, hit me.
Concern them, and it's quite bullish. The short hedge fund's biggest mistake, in my opinion, is they
Ooh, ooh! I am the Crap Keeper, and welcome to my hastily assembled table of horror.
Wow, I don't know what's scarier, these pumpkins or your B.O.
Quiet, mortal, for your fate lies within this jack-o'-lantern. Crack it open and see what horrors befall you.
I just got a 1 out of 2,730 drop from these randos. Very weird. Can't get a 1 out of 300 though. Out of the other enemies.
My word. Shock 'em dead. Angel Martin, Stephen Quadros, has just made the deal of a lifetime. Fame, fortune, and beautiful women will all be his for a price. To become a rock star, Martin must give his soul, and to survive, he must feed on the souls of others. This isn't too bad. But Angel wants to possess more than just the soul of the woman of his dreams. Lindsay Roberts, Lords, is the manager of a rising rock
getting
band.
a 1 out of 2,730.
What did you get?
It's just a Dragonstone. I didn't even think. I mean, I think it's just a rare drop table drop because I don't think these guys drop Dragonstones. But yeah. I mean, Dragonstones.
No gems, but have this.
I mean, it is a gem. It's just a gem I have more than I will ever need of.
Excellent.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not mad. I'm mad. Pretty mad.
That has a talented new member. When Angel Martin joined the band, she suddenly What? Oh, sorry. I thought Angel Martin was a he. It is. There's no commas. I'm getting lost. But success isn't the only new thing in her life. They're still talking about Angel.
Which one's Angel?
Angel Martin, played by Stephen Quadros. Lindsay Roberts is Tracy Lords. Lindsay Roberts, Tracy Lords, is the manager of a rising rock band that has a talented new member. When Angel Martin joined the band, she suddenly had her hands full with concerts, contracts, and private meetings with Angel.
There's two Angels?
Angel Martin was having meetings with herself or hisself.
When they say she, they mean Tracy Lord's character, but it's phrased in a sentence.
Because there's no commas.
Right.
There's no, okay.
It sounds like there's another Angel Martin that's a she.
As Angel lures Lindsay further into his dark, mysterious world, the lines are drawn for a terrifying black magic battle. Ellipses. Against the ultimate evil.
Woo!
Grammar.
Ooh, exciting, exciting! Woo! Flee, mortal, flee! But you can't escape.
I'm sorry I'm late, Tony. I missed my bus.
She auditioned with that line.
And it's her only line.
You're hired. Oh, maybe she didn't even have to give a line during her audition.
Oh, she gave something during her audition. A letter of recommendation. Well, so funny. Is this our guy? Is this Angel who's going to turn into...
This is clearly a nerd. No, he's turning into a rocker.
Oh, he's a pervert, too.
Who rigged up that peephole?
That's a damn good question.
This man clearly rigged up that peephole.
It's a genius, people.
That's
Move the pepperoni.
Move the pepperoni. That's pretty good.
They don't pay him very much, but he gets access to the people.
Ernest Borgnine told him all about it.
You gotta open the peephole, the sausage, move the sausage. I'm too old to get up there anymore, but you can do it, kid.
Do ladies frequently take their clothes off in the storage room? Behold! Oh, hi, Jay.
So I just pull out a movie from the pumpkin?
Yeah.
Okay. We have Hollow Gate.
Ooh, like Halloween, but with a gate to hell?
When Mark Walters throws a Halloween party, Freddy and Jason wouldn't dare to come.
They're just hitting them all.
They stole that. That's the tagline for Night of the Demons, another Halloween film.
Huh.
There's so many names listed on the front of this cover.
Do we know any of them?
No. This is just a bunch of nobodies. The artwork's fine. You got, jack-o'-lantern with a knife in it and bloods. Like, why cover it up with all these nobodies?
Are they trying to distract you from the fact that they're blatantly ripping off Halloween's cover?
Oh my God. It's one sentence to describe the movie.
Oh no, well you gotta do it all in one breath then.
4 innocent kids go out for a night of Halloween fun, which becomes a Halloween hell when their host decides to feed his dogs. Oh no, there are 2 sentences. That was it.
Oh, okay.
Decides to feed his dogs. Mad Mark slices, dices, and mutilates his way through the most horrifying Halloween party ever. What are the feeding dogs? What is that?
He's gonna feed the dog the children? Something spooky. Yes.
I'm watching some Halloween.
No, wait. Just a little bit
This
longer.
is the worst now.
Dear.
I don't even remember this one. 2 years ago.
good.
Shock 'em Dead, Hollow Gate, and the
Didn't put anything in
Stevens
it,
Killer.
promise.
Yeah.
This is the season.
Yeah.
I didn't put anything in there either.
You can get away from a slow-moving farm machine.
Yeah, that thing's not gonna move very quickly.
No, it's not even scary.
If she was caught in like a bear trap or something, maybe.
Yeah, but she's just on her feet. She's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just standing there while this is happening.
Yeah, she really should be running.
Maybe this is that kind of like crop machine that goes like 85 miles an hour. Though. They made those in the 80s.
Oh.
They didn't know.
Oh, that's not it.
Like
paralyzed for fuck's sake.
Oh, she gonna trip? She gonna trip?
She has to. Something has to happen.
Something has to happen.
Maybe nothing will happen. Right?
Ooh, you cannot escape your dark destiny, Josh. There is no escaping my lair until you open the jack-o'-lantern, which contains the most terrifying movie of them all.
Oh, God.
How did that get in there? Try again. Maybe the next film. Ooh, you know. You know. Ooh. How do those keep getting in? You know what? You know, it's fine. It's fine. I'll just put that one right back where it belongs.
Come on, man.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. How do those keep getting in there? Yeah, fuck it. Just read this.
Oh. The Satan Killer.
What if you were the Satan Killer?
Ooh. A serial killer so evil he mocks the devil himself.
Unfortunate.
Ooh.
I don't think he kills Satan.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah, that's real spooky. Yeah.
This first-rate action thriller, another action thriller, sizzles with suspense from beginning to end with Steve Sayer and Billy Franklin, starring as tough, cynical police detectives hot on the trail of a vicious serial murderer whom the media has named the Satan Killer. Rich.
Yes! Ooh!
Yeah. Okay.
Just keep reading. Keep good focused on what you're doing there.
Okay.
It's very important.
Yes. Detective Steve Sayers' investigation takes on a cruel twist when the killer stalks and brutally murders his beautiful fiancée. The grief-stricken and enraged detective goes undercover to flush out the remorseless killer and dispense his own brand of justice. In the final, inevitable confrontation, Stevens wrestles with his own personal demons as he becomes judge, jury, and executioner.
What?
We're done. We have to go watch this.
Okay.
I mean, are you okay? You good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
Okay,
Fine.
good. All right.
Let's go.
Okay.
Ow! No. Mike, are you okay?
The fucking pumpkin's knocked over.
Ooh! Ooh! The horror has happened!
I think Mike's really hurt.
Oh, God. Can you call an ambulance? Ow! Help me, Jesus! She wouldn't even help me up.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Is that Satan?
It is.
Or Satan's killer.
Is Satan watching her?
Oh.
Oh.
Sure.
Yeah, okay, that seems redundant. I mean, you're already wearing a swimsuit.
I just figure once she's in the pool, she'll take it off. In case there's a psycho killer.
Because you can't see through water, Mike.
This one's a swim nude.
So I jump in the pool and then I take the bikini off?
There's a guy sleeping with newspapers.
Is he homeless? Is he sleeping on the job? Why is Satan Killer covered in flour now?
to make the squibs work better? I don't know.
Goddamn those kids playing with cherry bombs again.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Candyman Man.
Thanks for being in the movie.
Why, what's in front of us, everybody? It's a witch's cauldron.
Oh, we should make a brew.
We came all the way out to this haunted forest.
It's very spooky.
It's very spooky.
Why?
To concoct our witch's brew, right?
Is there like 2 graves back here?
There's more over that way.
Oh.
You can't see them because they're out of frame of the shot.
But those are the graves of the dead witches.
Yeah.
Oh.
They weren't burned at the stake or anything. They died of alcohol poisoning.
Right.
So we're going to honor their memory tonight.
Exactly. They own this cauldron, and they say in order to sit in their graveyard, we must make a witch's brew.
Then tribute we shall pay.
With high-quality Fleischermann's vodka.
You really went all out on the vodka.
I know.
That's the top shelf stuff.
We must honor the witches, Jay, with the lowest shelf vodka available. But we must not drink vodka straight.
No, we must add the witch's companion of Sprite.
Lemon lime Sprite.
Yes.
A beverage that dates back to the Dark Ages.
I've never even fucking heard of that in my life.
And lest we not forget 4 Freedoms Premium Select Gold Rum.
That feels like a made-up prop from a movie. That rum.
Also found on the second bottom shelf of the drugstore. What else do we got?
Oh, we got some fruit punch. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
The booze to
That's
non-booze ratio is getting out of control.
Geez.
Oh,
geez.
gosh,
geez.
is this
Okay.
where they all get freaking super drunk?
This will not end well.
Thus, we honor the witches.
I'm pretty sure every Halloween they get drunk.
Well, no, they stopped a few years ago because maybe of this episode
Delight.
where they just go way too much and they had to.
Witches brew.
No, because
Only the best.
the one where they got really drunk, they had to like they replaced somebody with
Yeah,
with
no, the ones
Josh.
that got really drunk.
Yeah, but Josh is already on this one, so I don't know. I just don't remember this one at all.
Said it was Halloween 2 years ago.
Yeah, it's Shock 'em Dead, the Hollowgate, and the Satan Killer. I just have no recollection. I remember them pouring a bunch of stuff in a culture. It's getting a little more familiar.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the
Oh,
Culture
toil,
episode.
boil.
Yeah, you
bubble.
wouldn't.
Why is it
You wouldn't
not
want
on the best to the
non-diet
worst
ginger ale.
playlist?
That might be unhealthy. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's bad on the liver.
I already have a hangover and I haven't drank any.
I'm not on the playlist right now.
2021.
Oh boy.
It's
Well,
2020.
should we all take a sip at the
actually.
same time?
I'm not
Or do you
drinking
want to be a
this.
guinea pig?
YouTube says 2 years ago.
Oh, you're not
That's
even going to take
fine.
a sip?
Oh, what you want me to put it in the glass that already has stuff in it?
You do whatever you want.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Me and Jay will.
You have a sip.
Yeah, you don't need to do more than one ladleful because I'm almost guaranteed to not drink more than that.
Not too bad.
Here it
It's probably
is.
fine.
Cheers.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween.
Oh,
All I taste is Canada Dry.
It's not too bad.
No.
What'd you do?
You want to try it?
Yeah, let me give it a shot.
Give it a shot. I'm not sure. It's
It's like a cookie.
Speaking of dry and dull, what's our first movie, Rich?
Shock 'em Dead is the first movie. And you know what, fucking Josh? You
Yeah,
read
give
this
me that.
shit.
I think we all know
Yeah,
what movie you're describing today.
We can lay the blame of each of these movies on the three of us.
It's true.
Rich is blameless.
Yeah, that's why I'm passing the buck on all of these motherfuckers.
Rich is also blameless.
Yeah.
It's my fucking birthday. I'm not
That's fair.
explaining the Satan Killer.
I don't think any of us are explaining the Satan Killer.
No,
Rich.
we're gonna all have to try.
That was my pick. I think I'm gonna have to tackle.
You're gonna.
that tackle box.
If you need help, Mike, we're here for you.
I'll do my best.
But first, let's talk about Shock 'em Dead. The whitest version of a black man song you've ever heard in your life.
Is this the stock music footage of a version of a Jimi Hendrix song? This is wonderful.
No!
How the hell did they get the rights to use Purple Haze?
It's a cover. You can do that.
Covers are easier.
Yeah.
But you still have to pay for them.
It costs like a nickel.
I thought I was watching a Halloween one. What was I watching?
So Shock 'em Dead is about a fella that wants
I
to
was
be a rock and
watching
roll
one
star
after Shark
and
Exorcist.
does a
Shark
terrible job
Exorcist is the
auditioning
one
for a
Halloween
terrible
before
band.
this.
So he decides that his only course of action is to sell his soul to the voodoo lady that's always wandering around.
Here comes that strange voodoo lady. She lives in that creepy old house.
Oh, 2021 doesn't have the titles on it. Maybe it's this one.
Black magic, that's bullshit.
Yes, it's that
Walking past the
Right,
pizza
question
shop.
answered.
That noise
voodoo lady.
was magical.
Bloop, bloop, bloop.
That was not a sound effect.
No, that's
I
real.
hope that caught up properly. That was great.
That was not a sound effect.
No, that's
I
real.
hope that caught up properly. That was great.
Oh my god.
Beautiful.
The fuck is that? You mentioned the voodoo lady who apparently spends all of her days hanging out in front of a pizza place.
Well, she's also got a house where she changes into her evening time makeup, which is
yeah.
different from her daytime wandering around makeup. She's got connections with the devil or whatever. And so this guy, he turns into Angel Martin, the most badass guitarist, singer on the face of the earth.
Big boy!
One problem.
Give me something good, big boy. Make my night. Biggie boy.
Oh, great!
He can't eat food anymore. He has to eat souls instead. What will happen?
Are you gonna tell me what the fuck is going on here?
Angel, you don't have a soul anymore.
He starts off a pervert to begin with.
Right.
So it's this movie isn't really a fall from grace.
No.
He just turns into a different kind of asshole.
He's our bad guy.
How can you be a big famous rock star and get away with murdering someone every day? Once or twice, yeah. Yeah, that's happened.
Well, this movie, the problem with it is that it's not incompetent. The problem is it feels like the movie is on Ambien. Like it's very kind of like slowly paced. It feels like the rough cut of a movie before you tighten everything up.
Yeah. It's shot very plainly, like a TV series. We were
Yeah,
thinking.
I mentioned it looks like Melrose Place or,
Yeah.
or
Chunky butt
Saved by the Bell or
boy.
something.
Everybody's set mid-center.
Yeah.
A lot of shots are shot from medium or long far away that really should have more close-ups.
Do you remember the one camera move when we see before he becomes the rock star, when he's still the nerdy asshole?
He lives in his trailer.
He lives in a trailer, and the camera dollies for one shot to show his trailer as the best character of the movie comes in to yell at him.
Oh, please, stop it. Will you? You're breaking my friggin' heart. Right, eh? How's this for a right?
Oh, wow.
You even dream you're famous, you better wake up and slap yourself. And with your amount of talent, the only line you're gonna see is at the unemployment office.
All these characters are just full of zingers.
I love this guy. He's great. Yeah.
I wish the movie was about that guy, the trailer park manager.
That guy and the pizza owner, he was also pretty cool.
What happened to fuck you, Tony, huh?
But I wanted to really quickly cover the premise, which is he sells his soul to the devil, essentially, a Faustian story where he gets all of his dreams to come true. He's a nerd, he wants to play guitar, he's terrible at it, but he gets granted 3 women that are his sex slaves or his servants.
A palatial estate.
A palatial estate, which is like Grandma's house dressed up.
Grandma has a waterbed, so it's kind of
In
fancy.
low-budget land, that passes for a palatial estate.
He has a very, very small, like, guest bedroom filled with a bunch of guitars.
No amps,
No
just
amps.
guitars.
That is his music room.
You plug that into anything, or?
Let's plug it now.
Oh, magic.
And it looks like the set of Three's Company. Because he's got that the curved door, and there's a little step up. It's a very 1970s house somewhere in California?
LA.
It's an LA house.
And like Three's Company, you even have this one guy who's humorously pretending to be gay.
I don't go down on my knees. I'll wait till I'm married. Don't try to touch me, please.
That was the mystery, is like, okay, is he supposed to be feminine to be funny? Because they don't push it that far. It's not like late 80s, early 90s, like flamboyantly gay.
It's not a super campy representation, but he's just kind of flirting with it.
Yeah.
But he's also writing songs about virgin girls.
Yes.
But not in a very heavy metal way.
I'll wait till I'm married.
we're trying to wonder: is it supposed to be funny? Is it a joke? Is he supposed to be like just kind of like a pansy-ish lead singer who's not manly and not awesome like Angel Martin, or is he? The sexuality never came up in terms of the story.
The impression I got is that whoever made this or wrote this wasn't actually into glam rock, and just looking at it from the outside, this is how they see it. I don't know, they go up stage and they wear that makeup. They must be pansy boys. I'm gonna put that in my script because they're pansy
Is
boys.
this directed by Frank Sinatra? I'm gonna make a movie that's gonna crush this genre of music and bring back my music.
Reveal them for the sissies they are.
Oh!
Oh, he's taking his plate!
Jesus. But even Angel, when he first becomes a rocker and he realizes he has this like bevy of hot babes, he like the way he starts like groping her boobs is very like clinical. It's not sexy.
No, he's just like, oh, this is a thing I can do now.
Yeah. It's like it was written by either just a completely out of touch guy that doesn't understand the rock lifestyle, or an 8-year-old boy.
Yeah.
Maybe both. One of each.
Well, hello. I'm Marilyn. You're cute. You want to join me?
Not right now.
They only ever showed us the small wing of the house. It was much bigger through one of those other doors.
Maybe it was just like the guest house, and then the whole estate was. He just wanted to dirty up the guest house. That's why it was so small and shitty.
Yeah, you don't want to clean all that. You move into a mansion. It's a lot of square footage to take care of.
How disappointing.
I sold my soul for this.
Well, I mean, compared to his nasty trailer.
Hey, he was upset about that trailer getting emptied out.
He went back to it to check on his stuff.
Yeah, that was a weird scene.
He goes back to his old trailer. The trailer park owner has removed all of his stuff from his trailer.
Which seemed to be 95% beer cans.
It was shit. So he goes and finds the manager of the trailer park, who's in his boxers, watching porno and farting.
What? Are you out of your mind? Everyone in this trailer park can hear your damn TV.
And then throws him on the bed and is about to stab him or shoot him or something.
No, stab him, but gets completely distracted by the porno on the TV.
Does that usually happen with unplugged TVs?
No.
Finds porno very offensive. It's not part of the rock and roll
So
lifestyle.
that was the end of the scene?
So a guy who sold his soul to the devil.
Don't forget to go harvest your plants at some point.
Yeah,
I know. I'm gonna do it after.
Is offended by pornography.
I'm not even offended, just distracted.
Maybe he just hated his particular choice in porno.
I disagree with you, sir.
With the dildo on the screwdriver?
Oh, yeah.
Whatever the fuck it was.
The drill. It was a dildo on a drill.
I'm not gonna eat your soul. You're a pervert.
You're a pervert. You were looking through the fucking pepperoni pizza pie. Peephole.
Pepperoni pizza pie people. Whatever it's called.
Oh, God, we need to trademark that name.
PepperoniPizzaPiePeople.com. That's our new website.
Someone's gonna buy that website.
I'm gonna buy it right
Say
now.
it again, Jay.
PepperoniPizzaPiePeople.com.
.edu. It's school while you learn to be a pervert.
When you go to the website, that's all it is that image, and you click on it.
It opens up.
And it opens up.
You actually have to click on it and drag it.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And what's behind it is a disappointing movie. Is that the devil?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, he has a double neck guitar.
Can you play the guitar like that with one hand?
He can.
He's just like bending the notes there. Oh my God.
Holy shit, Satan.
This is pretty epic.
Satan, who is played by, what's his name?
Michelangelo Battio.
You know his actual name, not even just the band name.
Yeah, no, from the band Nitro, Michelangelo Battio, the man that plays many guitars at once, as demonstrated in the Freight Train video, from which a 4-necked guitar descends from the heavens, so he can play all of the necks.
One at a time,
Only
thus
he
defeating...
had more arms.
Yeah, that's the only way that would be impressive, is if all of a sudden 2 more sets of arms came out.
That's all that's holding him back.
He needs to play with his feet.
Michelangelo Battio, not only is he the hands of Angel Martin in very obviously throughout this movie, there are definitely, every time there's a performance from Angel, the camera cuts about here.
And then when we see Angel's face, he's doing the exaggerated, like this stuff.
Super,
it reminded me
yeah.
like an old surfer B movie where it just cuts to them and they're going like, it was like that.
Yes.
I'm in love with a slut.
I love it.
That's how you end your song.
That's right.
I'm in love with a slut.
They were also kind of setting up something that I knew was never going to have a payoff, but I thought there was going to be like potential for some kind of clever loophole. Like, oh, the contract says I can have anything I want, all of my earthly desires. I was like waiting, you know, like you can do something clever in here.
I want something that comes from the moon.
He's going to ask for something that is actually impossible to break the deal cleverly, save his soul.
We all knew that was not going to happen.
Once he peeked through the pepperoni pizza peephole.
Pepperoni pizza peephole.
Changing, we knew he wasn't going to be our hero, Rich. He was unlikable.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because he was terrible at playing guitar. It's not like he was okay, you know.
He was really bad.
It's not like Marty McFly auditioning, you know, Power of Love and Back to the Future, where he's pretty good. It's just too darn loud.
I'm afraid you're just too darn loud.
I was surprised by the Huey Lewis cameo in this film, though. I was not expecting that.
He was walking in the background, going to his car. What? Was somebody filming?
That's another thing. Our main fucking Angel can't even beat up an old man on his own.
Oh, that's right.
No, because he's too weak and he went too long without eating.
Yeah, they explain it because one of his ladies in his harem or whatever it is. What is it?
I think it's succubi or something.
They're just women that serve him.
They're more sympathetic than he is.
5 years ago, I was severely burned by fire. I made a deal to be beautiful. Marilyn was born deformed, and she made the same deal.
Was serving a nerd turned rock star part of their deal with the devil?
Yeah, I know. I was wondering that when I was watching.
What were they doing before that?
Yeah.
Just hanging out?
Yeah.
Was servitude to a rock star part of that deal?
Maybe it was. Maybe they found
I'll
that way.
sell my soul to Satan if you make me beautiful and let me service a former dork turned rock god.
Oh, not let me. No, make you.
That's where the tweaking could come in.
What?
Sure.
Because
you left? I thought you were just being quiet. Welcome back. Did you go out? You wasted, Pat?
No, I said I was going to watch my friend play Magic.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm remembering now.
Fucking
Welcome back, Pat. I remember.
dementia.
Yeah? I'm old.
I remember, but I'm busy
You're
playing
old.
Dark Souls, so I can't talk.
Look, I was killing 190 blood velds, alright?
You have brain rot, I get it.
Yeah. I rotted my own brain on purpose, is for the meme.
Yeah, the rot is called RuneScape.
Rune rot, that's what they call it. Take me to Brimhaven, you son of a whore. I should change his left click menu. Done.
you could take his first name is Martin, but then when he becomes the rock star god, he says, "I'm Angel Martin." That's his persona. But in the beginning, yeah, he's just stupid, and he's a pervert, and he's untalented. If he was like trying and he was like, you know, an underdog,
Give me
and
a
then he
cool
becomes
task. 7 rune dragons. 7 rune dragons. Rune dragon. Is that a cool task? I don't know. I don't know. That might be fun. It's only got to kill 7. How bad could it be? How bad could it be? Well, let's grab our magic gear, I suppose. Need to buy a mystic robe top. Where is there? Oh yes, Slayer Staff. I think that's probably more damage. Yeah. How do I cast Slayer Dart? Death and Mind. Who said you could cough?
Oh.
No. Oh yeah, I wanted insulated boots. I forgot to grab my money. Haven't unlocked the left Rithkin vault. What? Okay. I have to bring a dig site pendant. Do not have a dig site pendant. Very inconvenient. Okay. Okay, I might not be able to kill these things. I can't hit it. Yeah, that's like way too tanky. I think I'd have to melee it? Stab weapon melee it, maybe. Alright, take 2, and then we'll give up. Let's skip the task instead, I guess. Alright, let's try this again. Wait, how did I... Oh, I need to switch my boots. Frick! This requires way too much thought.
Evil, and then he has the
He thinks that's his
changer-
his only recourse is to do
It's
this.
the only way I could be what I want, a famous rock star, is to make this deal with the devil. Oh boy, I really did something bad. This is awful. How do I get out of it?
Yeah, and it's actually...
I have to beat the devil in a guitar duel.
Oh my
without,
God.
Without the help of Satan's
Rich,
evil magic.
you should always write 80s B movies. I swear to God.
You know, I talked to my dad this morning. Yeah. He said that, you know, if things don't work out with this showcase or whatever, he can always use a hand, Greg. Look, Greg.
A hand job?
What?
A hand Greg. Again, the commas. We're missing them. Always use a hand Greg. What's a hand Greg?
Just one hand Greg.
Look, I've got talent. Someday I'm gonna be somebody. Nothing is more important to me.
He didn't even know the camera was rolling. This is just, he was an actor.
Oh, God.
Okay, so let's say we bounce in and out of the storyline of Angel Martin, right?
Yep.
This nerdy, perverted pizza guy who makes this deal with the devil, but we spend an equal amount of time on Tracy Lord's character. What do we do with her, right?
Yeah.
We say, oh, her parents didn't approve of her going into the music industry as a producer, and
Yeah,
she's
there's the
nurturing this
tiniest-
band and wants to bring them to the top, and she's failing, and she's trying her best.
There's
and
the tiniest hint to that where she's talking to the bass player at the beginning.
There's a lot of things you could do, but what they did do didn't really work that well.
That's the best way to say it. I mean, my brain wants to fix the movie after it's been made.
And I think that's actually a hallmark of a lot of these movies that sit in, they're not so bad, they're baffling. Like, this is a competently made movie, it's just not very good.
We know what
Yeah.
happened in
We
it.
could
It has a
look
few
at
funny
it.
moments. A lot of it's kind of dull. It has a couple little spikes here and there where you're like, ah.
What?
Oh.
What was that?
It's fucking metal.
Randomly threw up.
But
like when Angel vomits on that girl in the front row of the concert.
That whole sequence with him kicking the singer off.
Yeah, they
and-
could have
and
cut the
keeping-
fucking credits right after that whole scene, and I would have been satisfied.
Would have been great. We can see where the good movie could have been, and we can look at it and go, oh, if you change this, this, and this would be a good movie.
Yeah.
Or at least a decent movie, as opposed to swing and a miss.
I don't see that in The Satan Killer. Not in any way.
Well, that's a whole different movie, Mike.
A whole another conversation.
I'm going to have a whole lot of questions about that when we get there.
We're gonna come back another day and shoot that discussion, right? We're gonna take a couple days off.
Are we gonna analyze the movie with a team of scientists?
Yeah.
I need to meditate on it. I really do.
Frame by frame analysis.
Yeah.
It's the Zapooper film.
The Zapooper film?
It's the pooper
film?
It's the Zapooper film.
Jeez.
The whole thing is just it's the Zapooper film.
This witch's brew is making me feel a little funny.
Uh-oh.
Well, that's perfect, Jay, because you'll need to feel funny when you explain why you made us watch Hollowgate.
It's the only fucking movie we watched tonight that's a horror film and it's about Halloween.
And it was the worst
Come
one.
on, it wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that bad, but it was bad.
We had a psycho killer. It took place on Halloween. There were jack-o'-lanterns left and right.
There was a theme of wearing Halloween costumes.
The whole movie is about a guy wearing Halloween
that
costumes.
makes it a good movie.
I hate Halloween. Dumb.
Rich is condescending you.
I see that. I don't care. I didn't think Hollowgate was that bad. It's a little dull, but it wasn't that bad.
A little dull. a little dull now.
What do you get for winning apple bobbing?
You get an
just
apple.
a fucking apple?
You get an apple.
It's Halloween. There's a whole bag of Snickers.
Maybe there's a prize.
How you ruining that wig, kid?
Yeah.
But he gets an apple.
Well, Hollowgate starts.
I hit the seal. You see, I discovered, if I'm drinking.
Don't you have to like turn it or something?
Yeah,
as
you turn, yeah.
There's like a whole technique.
Well, you gotta turn it back upright so that there's still air trapped under the where
Oh
the
yes,
toes
I'm
are.
realizing that when I told you to drink it with the toes before, I was completely wrong.
So Jay, we're talking about Hollowgate. Tell us what the fuck is the plot of Hollowgate?
Well, Hollowgate, it opens in 1972 or 1983 or 1990, some point in the distant, not so distant past.
Definitely at least 12 years ago.
12 years before where it ends up.
Yeah.
But,
12, 15, 10, or 8 years ago.
There's a lot of time skipping in the movie. But it starts when Mark Wahlberg is a small boy. He's having a Halloween party.
He's dressed as a clown.
He's dressed as a clown. There's bobbing for apples. His dad is very drunk and ruins Halloween for everybody for the rest of their lives.
Come on, get in there. What are you, a little sissy? Come on, these little girls can do it. Can't you do it?
Oh no, Dad's drunk.
Oh,
Oh my God.
He takes apple bobbing very seriously.
Jesus, I guess.
Where'd everybody go?
Oh, they left because this is terrible.
Nope, right back to the kitchen table.
I hear you, man.
His dad is very disappointed because he's not bobbing for apples good enough.
Yeah, it's weird. He has the attitude of like a kid that plays sports, like baseball or something, or football. Like you gotta be a winner, but it's
Not
about
a manly man unless you can bob for apples.
yeah, it's about bobbing for apples. It's really bizarre.
And he just kind of breaks out of nowhere too, because he's very concentrated on drinking when he first meets the dad.
He's angry. He's straight up angry drinking. He's mad about the Halloween party.
But he's very focused on the booze.
See, I thought he was drinking. He's angry drinking because he's so pissed off that his son is so bad at bobbing for apples.
Well, we didn't know
Which
that
came
because
first?
he wasn't bobbing. He was drinking first. We saw him drinking
He's
first.
always been drinking.
Well, he was drinking during the bobbing for apples.
He was just
probably
mad.
started when the group started playing bobbing for apples.
Yeah.
Because he knew when his fucking son, when it was his turn,
He's gonna
he'd just
fuck this
fuck
up.
it up.
He's
He'd
gonna
fuck it
embarrass
up.
me.
It took a while, and
Oh.
all the kids were laughing because he just couldn't get a fucking apple in his giant maw, and he's fucking up his clown hair.
He's born with a small mouth. He's born with his mother's mouth.
I told you never to interfere with me and my son.
And just how do you know that he is your son?
Do you remember what the mom says? She's like, if he's even your son.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, dang,
Where the
this
fuck
just got
did that
Jerry
come
Springer
from?
on.
This is what we were talking about. It's similar to like Rob Zombie's Halloween, where everyone's just like horrible white trash.
Yeah.
So yeah, the kid almost drowns because his possible dad tries to drown him in the apple bobbing
Because
tank.
he's shitty at bobbing for apples.
Yeah, and then we cut to 10 years later where he's suddenly 35 years old,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you.
working at a gas station in the
And
best
this-
scene in the movie.
Yeah, this is where he's at his most sympathetic.
Well, we cut to our couple.
So he's not sympathetic when his dad is drowning him for big bad.
Not as much as that scene.
He fucking sucked at bobbing for apples.
He's real bad at it.
I have no sympathy
He's
for him.
really bad.
I side with the dad in this
Yeah.
situation.
He's he's shit at it. But it turns out he's good at sitting outside the gas station waiting for a fornicating couple to pull up.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we hold on that couple for a while to the point where I thought they were going to be characters.
We get the preamble or the pre-story of them having sex on a blanket next to their car in a field. No, don't do it. not for Halloween.
No. Get right to the edge.
You're disgracing princesses all over the world.
Gwendolyn would be so disappointed.
Oh, God.
Only on film.
And they talk about Johnny.
Yes.
Mark Wahlberg.
Mark
sorry,
Wahlberg.
Who works at the gas station and how he's a loser, and they're going to go to the gas station just to fuck with him.
Specifically to make fun of him.
On the way to the Halloween party. Let's just go to the Halloween. No, let's stop at the gas station and make fun of Mark Wahlberg.
Because we got time.
We got time.
There's always time to make fun of Mark.
We had sex until the sun went down. And now let's go to the gas station and make fun of poor Mark Wahlberg.
There's not a lot going on in this small town in Utah.
Apparently not.
In 1982 or 1994 or whatever year it is.
10 years later.
10 years. There's not a lot going on in Utah 10 years later.
It is definitely 10 years later, I can tell you that much.
Let's make fun of that kid who aged 35 years in the last 10.
You know, that'll happen. You get bullied, you age real fast.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm living proof.
And I guess
forgot to
I
use
don't
my
know how this is some like form of insulting him, but he like the guy in the car like gives Mark
Here,
the
have some
girl's
panties.
If it makes sense if it was like a girl he liked.
Yeah,
but it's just a
like
random.
I'm fucking the girl you like, but
Right.
it's just some woman. But it leads to the best part of the movie. Wait, is he gonna use her fucking panties to blow up the car?
Oh, I hope so.
That's the wick to the gas station.
That's great.
That is, as they drive off, this car's blowing up.
Yes.
And I'm all about that.
Yes. Do it. Do it. Do it. Yeah.
That's fucking
Do it,
weird.
Ricky Schroeder. Do
That
it.
is. Oh, I love it. That is a winner.
Oh, goodbye.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, I love that. Now, see, that is. We can all understand Mark's emotions at that point.
And then the movie ended.
That's a running theme tonight, where it's like all three of these movies, the credits could have come at any moment, and we'd be like, "That was great."
May I have the fire department, please? Oh no, it's not an emergency. Mr. Carver. By the way, happy Halloween.
Yeah!
Oh, time jump.
What? Why?
This looks like a commercial. Like a lawyer commercial.
Have you ever murdered somebody at Halloween 2 years apart from your previous murder?
Maybe use the woman's panties to blow up a car.
Can you kill this man?
Call now.
Believe me, Your Honor, this were your daughter, you'd do exactly the same thing.
Counselor, you don't have to tell me how our system works. Bill, do you have anything to say?
And then we had the all-important lawyers scene.
Which we talked through. Let's not all of us act like we actually watched that scene. We
Yeah.
talked through the entirety of it.
Why would you watch that scene?
Because it was there, I guess.
I don't think we missed any vital information by not paying attention
That's all
to
it
that
was
scene.
vital information.
And yet we didn't miss a thing.
I think I understood the rest of the movie.
Well, in context, once we finally got to see Mark again, when he's under the care of his grandmother locked in a room with
He's
medicine.
now 30 or 47 or 92. I don't know.
29.
Look, if that lawyer scene were important at all, we wouldn't have needed the exposition cops to come in later and just tell us everything.
So when do I get the scoop on that old recluse in there?
Oh, that's right. You haven't heard about old Granny.
I think the lawyers gave us the same exposition as the exposition cops. Mark was now, he was considered crazy. That maybe he spent some time in a mental hospital, but now he was under the care of his grandmother.
We didn't get any indication that time passed.
No.
Whereas
No.
previously we had
There was no
subs.
there was no
2 years
title.
later, 10 years later.
And then we didn't get any of that. So it might have been a week. We don't
Could
know.
have been a week, could have been a year, could have been 5 years.
But he's living with Granny now. He's supposedly medicated.
He's
Then we
taking his
get-
medication.
We
He
get the
knows.
reveal that he's not taking his medication.
Is that all you old bitches want? Happy Halloween, you filthy old hag.
He's so
Aww. All Grandma ever did was believe in you, you dick.
But then the rest of the movie, you know, we focus on the Scooby Gang. They're going to a Halloween rock show.
Out at the hangar.
You know, I really think I could live on submarine sandwiches.
And beer.
Man, they got it all the way into Oklahoma, and they want to have some subs and some Coronas.
They want beer.
They want beer, but they go to a convenience store that happens to serve food.
It's the first place they could stop to get beer.
Thanks a lot, Al. We all enjoyed the beer and sandwiches and stuff.
That's the happening place.
Yes,
and
you can get beer, but they happen to be serving bombers.
They're very excited about the sandwiches.
Hey, look, guys, a costume shop.
It's night over there.
How strange.
Makes you look so wicked.
Look, I'd love to, but the thing's $9.
Oh, come on.
I don't have $9.
Spend it all on submarine sandwiches.
That we just left there when we saw this Halloween shop.
I wanted to get wasted at the sub shop.
Basically, everyone dies because she wanted a sparkly wig.
Yes, yes.
It's all true. It's all, you know, a lot of the times in horror movies like this, it all hinges on one little thing. Somebody wanted
Dollar
something.
store wig.
Did I hear you say you were on your way to the hangar?
Yeah, that's right.
Actually, I have this delivery I need made out at Hollow Gate.
Hollow Gate?
Right. It's in a state about 5 miles off of Highway 47.
They're gonna end up at that house. Rich, they're gonna end up at that house the rest of the film.
I think they're having a very large party tonight. They've ordered a dozen costumes. And my delivery boy, he didn't come in.
So what do you have in mind?
Are you fucking stupid?
Mark Wahlberg, aka Mark Wahlberg, didn't take his pills, which allowed him to stab his granny.
Yeah.
Now he's got full control of his actual palatial estate.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a much better house.
Much
nice
better house. He didn't even have to sell his soul to the devil.
No, apparently you just inherited it from Nana after he stabs her in the
Nana's
eye.
gorgeous mansion, the Hollow Gate with the fence and everything. Mark decides to order 10 Halloween costumes. 12 from...
Which we see 3 of?
Which we only see 3 of. From Rip Taylor.
Actually, I have this delivery I need made out at Hollow Gate.
Right?
Rip Taylor Jr.
Rip Taylor Jr. It's early Rip Taylor.
He's young.
Before he
doesn't have-
discovered glitter.
Yeah.
It's Rip Taylor, and he's working at a costume shop, right? And before the Scooby-Doo gang shows up, what would have happened was Rip Taylor would have delivered the 12 costumes to him, and all would have been done.
Well, no, Rip Taylor wouldn't have delivered them. That was the whole.
He couldn't leave.
He couldn't leave the store, and
That's-
that's
yeah,
the
so they
Scooby
wouldn't
Gang
have gotten
happens to show
delivered.
up, and he's like, "Hey, my employee didn't show up for work. Can you complete strangers deliver
Yeah,
these costumes to Mark Wahlberg?"
So again, it's happenstance. It's like an Ari Aster film. Just like, whoops, look what happened.
Yeah.
It's just happenstance, exactly. So he didn't have some maniacal plan to wear different Halloween costumes while killing teenagers.
No, he thought it would just be fun, apparently. But it turns out there are some teenagers to kill, so I guess you might as well.
But why did he order the Halloween costumes then?
Because it's Halloween.
Well, he ordered them under the pretext of a party.
Nana was going to invite people to the house?
That's why he stabbed her to death.
No, I think the script.
it's in there.
I think the script is assuming that Mark Wahlberg is some kind of mastermind who just knew that 4 kids would be showing up in Oklahoma to drink across the street from the costume place, where they would get distracted by a shiny wig, where the shop owner would have to ask them specifically to drop off the costumes at his house. That was his sinister plot.
And another assumption is that these teenagers were out of money and they couldn't afford the $6 or $9 wig.
Yeah, apparently, Mark Wahlberg knew that these kids weren't loaded.
Yeah. If Nerd with Glasses had enough money to buy that wig,
everything would have been fine. If Velma would not have had the desire for the wig in the first place. If they had not stopped for beer.
Yeah.
It's Halloween, boys and girls. So what do you say? We have a party.
Because then the rest of the movie, they show up with the costumes, and then Mark Wahlberg wears different costumes as he kills them off one by one. They can't get out of his estate because it's an electrified fence, so they wander around, and he kills them one at a time.
Is there any more witches brew left?
there's a lot left.
Mike drank it all.
No, there's a ton of it.
No, there's actually quite a bit. Well, like 3/4.
Oh gosh,
no, that's pretty good.
The witches are pleased.
We honor the
witches, please.
We honor the witches with the drugstore vodka.
I got it.
I got it.
The big problem with this movie, and because the first 45 minutes or so, there's lots of like Halloween imagery and Halloween, decorations, and it feels very Halloween-y.
Yeah, and then it sucks.
And then they get to the mansion, and then it's just lots of stalking around his mansion.
Suddenly he's walking around in like combat gear.
Yeah, it's not established yet that he's going to be wearing different costumes to kill these kids. So the first thing he's wearing is like army fatigues, and he's like dropping racial slurs.
The gooks are out. The gooks are out. Happy Halloween.
I mean, if the gimmick is because he ordered a bunch of costumes, is it going to be like every kill he's a different costume, like a different character?
That would be Halloween-ish and
that'd be
interesting.
fun.
Yes. Okay. So maybe that's
the thing. We haven't gotten to it quite yet. We're an hour into the movie.
Before you get to the chasing and all that stuff, you really drag it out, and you shrink up the chasing to make it more exciting. This
By
way,
far.
immediately they run out of the house, and the chasing
is the rest of the movie.
And it's just the flip opposite of exactly what they should have done.
Yeah.
How to fix these movies?
We got it. We could make this a good movie.
All we
That's
do.
a whole sub-series we could do. How do you fix this shit?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
We have that series, Rich. It's called Best of the Worst.
It's like one of those like home renovation shows on the
You really
TLC.
want this?
Yeah.
You want this? You
We
sure?
got to knock out this wall, and then we're gonna move this over
No, we're
here.
gonna tuck point the whole thing. It's okay.
We're gonna make this an open concept. We're
Yeah.
gonna move the laundry room here.
And we're gonna still have to have that. That's a load bearing. It's okay, but we'll.
Now
That's a
your
load-bearing
action
plot
scenes
point.
are much better in short, quick bursts. This 30-minute segment where she's running through the woods, that's gotta go.
We gotta take that out.
We got to know who these characters are. That's your foundation of the house.
That's you can't build a house without a foundation.
Well, there is that really weird scene. I think you were out of the room. This is after the first guy dies.
Happy Halloween.
He gets stabbed, and then he gets the axe in the back of his head.
Yes.
And his girlfriend.
Oh,
he
yeah.
pulled on her.
Oh, the crying scene.
And she's got this whole
on
monologue.
one shot. It goes on for like 10 minutes.
He just told me the night we were going to do it. and I saw him. He said we would. We did.
What?
Huh?
Huh?
Last night was the fourth time.
She's talking about how many times they've had sex?
Did you see him? Did you see him?
Yeah, he got a hatchet in the back of his head.
It was fucking gross.
Yeah.
And she's just giving this whole monologue where she's recollecting how they met, how many times they've had sex, and it goes on and on.
It was so cool.
I know it ended around that, and that was the fourth time.
Yeah, she gets really specific.
Yeah,
And
the
I was
first
like,
time that we were gonna do it, he told me, and I knew.
I was just trying to figure out why that was in there. If it was like the director was, the actress went to the director and was like, I want to have an emotional scene to show off my acting.
Like, all I do on this movie is
Why did
just
you cry
scream
about
and
all
run.
the times you had sex before he died?
Wait, the actress was talking about how many times she had sex?
Yeah.
Are you
Yeah,
it was
sure this
weird.
wasn't the Tracy Lords film?
No!
Why are you laughing? Why does this guy keep laughing?
He thinks you're funny. He thinks you're a clown. You're a clown now.
Am I a clown to you? Oh, I fucking make you laugh? Am I some kind of clown? Goodfellas, 1990.
1990, that's the same year as Shock 'em Dead.
Oh my God, they're the same movie.
They're both so good. Shock 'em Dead.
Martin Scorsese, Shock 'em Dead.
I passed on Shock 'em Dead because I wanted to do Goodfellas.
You know,
Biggest regret of my life.
I was really into hair metal.
hey, listen. For someone who did that much coke in the 70s, he probably was.
That's why he passed it to his good friend Sinatra. to direct. Frank's trying to make a career move. He's trying to change with the times. He's going to direct this hair metal picture. Then he's going to come out with a hair metal record.
Oh my God.
Frank, why does my character talk with the list? Because you're one of those hair metal guys.
You know how they are.
You're all sissies.
You know.
You know.
You're one of those.
Now, how do you guys do this thing? You shake your hips or what? How tight do these pants gotta be?
That tight? Oh.
Andy, run!
Oh, there's the very slow tractor kill.
That needed a bear trap desperately.
Never has a movie needed a bear trap more.
Right. He's very slowly coming towards her. It's like that Austin Powers scene with
I was thinking of that when we were watching it, yeah.
Watch out! Watch out!
I want like the Fargo wood chipper kind of like
it needs to start like
ending.
splashing up on the window, and you see his face on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
It
set
needs-
that up with the
It
farm
needs, it needs
equipment.
the POV shot from the mower.
Yeah.
You got to get
getting
right
closer
in there.
and going over.
Yeah. It's lots of options that this movie
All right,
dodged
everything's
completely.
wrong with this scene here. Let's start from the top. First, you need a bear trap, so she can't get away.
But whatever, you have him dressed like a farmer, not a
Right.
cowboy. And I think when they first show the costume, there's like a little sheriff's badge. Like
Yeah.
it's weird.
He should have come out on a horse and had a lasso and, threw it around her neck.
There's so many creative things you could do with the costumes that they just didn't.
Who's making these decisions?
Who was
Frank
this?
Rizzo? Is that his name? The director's name?
Dino DeRizzo, or
It's
is
something
that,
like, yeah.
or was this the one that was like Steve Calamari, or is that this one?
No,
That's that one. That's Steve
like
Calamari.
It's like
Something Calamari.
It's like Dino Di Rizzo or
I think
something.
it is Dino DeRizzo.
It was Dino De Laurentiis.
Oh,
He directed this film.
Oh, he knows how to direct the movie.
This
Boy,
is
oh
why
boy.
he's a producer more than a director.
Oh, when monkey die, everybody cry.
Rizzo Ratzo. I'm directing here. Hey.
Tally ho. The fox is about.
This leads to the scene that saved the film.
Oh, this scene is brilliant.
This went a long way in brightening our mood.
It's the scene that saved that scene.
Hunt, eh?
Golden retrievers aren't the kind of dogs that tear you apart. Though.
No, they tear you apart with cuddles.
Yeah.
Come on, they're just excited.
Golden retrievers.
This is what they got. That's what they have to work with.
Retrievers, like, they retrieve.
Say, off to the hunt.
What?
The carnival pumpkin?
Oh no, Carlos!
What if you sick cute golden retrievers on people, tell him?
He got loved to death by golden retrievers. All because his golf cart hit a pumpkin.
I would be the evilest.
They tried to get 2 German shepherds, Doberman pinschers. They
Pit
tried,
bulls,
yeah,
you name it.
They're all booked up for this weekend. We got 2 golden retrievers.
Yeah, go ahead.
They were booked for a dog food commercial, but now they're free.
And they
Got
went
canceled.
and retrieved some hugs.
I can imagine the actors like showing up that day, not knowing it was going to be golden retrievers. And just,
Are you fucking serious?
Are you fucking kidding me?
They're in these flimsy cages.
Alright, I did the Rune Dragons. Well, I've almost done the Rune Dragons. I will be skipping that task. I will be skipping that task in the future. These guys are freaking the chunkiest guys I've ever seen in my whole life. It's almost like they're the strongest dragons in the game. Okay, I spoke too soon because I can't hit this goddamn guy all of a sudden. Hit him on the head. There's a hit. We just need 29 more damage. This shouldn't be that hard. 17 more damage. Come on. 17 more damage again. Because he life leeches. I feel like I'm playing Poe right now. 6 more damage. Come on. Don't even use another potion.
Use contraption key.
Okay.
Why some of the oh, that's adorable. Okay.
That was definitely a task.
I got my grandma's dogs. That's what's gonna chase you.
It should have been Pomeranians. Little
Now that I've
Quigleys.
seen.
That would be
Couple
cute.
little.
Maybe, what if he had like 100 Pomeranians that all had the taste of blood?
That's
you know?
a whole other horror movie.
Yeah, 1,000 Pomeranians. That's the title. Just 1,000 Pomeranians. They all have the bloodlust.
Just like the scene in Gremlins where they're all coming down the street and
All
hopping
just
over each
tiny
other.
dogs.
The one Pomeranian is cute, but 1,000? And then there's it's like the darkness outside the front door. 1 appears, and then 2. Oh, that's cute.
And he
6.
closes the door really quick,
Yeah.
and then there's more in the house.
Coming, they start jumping through the glass windows.
We got it.
Just start like pouring through the fireplace.
Congratulations.
She wants to see the flame. I'm supposed to show her the flame.
Unzips.
This is the next RLM feature film, guys.
There's so many of them. They
This
can't
is it.
stop them. They just
Night
eat
of
you to
1,000
death.
Pomeranians.
That's the title, 1,000 Pomeranians.
Night of 1,000 Pomeranians.
A night of 1,000 Pomeranians. The night of, yeah. Okay, all right.
Coming soon to nowhere near you.
Yeah, maybe that's the problem, is that they're not deadly or anything. How just very annoying.
Non-stop, extremely
What
annoying.
do they have to lure him off a cliff at the end or something? How do you deal with the Pomeranian problem?
Wait, they keep trying to jump up on the person's lap until it collapses their legs.
So they put like grandma on like a crane, and then just like they move the crane over the edge of the cliff.
Oh shit! Hold on. Not the Pomeranians.
It's just attracted to a grandma.
I
can't believe that old woman is having a party.
20 steel dragon. Come on.
And from what you tell me about that lady and that kid, I'm with you.
I don't think it was the old granny that was having the party.
Why?
Well, it wasn't her that called.
Was it?
Neck reels. Okay.
We have to logically spell out how the cops in excruciating detail. This film was not a box office hit.
I'm not sure this film went to a box office, Mike.
It played in a box office somewhere. Somebody's VHS TV.
A homeless man's office. the bigger refrigerator box.
It was the cardboard box office hit of the year.
Oh, that's
It's on Skid Row in Los Angeles.
I see.
The VHS tape moved from cardboard box to cardboard box on Skid Row.
And somehow ended up here.
Yeah, no one wanted it, so they gave it to us.
Thanks.
You seen this tape yet, Harold?
No, I don't have a VCR because I'm homeless.
Pass it on to the next box.
I just like to set it on my shelf and pretend it's good.
I just look at it for a while. I hope it's a good movie.
It's a hit in my box.
I hate Halloween.
Woo! And stop talking about a hollow gate. That angers the witches.
We want to please the witches.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Good work, Mike. Good work.
Yeah. It was like John Hamm peeing.
What? Because he has a big.
Yeah. He has a notoriously large.
Notoriously.
Oh.
It's an interesting
You knew
choice
it.
of words.
The alcohol is taking effect.
I didn't know anything about this.
It's a thing.
Okay.
Speaking of John Hamm's balls, balls. Mike, would you like to tell everybody about the Satan Killer?
I would love to.
Which is the weirdest fucking Halloween movie I've ever seen.
Yeah, this isn't really a horror film.
No.
Okay. Cop. Cop in present day. Cop with beard or beard stubble or makeup to appear to look like beard
Depends
stubble.
on the scene,
Mike,
yeah.
the plot of this episode, you describing it, it's gonna sound like Darmok.
Cop with yellow shirt. Blood stained.
Wife dead and past.
Wife dead and past.
Detective Stevens, do you think there could have been anything done to prevent this?
I could have caught him.
Does that mean you're going to
Satan Killer sees woman in bikini. Yanks from tub. Old grizzled cop squeezed the balls.
Don't make me walk you around.
Child in strip club.
I'll come home when I'm ready.
Embarrassed.
Embarrassed.
Well, I still think you should see a doctor.
Yeah, the hell with that. Liz pumped me full of radiation and drugs and tell me I need my tonsils out.
Well, maybe you do need your tonsils out.
Well, maybe.
Oh boy. Okay.
Do we want to start from the very top? Start at the top.
I'm gonna try it here. Okay, so cop. Cop has beard stubble. He is drunk. He is mourning the death of his wife. He has a yellow shirt. When his wife was alive, his shirt was red. Yes. They had a great time until the Satan Killer, which is man on a motorcycle who was once a small boy, whose mother was a stripper who worked at Slammers.
I'll come home when I'm ready.
He murders drunk detective's wife.
So basically, you have these two characters and their conflict throughout. That's really the only through line we had through the whole movie.
Yeah, that's the
only thing we had to cling to. Yeah. Because all sorts of stuff happens. And we don't.
So many things happen.
We don't know either immediately in the time or ever how it relates.
Those are assless chaps, Josh.
Mike.
He just happens to be wearing jeans.
Mike. All chaps are assless.
I guess. Yeah, okay, yeah, you're right.
Oh, they're not wearing them. Where'd they go?
They flew off.
Neck reels. Neck reels.
Got a different motorcycle
Thunderburst.
now.
Neck reels.
Is this the same
That's
guy?
chapless ass.
Oh, meanwhile, in the
Oh, fuck.
she's
What's
a news
happening?
anchor.
There's a lot going on here.
Yeah. a
Oh,
lot of stuff
bless
thrown at
you.
us.
No.
Someone's watching a film.
Oh,
This movie's exhausting.
really? That's what I got for
Already.
beating
Spend a lot
Gravestender?
of-
I just now looked.
Well, these films of us at
I
action.
think it unlocks PvP.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So
She died of an unrelated incident at Action
Yeah.
Park.
He's just sad about it.
She got
Oh
beheaded
man,
by a
you're gonna
water slide.
we're gonna have some classic Talon mad at the final boss of that DLC. I think.
That's the thing. When we start this movie, the tempo of
I know
it is
from
just
one of that guy's videos, he's
Yeah,
got like
it's
3
cutting back
faces or
and
something.
forth in time, in place, who's who, what's what.
We
We have
don't-
no idea.
It's the
inundated
DLC
with
with the like painting, right?
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
yeah.
the
Back
way
to the
you do a
painted world.
flashback, right? The guy goes to this restaurant where him and his wife were at, right? And then you have him sit down and he has a drink, and then you bring up the sad music, you move in slowly, and
You
he
do-
drinks. Then goes.
I think they made her weapon actually
Watches
good.
fuzzy
when
camera,
we weren't
fuzzy,
looking.
soft, echoey.
They had a
echoey
patch
music
that like
starts to play
all
soft
of the
piano.
weapons
They have a
that
loving
didn't have elemental
conversation,
but
and
had
Sir, would you like
that had
another
like a
drink?
weapon
Oh,
art
yes,
that
yes,
caused
yes,
an
ma'am.
elemental
But
effect.
really,
and
it's
that's
just
the only thing
it's
that's
just
the only
hard
elemental
cuts of
stats. They
random
buffed all of
edits.
those weapons to actually
As
have
opposed
elementals on them
to
now.
lady in pool, lady blow drying her hair, news report, guy watching home
Using the
movies.
fire
It's
whip.
like anxiety
It's pretty
inducing.
nice.
Yeah.
Confusion inducing.
Confusion inducing, definitely, yeah.
And it's doubly confusing because our drunk detective is clearly following leads, but we have no idea where he's getting these leads.
Is he following leads?
His leads appear to be from just randomly asking people questions on this one strip
And they all
of Newport News.
They all happen to completely coincidentally people who know something.
Three
all you need to
locations.
do is open the door
There's
for
the
her.
candy shop, there's Sal's Pizza,
Uh-huh.
and then there's the strip club.
Yeah.
Or a bar. I don't know if they're the same place or not. But, and then there's...
There's Applebee's?
Two dads and...
My three sons.
My three sons.
Two guys, a girl, and a pizza place?
Yes, exactly. My Three Sons, which is some kind of store.
Which is next door to the candy
Yes, it's
factory or
candy.
whatever it is.
So he drunkenly goes into each of the three places and demands to know.
That's the important part, drunkenly.
Where's he going?
The dock.
It's going to the...
Where do you get the first clue? Let's let him on this. Like,
What clue?
exactly.
Going to a boat.
Why is he going to a boat?
Couldn't read it.
Because the beach.
The beach is where
Now
boats
he's
are?
wandering through now there's a speedboat.
Now there's,
And
What series of clues did he get to lead him on this trail?
now he's leaving.
Is he on a trail? He's just wandering.
now he's getting snacks.
He's going to buy My Three Sons videotapes.
Is he just randomly hoping to run into the Satan killer?
I don't know. Oh, he's
Wait,
threatening
what?
somebody somewhere else.
Oh, he's roughing some guy up at the Beach Outfitters.
Oh, he's just shopping now. He's just going about his day. And I honestly love the way it's shot because it seems like it's like 2 floors up across the road. You see him like stumble
It's
into
like
this
found
store.
footage where someone's just filming out their window and like, look at that fucking drunk guy.
And then all of a sudden he's shoving someone out on the street and punching them.
We don't know
and
who
then
they
going
are.
into the next store.
Okay. Time to see if my
Drunkenly wandering in and out of touristy shops.
favorite
We're done with that now.
fish
Oh,
on
it's
troll.
actually-
Whatever that was,
Did
we're
this-
done.
Did the script just like say Detective Dan does cop things?
Yes.
Script?
And they just filmed from like a hotel room as he's
Oh
like,
my God.
oh, he slept on a park bench.
He didn't even go home.
Still wearing the yellow shirt.
Well, yeah.
But woke up on the beach. Pan across the beach.
Oh God, I'm still a cop in this movie.
Still drunk. Coffee shop?
Yep.
5 days, big goddamn deal. No, I don't think I should be reassigned.
You've been through too much to be rattled.
Oh, he's not officially off the case?
Apparently not.
He's got other cases?
I'm not being taken off this case.
He's drunkenly on the Satan Killer case. Got it. And his name is Jim.
Or Steven.
This is like Shane Black's first script.
He's going now.
Didn't know what he was doing yet.
He wrote it when he was 8.
He'd seen a movie and thought he had it.
Yeah.
Remember when he went to the airport? Why?
Oh yeah, they went to the airport for 5 seconds.
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
You got to stand for this.
All right. Square, take one out.
What the fuck is happening? Oh, he's there now too. What was he doing at the fucking airport?
He's here to take out this pimp. I am so in the weeds. And then there's punks.
He's just gonna shoot the punks now.
No, they're fine.
Who's this guy? What was at the airport?
Remember when he just shot a pimp?
Yeah, he was just wandering through an alley. It's just like, hey, guess what? Bam, and just moved on while a couple of punks looked at him.
He figured the pimp might know something. And the pimp's like, I don't know nothing, I'm just smacking up my hoe. And then he's like, die, pimp! And then moves on, end scene. We forgot about the coffee shop.
Oh, we're just not there yet.
I'm saying he calls into the station at the coffee shop and he says, I'm drunk. It's been 5 days. They're off the case, McGarnacle. But no, I'm not. Bye. Hangs up.
No, not bye.
He just decides he's not.
Yeah, that's all it takes in Virginia, apparently.
I'm still gonna investigate these satanic murders.
It's a cop movie, and that's a standard cop scene. Like, I'm taking you off the case, Detective Brannigan. You're getting too involved. But
the thing is, they tried to take the cop off the case, and he's like, no, I'm not off the case.
All right, you're not off the case, then that's fine.
Okay, so like we still have to do that scene for some reason.
What we're explaining is so simple. Cop wants to find killer because killer killed his wife.
Well, okay.
That's basically it.
Basically,
meets reporter, nosy reporter, won't leave him alone. They go on the adventure together and get closer and fall in love. But instead of that, he teams up with Ball Cop.
I'm gonna grab this sucker by the balls.
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, he's grabbing the balls!
Oh! Yeah, he's juicing it alone!
What's the motherfucker have for breakfast?
What?
He asked that of everybody for some reason.
Oh my God!
We should talk about Ball Cop a little bit.
Ball Cop.
Because
knock yourself out, Jay.
His first appearance is the elderly parents of young lady.
We think it's the one who got yanked out of
there's
there's
4 girls in a hot tub, and they say, we would like some drinks.
Also food.
Also, we would like some food.
Let's get something to drink.
Let's get something to eat and drink.
Are there places that sell both?
Thanks a lot, Al. We all enjoyed the beer and the sandwiches and stuff.
What if you go to the drink store and I'll go to the eat store?
And I'll stay here because it's my birthday.
It's her birthday. Satan's minion or Satan's killer.
He just walks up from outside of the
He's in a
yard.
cornfield. Adjacent to the property.
The thing is, honestly, if they planned it as a comedy, it's a really good gag shot where it's just like, whoop,
here he comes. But then he grabs her by the hair and he pulls her out of the hot tub.
It's a great shot.
And it's kind of spooky and scary because it looks like she's lifted up by her hair. And I don't know how they did it. You're going to have to
They
play
lifted her up by her fucking hair.
Maybe, yeah.
But then we cut to an elderly couple and then
Stanley and his wife.
Bald cop guy. He's like, it's just a beautiful young lady. It's a shame. And I think it's the same girl.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'll find their killer.
Toothpicks kill 30,000 people a year.
And then 2 hours later, Bald Cop is still at their house drinking. And he's like, I'm still going to get this guy. I'm going to start at the strip club.
Well, the weird thing is, this is after spending so much time with Drunk Cop. And Drunk Cop is like, it's his mission to find the Satan killer. But then we cut to another cop who has the exact same motivation.
Have you seen that ugly motherfucker?
Yeah.
And we're like, what? Why are we being introduced to the same storyline with a different character?
Because Drunk Detective couldn't get it done, Jay.
Yeah. Drunk Detective is motivated by personal revenge. Ball Cop is motivated by money and the uncontrollable desire to squeeze people by their bones.
That is it. That is it.
That is the text on the back of the box.
Okay, I'll be right back.
That's great. I've got one hell of a thirst.
For balls.
You have any cheese balls?
Is the movie over?
Oh no, it's just a commercial break.
Hey, I've been listening to you all night.
And there's a new.
Oh my God, they're multiplying.
Oh, fuck.
Wait.
Huh? You gotta be fucking crazy. You can come along.
What?
He said, "Who
That's
the hell
the same bar.
Oh, balls.
It's not a different bar. Why did it fucking fade to black?
Because they introduced a new actor.
What did you do over there? Artillery?
I was a male nurse.
Oh shit.
Well, it's weird because it's like, okay, we're gonna team you up with a partner, and that's that's a pretty standard cop movie thing too.
Except drunk cop is too random and wandering away to have a partner.
The problem is you Yeah. have 2 loose cannons. Yeah.
Three
Well, and
loose
then
cannons.
in addition to that, then we team him up with a male nurse.
Yep.
Did he fuck you over?
More than once.
Let's pay back.
I'm listening.
Now he's teaming up with that guy?
It's like 8 guys versus 1.
Where's that third
What
cop?
happened to the other cop?
What's up? The
male nurse.
The male nurse from Nub.
He's all falling.
He's gonna meet them at the bottom of the stairs with like 2 more people.
Yeah. Now they have the address of the Satan killer because he squeezed the balls of some guy in a bar.
It's the police version of a pyramid.
Now we know exactly where my Satan friend is gonna be, when he's gonna be there.
How?
They squeeze some balls, Rich.
Squeeze some balls till we found out.
Squeeze balls until you get the information you want.
You random balls?
Yes.
What?
You squeeze enough balls, somebody.
Not you. What? Look, I'm listening to them talk about squeezing balls until you get information.
It's gonna know what information you're looking for.
So they're teaming him up with multiple people throughout the movie.
For 5 minutes.
For
until
5
they die.
minutes, and then they all die at once an hour into the film.
That fucking scene.
You set me up!
Oh.
Oh my God!
Jeez.
Oh my God!
He does have a Tommy gun.
Jesus. Fucking go.
Everybody died.
everything!
Every character died. They set him up. Satan's killer was at the boat dock.
Only drunk detective is left. Look, that guy's dead.
Balls cop is dead?
Yes.
Balls cop got shot.
Like you could have introduced like the cults, and there could have been like a giant shootout with all of these people at the end. Nope. No. Everyone just dies at the pier.
The way that the movie just resets itself there is actually fairly audacious. Where the fuck are you gonna go from
Unintentionally, you have to say.
Unintentionally audacious.
This isn't like a David Fincher-esque thriller where they go and zigzag in directions you don't expect. Unintentionally audacious is the kindest thing anybody can possibly say about this movie.
It's honestly more that they don't know what to do with all of the rest of the characters, so they just go ahead and kill them.
Yeah.
They introduce characters for
They
no
didn't
reason.
realize that there was like a backspace button in the in this word. You know, like,
We introduced these characters, we can't rewrite it.
I can't just go back and erase that scene.
They wrote it on a typewriter. What's whiteout? I can't.
Yeah.
Satan's killer. Look, and a limo.
I don't want that jerk on my ass anymore. I'm such a fucking game.
This is kind of funny. I pay you to protect me and you can't handle this one dude?
You want me to do my job? Get him off my ass.
Who was that? Was that supposed to be a reveal? Like, oh, he's working with that guy.
Well, if you want more plot, we get more plot when we discover that the Satan killer is working for the mob.
Yeah, why was that?
I don't know. He only does for one scene and then it's never mentioned again.
Yeah.
I think this mob is just like a side thing. He's a serial killer, but he also on the side does protection work for the mob.
Okay.
So why did 3 people die for eating leftover pizza?
drunk cop shows up at this hotel, I think?
Yeah, brain can't handle it anymore.
This movie's asking a lot.
It really is. It's the third movie. Oh, better take my machine gun out. They're eating leftover pizza. And it has nothing to do with the Satan killer.
No, he just wanted to save his pizza.
What? Oh my god!
Hey. Oh.
Why? And what?
Because they ate his pizza.
And pizza. But that wasn't his hotel room or his house.
Why was he there?
Because it was his pizza. He's coming to get it.
No.
This is the limit of our professionalism as B-movie watchers. We've reached the precipice. We can't take any more. All of our years of training have led to this moment.
Why do they go to a hotel when drunk cop has a home? Why was drunk cop also at the hotel?
They're not supposed to go to drunk cop's house. They're supposed to go to meet with the mob.
And drunk cop just happens to walk by this hotel room, hear them in here, and even though he doesn't know what's going on with the plot to kill him, decides to open the door and just randomly
shoot these people.
Immediately shoot these people anyway, and just by a happy coincidence, they were people that were recently hired to kill him. Is that what you were telling me?
Yes.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I killed 3 guys today. They were eating pizza in a hotel room. I don't even know why I was there.
The movie kind of makes up for it at the end.
Oh yeah, we have an amazing shootout.
Yeah.
This movie
Once
ends.
this movie fucking gets into 5th gear,
This is a case of wow him in the end.
blazes. It blazes, but it takes forever to fucking get there.
It's from 0 to 60 in an hour and 5 minutes.
0 to 5 in an hour and 25 minutes.
And then 5 to 60, yeah.
If you took the end of Blood Debts and bumped it back half an hour, that's what we got.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, rundown building.
The cameraman doesn't know what to film.
Oh no!
Where'd the movie go?
We lost it.
Don't fall off.
Make a break for it, cameraman.
Save yourself.
Don't start something.
What? What?
I just got smacked by a guy from Underground.
John Underman.
He was a large guy with a big hammer, but that was still pretty nonsense.
Should have seen him underground. Should have just known.
Well, no, I threw a fireball at him first, but it's not really an excuse for hitting me through the bridge.
Level 76 D starts.
Demon.
More levels.
Demon
Killer. The Satan Killer.
Satan Killer has what looks like a Tommy gun.
It's like a Tommy shotgun.
But it has a circular casing that has shotgun shells in it.
Yeah.
And he blows the lady, like a college girl's guts out.
Yeah.
She's just trying to get on the elevator.
He blows up a fucking when exposition cops finally show up in the movie.
Yeah.
He blows up their car.
Where was that? It was the
Yes, there's
exposition
a
cop
big
from
guy
the
with a
other
big hammer
movie.
waiting to
For
attack
a
me
second,
whenever I
it got
find that
killed in their
area.
parking lot.
Their car turned into a toy car?
And it blew up.
All the cops start showing up. All of the cops.
There's helicopters, there's SWAT teams, there's fucking ninja cocksuckers, all sorts of shit going on. All sorts of shit going on.
Everybody shows up.
Nope. Listen, there's not a whole lot going on in Virginia.
I guess they're not
They're all
busy.
going to show up.
It's like the end of the Blues Brothers.
Only instead of the Bluesmobile falling apart, it's the movie.
Oh! Jesus! I didn't even want to do that one.
You know what, Mike? Mike, you can pick any movie you want. But not that fucker Jay.
Nobody can stop Satan's killer.
Oh no! Just do it!
What's one more bystander?
He was gonna shoot her anyway!
What's one more body? Come on. The tomato products.
After all this buildup, you feel like there's got to be a huge fucking like you want to be up on the roof of the garage. You want to be like he's going to be right by the edge of the fucking structure. He's going to go falling off.
You want a Hans Gruber ending.
Absolutely.
And he just dies next to a rack of flour in the kitchen.
Crass.
He shot him in the head with like a piece of plastic.
This is music.
That's what Dixie comes.
This music is perfect.
This is.
All those cops there, and it's over.
Hey guys.
For a movie with such an engaging story, it was very anticlimactic.
Yeah, that's right. They built up to this ending.
Like when he's walking into the ambulance at the end, like,
Yeah.
like the Satan killer should have popped back up, covered in blood. But then out of nowhere, like ball cop, just like in the wheelchair, just kind of grabs his balls. What you have for breakfast? Not this time.
Yeah.
I know what you're having for breakfast. My cock.
Oh, that's a satisfactory ending, Rich. We certainly could not get that from this movie.
Little Die Hard with Carl Winslow shooting, finally firing a gun again at a perp, mustering that courage again.
That is what Die Hard was missing. Carl Winslow needed to grab more balls.
This guy we're looking for is a scum-sucking, motherfucking, ball-biting death machine.
Yeah! And there he is now! Oh, it's just a guy!
I just work for Con Ed.
I mean, is it too much to ask to have something make sense? Something?
That's like a good quote for the bot.
It's the credit blurb on the front of the Blu-ray release.
Or is it the catch line of the movie? Is it
The tagline? Yeah.
Is it too much to ask to have something make sense?
So what did we learn today?
We learned that Halloween is canceled. From now and forever.
So I guess we'll start from you, Jay. What is your pick?
For best of the worst?
Best of the worst.
You know what? I'm gonna say, and everybody's gonna hate me. My best of the worst is gonna be Hallowgate, because one, it's actually Halloween themed.
So?
Satan Killer was frustrating and annoying.
Mike, what's your vote? That definitely isn't Halloween.
I know I'm in the minority here. That's fine.
Jay, I totally respect your decision.
Do you?
No, I do.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Jay, I have absolutely no respect for your decision.
I do, in a strange way, I do. You're right. It is Halloween themed, and whatever you said.
Whatever dumb bullshit you said.
I don't fucking care.
I gotta go with the Satan Killer, because it's on that demon cop level of bafflement.
The end shootout is amazing, but up until then, it was incredibly annoying and frustrating.
It was frustrating, but it was funner than the other two.
Josh.
Well, I'm gonna vote for Shock 'em Dead because I feel like I need to balance. Because they're all bad, and if I felt comfortable abstaining,
pressure on Rich.
No, there's no pressure.
But there it is. There's a balance here between all three of these movies that
Rich don't care.
Well, fuck you. I'm going with the Satan killer. Look,
fucking asshole.
You can't beat Ball Cop and that insane shootout.
You know what we need to point out, and this is something we haven't mentioned yet. What makes Satan Killer make a lot more sense, we looked up the director on IMDb. Even though this is the only movie he's ever done, he does have a picture on IMDb. and when you see it, you see that picture and you're like, oh, okay, now I understand the Satan Killer. That's the guy that made the Satan Killer. Yeah.
His headshot on IMDb looks like he went to Sears, where they had like the discount photography.
And he wasn't happy about it.
And he just like sat down.
He's been on hard times. He's been like homeless for the last 8 months. And he's trying to get a decent headshot so he can get work. So he cleaned up as best he could and he went to Sears.
But he's a director. Why does he need a headshot? He's a director. He's behind the camera.
But Sears only gave him like
That's
4
'cause
seconds.
They went to the audition and they took. Oh God, maybe behind the camera.
You look like a director. Go ahead.
He got the Sears photography package that lasts 4 seconds, and he was able to sit in the chair, and then it was like motion blur. Or you said it looked like a mugshot.
It looks like a mugshot.
It kind of looks like it's the combination. It's the split between a mugshot and a school portrait.
Is anyone's IMDb picture a mugshot?
Like actually a mugshot.
Harvey Weinstein.
Should be. Should be. Should be.
Oh my God.
Well, a happy birthday to you, and a happy Halloween to everybody else.
That's disgusting.
Cheers.
Have we satisfied riches or whatever we're doing?
I don't know, Jay. We'll find out.
Well, I haven't drank anything. Is that bad?
Probably.
We are indeed offended.
What?
You have consecrated our sacred burial ground, and now you are cursed.
What?
I call upon all witches' eyes upon us. Send these men coronavirus.
Watch the Ryan's Babe episode. It's time.
Hey, Josh.
Hello, Jack.
So, did you see Solo?
Oh, yeah, I loved Solo. It's really great. Yeah. Yeah, it's my favorite Mario Van Peebles movie.
Do you just carry that around with you?
No.
Oh, it was for the joke?
No.
Take.
Enough about all that. Let's watch the movies.
Yeah, what do we got today? What do we have? What's going on?
Well, let's watch this movie.
It's right there.
His wife is dead. He's paralyzed. Now comes the kill squad. So there aren't a lot of complete sentences, so just be ready for this.
Okay,
all right.
give it to me.
He saved them in Nam. Now it's time for payback. Kill squad. Joseph was their officer in Nam. He saved all their lives. They would each die for him. They just might all die. Joe needs help. He's called out the kill squad. That's as good as I can get it. That many ellipses in one sentence is very impressive.
I think I understand what's happening.
Okay, I can explain a little more.
Oh, please.
Joseph and his wife Joanne are viciously attacked in their home. She's raped and killed.
Oh, no.
He's shot and paralyzed.
Double danger.
Larry, his best friend and ex-squad member from Nam, calls out the rest of the squad. After all, they all owe him their lives.
How does Cameron Mitchell get these roles where he's like starring in the movie but then doesn't actually have to do anything in the movie?
The only lead they have to start checking out is the name of the leader, Dutch. Cameron Mitchell. Everywhere they go, when they ask about Dutch, the people are reduced to trembling animals. Tiny dogs and cats and hamsters.
Magic. This has magic.
Very strange.
It's like that scene in Willow.
Fighting as if cornered and their very lives are at stake. Fight after brutal fight, they continue looking for Dutch, so they can't find him. Well, so this is how it's going to work. Their numbers being reduced by the bodies of buddies they have to leave behind. An excellent car chase ending in a fire explosion, and we find our kill squad almost desperate, but determined to finish the job.
Look, I got 10,000 tarantulas coming in from
I wouldn't lie to
Arizona.
you about 4,000
I got
scorpions.
5,000 scorpions flying all the way in from Mexico. And centipedes, can you believe this with your own ears? I got 3,000 centipedes coming in from Death Valley. Cut the crap, Papa. Hey, it's no bull. I wouldn't lie to you about 3,000 centipedes.
3,000 centipedes?
I wouldn't lie to you.
That's a line.
You just did. It's fair. Told me there were 4,000 scorpions.
I would never lie.
We don't need any stewards around
Everyone
here
knows
to
those are
get
lobsters
us
in
in
the tropic gauntlet.
do we?
Hell no.
No.
Where the hell
See,
is
Hey, looking for me?
You fell off a building! Onto a car.
Ryan's Babe. All right, so this is Ryan's Babe. This is the road movie that doesn't know where it's going.
Oh, man.
Classic boner road comedy. What was the end-all boner road comedy with Tom Green in it? Was it just called Road Trip?
Yeah.
Videonomicon proudly presents for the first time on DVD Ray Ramea's road trip cult classic, Ryan's Babe.
We all know about it. Classic.
Cult classic, right up there with Racky Horror. A good heart and bad luck will get you nothing but trouble. That's what Ryan discovers the hard way.
Nice, just in case.
Like a boner.
Yeah. Dicks. Yeah.
Dicks. When he thought hitting the road would solve all of his problems, instead it was just the beginning. Ryan, Bill Levasseur, from The West Wing.
Oh!
From getting carjacked at gunpoint, being
That was
mistaken for a
he turned into a
mobster's
pig.
son, to a run-in
But a
with
pig? You sure-
cheerleaders
sure it wasn't
intent
something
on
else? I don't know.
vigilante
What else?
justice.
What's he thinking?
Ryan barely escapes one mess before landing in the
It wasn't
middle
intentional,
of
whatever it was.
another.
No, boy.
Oh, you can't win. Finally able to go home, Ryan. Whoa. What?
No, just I was wondering where he was going. Because it's a road trip movie.
Usually you have a destination.
Going from a place to a place. And I hadn't heard until he said right there to go home.
Well, he's going home.
Yeah, from where?
From where? Or to where? Did he go somewhere and then go back home?
What? What?
Wait.
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
Wait.
What?
All right,
What is
we've
this?
reached new heights of
Where are we
grossness
now?
in this game.
Wait, what is happening? Wait.
What?
He in the lake?
Oh,
Or
God.
the
What?
moat?
What's happening?
Why not just leave
No, I was
water?
already in the mode.
Wait, what?
What?
Where?
Well, the moat was the grossest part.
I mean, the moat was pretty darn gross. This is like a big sack of the nasty pustule things in the ceiling. bunch of flies in here.
Who?
Huh?
What is going on? What is happening? Why? Where? How did we get here? What? What? Wait, what? Why is this
These flies are weak
happening?
to freezing fire.
What?
Shit! God, I hear something gross.
That's me killing that grills. Squish, squish, squish.
This movie is called Demon Warp, starring the heavenly George Kennedy.
Oh, a secret passage.
Most
Oh, I bet
famously
that's
known
the
from
thing I saw on the
the
map.
Naked Gun series or Police Squad.
A vengeance-crazed hunter searching for his daughter. 5 youths stalking an inhuman mutation. They have just stepped into the alien-spawned realm of Demon Warp, and a wave of unearthly terror is about to begin.
So the demons are
Building
aliens.
needs a bonfire, if I'm being honest.
No.
Okay.
Oh,
You're right.
Or
no.
Yes.
maybe?
Okay, you're right.
Because the Demon Warp is a realm,
Oh, it's a realm.
which is alien-spawned, which may or may not have
Yeah, okay,
anything to
pretty
do
cool
with the
with the rest of them.
vengeance-crazed
Definitely
hunter or the
aggressive
5
mode, I'd
youths,
say.
or the inhuman mutation, or the daughter.
There's a lot to pack in.
Enter
There's like a
a primeval world
big
of future
open
shock and alien terror.
part of the building
Demon Warp.
with
A transmutation
fly gunk
into
everywhere.
They went for it. They're going for it in this fucking thing. Jesus.
A transmutation into terror.
I have so many questions, and I don't...
That was just the front of the
That was
box.
just the front.
I thought that was the whole thing.
I figured out how to max out aptitudes.
Okay.
Right.
You just have to reincarnate.
Boring.
Yeah. But it only works with generic characters. For some reason.
Surely it works for uniques too.
I tried.
Try harder.
Yeah, I guess so. I think I
Do
have to
better.
instead of teasing it.
What was this? Oh, is this the one back up to
Stir you around like a soup.
Easter?
You know, it occurred to me, I don't think, Jack, that you have ever introed
It's like in level to 999.
movies. I don't know if you ever
Two
have.
battles.
I'm sure I have.
I think the guy out front is gone because I
Well, then I only watched
murdered
3
him.
movies. The first one was Kill Squad.
You blew it. You are dumb.
Josh, why don't you explain Kill Squad?
Oh,
it shouldn't be hard because there's basically 3 scenes over and over.
Basically I could explain it by retitling the movie to Kick Squad. A fella and his wife, they're good business people having good business times.
Our company is doing so good, Joanne. You know, this quarter will surpass last quarter in gross receipts with new orders coming in every day. And next quarter will be even better.
Business.
Who cares? Where's general business, but good. Numbers go up.
I am a businessman. You are a disinterested wife.
As far as I'm concerned, the company can do it without your friend, Mr. Pierce.
Why, Joanne? Is it because he's black?
That's just what the wife said.
I wasn't expecting such biting social commentary. Is it because he's black?
Let's not gloss over that.
Why not? The movie does.
We were just about to gloss over the fact that his wife is pretty racist.
We don't actually have confirmation on that. It's that he thinks she's racist. He might throw that shit at her all the time.
It's true. He could be completely off. We don't know, and we'll never know.
We'll never know.
Because she gets fucking killed immediately.
All of a sudden, there's a gang led by Cameron Mitchell. They break into the house, shoot him, rape and kill her. Moving on.
Oh, look at that.
Okay, let's sit through all of it. That's great.
It'd have to be an awkward 15-minute scene.
Yeah.
Any nudity is good, regardless of context.
Larry, the guy who helps Joe, the businessman, run his business.
The black man.
The black fellow.
Who the wife may or may not like
Might
because of his blackness.
She does not like him. We don't know why. So.
What's not to like about Larry?
This is a rejection slip, man. I know that. Why are you rejecting the tool? Because it wasn't built to our specifications.
One of the employees is mad because he's too lazy to make the tools they're manufacturing up to specifications.
OSHA
And the boss
mandated
insists he makes the tools right. A kung fu fight breaks out between the employees and the boss.
Look at all the fighting in this movie.
Yeah, karate.
Need more.
This is insane that they're having a karate fight right now.
It's the world's greatest work dispute, really.
This is like 5 minutes into the movie,
Yeah,
too.
it's right away.
This fight was so intense that the employee had to run and grab the workplace gun. Oh my God!
All right, I think we've learned who's in the right and wrong here. Only dipshits shoot their own foot.
That was amazing.
In its designated
See,
slot.
that was the OSHA regulated gun.
Yeah,
Needs to
that's
be
what
at
they
every
store.
workplace. Yeah.
You've got the eyewash station, you've got the gun area.
Of course.
Totally.
Just like every business. has.
They apparently skipped on the training for the gun, though.
What a wonderful scene. So Joe, yeah, the businessman from the beginning, whose wife is dead, had been raped and murdered. He is paralyzed, he's in a wheelchair, and he just wants to go to his garden. And so Larry takes Joe to his garden where they have a Vietnam flashback.
Do you ever think about that day, Joe?
All the time.
Joe, right?
Joe.
They make him walk through the minefield.
Just rest his hand on it.
Well, the whole idea is Joe wants his old squad to get back together to help avenge his dead wife, I guess. So
and find out who did it.
And find out who.
take revenge.
They got to look into it. So so it is scene after scene of, hey, we found Guy. Oh, he's in a
Glad they haven't
situation with
invented
other
Scarlet
people and
Rot
has to
yet.
kick his way out of it. And then we approach him to say, come join the squad.
It's this very surreal pattern because this scene after scene, nothing deviates from the all-important pattern.
It's lockstep. It really is.
There is a man who was thrown off of a, 4-story building?
I think they're 3, but still.
He lands in a car, and he's fine.
What the hell happened, man? You slipped with something? If I didn't know any better, I'd say somebody pushed me.
Push you? Who in the hell would want
He
to
fell off a building!
Onto a car.
Not only does he get up and walk after falling off of a 3-story building, then he starts kicking ass!
The people who shoved him off the building, they need to get kicked.
They need to get kicked in the face. He kicks them in the face, and then the rest of the squad comes in to.
On cue, right when the kicking's done.
Every scene, kick, 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 kick. Oh, the squad comes in to recruit.
Because the pattern is more powerful than the fall. You see, it's the superpower. It's not his superpower. It's the superpower of the pattern.
So the universe this movie takes in won't accept any actions that deviate from the pattern?
Yes. Yes.
It's like a self-correcting universe.
Absolutely. You know,
like if the squad wanted to meet up with a member who wasn't in trouble, the second the squad was nearby, trouble would just spontaneously happen because the universe wouldn't allow anything else.
Yes. And so reality starts rewrapping around the situation. And so suddenly we have to beat you up now.
And they get kicked.
If you think about it, that makes an incredible amount of sense. Why else would that renegade pimp take over that pimp's corner?
Right at that time.
Right at that moment.
Yeah. I guess I'm not a pimp anymore.
This is where I started to notice that whatever they were doing with their
They
time,
drop immediately.
done.
Yeah.
The universe demands it.
Yeah. We get the gardener, who's definitely being racist at.
I said I finished the front yard, and that will be $23.50, sir.
Ah, come on, buddy. Come on. Would anybody like a little nip?
Is that where everybody at this party just attacks him?
Yeah.
Like men, women, children just start
Just
kung fu
everybody
fighting.
comes after him because he wants to be paid for his work.
The friends come in and take him away.
So much, and you know, like he has to stick with the formula so much that he leaves his work truck just sitting in that guy's driveway.
Well, now we need to point out that is almost to the minute the first 30 minutes. And then we reach the next 30 minutes. Again, almost to the minute.
Almost as if it was written and directed by someone who is very particular about things.
Yes. Because now the next 30 minutes is a series of scenes, much like the first 30 minutes is a series of scenes of people getting into confrontation, kick, 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 squad shows up. The next 30 minutes is they go to a place, they interrogate a person, they end up in a kicking fight, and then a sniper shoots one of the squad members and kills him.
5 times.
It just happens over and over and over.
Confront, run, kick, snipe. Confront, run, kick, snipe. Confront, run, kick, snipe.
Break off into 2 again.
You're missing an important step. You're missing a very important step, which is that everyone who works in the place that gets questioned by these guys, as soon as it's obvious that the kick fight is about to start, everyone else who works there immediately joins.
All these employees are loyal to each other.
Extremely fucking loyal.
I'm just here working on my truck. Is that a kicking? I have to protect my friend.
You got trouble, Jesse? Plenty. Your troubles are over. Let's get it,
Yeah, you think they'd just be like,
Get
oh
off
man,
of
those
me.
guys want to fuck up our coworker. Oh, I guess I should call the cops. We should run away so they don't beat us up.
I don't want to get hurt.
What? Did he just kill him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, that guy was just innocent.
Yeah.
He just worked there.
He just saw them beating up one of his coworkers and tried to help.
Yeah.
So this is the next 30-minute chunk, and the whole idea is that they're trying to track down, what is it, Dutch is the guy's name?
Yes.
Dutch is the guy that pulled the trigger, but ultimately, and this is important, they want to find out who hired him to pull the trigger.
Because he's just a working man, and that's his job.
Yeah.
And for all this next 30-minute scene, when someone is snipered, we keep seeing like a masked figure.
We see the sniper. and
We
he's-
see it all in black. He's got a ski mask on, and
5 different times.
Yeah, and we do see
Magically
Mitchell at
shows
one
up.
point in a phone conversation. He's got a rifle. We're just like, oh, it's Cameron Mitchell, it's the sniper.
He's wearing a mask because they didn't have Cameron Mitchell there every fucking day.
And he's not going to do stunts. He's not
He's not going to do
he's
stunts.
not going to climb up a water tower. That's not Cameron Mitchell.
There were times it would have made far more sense for the sniper to just shoot all of our heroes.
Oh yeah, that's something that
before,
needs to be pointed out.
before shooting his own henchmen.
Every single
every
time
opportunity.
he shoots just one of them.
Yeah. He's got every opportunity in the world.
He can't
when they get
deviate
shot,
from the pattern.
When the one of them gets shot, the other one just like.
Yeah, that's the thing. Maybe he wants to shoot the other ones, and the universe is forcing him not to.
Oh, I gotta go.
And now I gotta scale down this wall, I guess. I have no control over my body.
Like, this is the scene when, the sniper gets unmasked, and they make a point of not showing it, and it was like a tease, and it was kind of jarring because before then you're thinking he's wearing a mask because they didn't have Cameron Mitchell to shoot.
Clearly, the sniper is supposed to be Cameron Mitchell.
The second there's a tease, it's like, oh wait, there's a mystery.
Why is there a mystery?
Why is there a mystery?
Yeah.
And we suspected it was Joe, the guy in the wheelchair.
Well, the idea is so stupid that I think somebody suggested it as a joke.
Yeah. Rich, are you saying that the universe rewrote itself to the stupidness of the movie?
That rewrote us, Jack, watching it. Because we were supposed to have suspicions, and even though we didn't, the universe of this movie sucked us in.
Yeah. So, spoiler, Joe was the sniper.
What?
He wasn't really crippled. He has this whole stupid backstory as to why he was killing off all of his friends.
Dare ask me why? This is why.
Oh,
he was upset that he had to go through the minefield, even though his squad couldn't do anything about that.
He was upset that the Vietnamese forced him to walk through the minefield.
And it was their fault
It was
somehow.
the squad's fault.
Why'd you have him shoot you or pretend to shoot you? For the sake of an audience that wasn't watching?
Oh yeah, well, okay, so that's the whole movie, but we do have to mention Cameron Mitchell, because we barely mentioned
Yes.
him.
Barbecue time, everybody!
No, this is before the reveal that Joe is the killer. They go to Cameron Mitchell's swinging pool party that he's having.
It's just Larry by this point.
Yeah, that's right. Larry's the only one that hasn't been killed in the squad. Everybody's just getting thrown into that pool.
But luckily, they all have the same super weakness, which is as soon as they enter the pool, they're done.
They just can't get out.
They're out.
So much so that you can actually see one of the stunt guys like watching them film.
He didn't realize he was on camera.
And then as soon as he realizes he's on camera, he tucks his head.
I'm injured.
Well, these some of them like they thought the shot was over and they started to get out.
Wait, no. There's a lady that's walking by. She's just got a punch bowl and she's like, ah,
fuck! She just walked in. She was just there for the party. She didn't mean to be in the shot. That was an accident. She wasn't expecting it.
That was actual craft services.
Yeah. I have Mr. Mitchell's spike.
That's the thing. It feels like the whole movie is building up towards Cameron Mitchell, and then he just gets shot. He's done.
That's the pattern, though. They get to get shot before they have a full reveal.
That's the strict pattern that we cannot deviate from.
It's like the opposite of Run Lola Run. Like different things can't happen.
oh God! So it's that Terminator movie where the universe blows up anyway.
Yeah. Oh yes, Terminator 3.
Yeah.
Hey, remember that no fate but what you make thing? Ah, fuck that. We're all gonna die.
Barbecue time, everybody!
Ryan's Babe. We're gonna talk about Ryan's Babe now.
Thank God it's not me.
No, this is Rich Evans.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Did you do that to me?
Before you talk about it though, can we talk a little bit about our decision to watch it?
It was just a wild card.
We expected road movie boner comedy.
I mean, you look at that cover.
Look at the cover.
Look at that cover.
Comedy thriller. The fuck does that mean?
The fuck is a comedy thriller?
It should be comedy thriller.
Yeah. or comedy thriller? I'm pretty sure like
whatever they describe it as should end in question mark.
Hey, you want to go for a beer?
Okay.
You're buying. Wait. Come on, let's go.
Rich, explain Ryan's Babe.
How am I supposed to explain something that has no noticeable structure?
Start from the beginning.
Okay,
and go where you go.
No, let's explain it. And before we talk into how like nonsensical and weird it is, like as it went along, we kind of understood it a little bit better.
Yeah.
So explain like the basic story before we get into the weirdness.
Just the basic story is there is a man named Ryan, and when we first meet him, he's driving down the road, and a woman takes him hostage. And then they're just friends.
I'm sorry. Not my real
Ryan.
What's happening?
We should be there by 10 o'clock in the morning.
So now they're just friendly?
This is the quickest case of Stockholm Syndrome I've ever seen. And then they have a pleasant dinner.
Son-in-law of the late senator is taken into custody.
Why is there a TV directly in front of their table?
Evidence suggests it was Westgard who heavily drugged his wife Krista, the senator's daughter, to implicate her in the murder of her mother, so he could inherit the Adamson family fortune.
And then she hears on the news that she's innocent of the crime she's been accused of, and then she just lets him go. What did I say that has her so upset? She's no longer a suspect?
She's no longer a suspect. She didn't kill her mom, so everything's great. Cool, but yeah, he's trying to get out of the movie.
It's his car!
What?
We're not even 10 minutes into the movie.
Please stay with me, please.
What is happening? And then he drives some more and he meets somebody else and something wacky happens, and then he gets kidnapped by somebody, and then he goes somewhere else, and then he gets a job, meets a woman, and then 3 months have gone by, and then the woman drugs him and rapes him, and then he's an exotic dancer, and then he goes somewhere else, then he has lunch, and then he goes somewhere else, then his stalker has lunch with his mother, and then he goes somewhere else, but in the meantime, he's at the Grand Canyon, and then he goes somewhere else, and then the movie ends.
But Rich, what's his relationship with his stalker?
He doesn't care how much he hurts me. He just doesn't care.
Oh, he's completely indifferent towards her until he decides he loves her.
I love you with all my heart and soul. I'm committed, willing, and ready to do anything for you, Ryan. Why are you so polite and indifferent?
This is a movie about Ryan and his wacky road trip of doom. And then
Cult classic.
Wacky road trip of doom is the best way to describe this movie, Rich. That's perfect.
So the movie obviously opens with a man about to murder a woman in the woods.
I'm going to have some fun.
In our boner comedy? I would say no hints that the movie's supposed to be a comedy, but I don't think there's any hints that the movie's supposed to be a comedy the whole way through.
No, because it's not a comedy.
It's not a comedy.
Her security guard tries to murder her.
Not on her side.
And then she turns the tables on him.
Yes.
And flees out, and that's where she meets up with Ryan, and she carjacks him.
Ryan, who we don't know who he is, we don't know anything about him at this point. She just gets in his car. I assumed that this was going to be about them like forming a relationship.
Yes!
But that's just like a little anecdote.
The setup is clear from here, right? I mean, she's taking him by gunpoint. All right, he's gonna be her hostage, but they're gonna go on adventures together. And you know what? They're gonna get close. They're gonna learn about each other.
Does anybody remember the movie The Chase with Charlie Sheen?
Yes.
Yes. That's what this is.
That's what it.
No, that's what it feels like.
That's what it was going to be for that 5 minutes.
It's like Charlie Sheen. He kidnaps Christy Swanson, and then they form a bond, and we realize that there's more to him than we thought. He's not just a thug.
But it's super accelerated because we thought it would take some time there.
No.
The thing is, the movie already
shot.
No, listen.
The next shot, they're
Rich,
friends.
Wait.
She hears that she's innocent, and she lets him go.
Well, and then it turns out that she's completely inconsequential because then she's out of the movie.
Forever.
She leaves him a nice note first that he reads right before the mafia mistakes him for another mafia boss's son and kidnaps him.
But because they think he's a mafioso's son, then he leaves the mafioso's son in a truck and ends up on the side of the highway, which leads him to his next misadventure where he gets picked up by a truck. Where it's like
none of it really matters.
Nothing matters.
None of it really matters.
Nothing
But so
really
I want to go.
matters.
I want to stop back to it because we start basically in the middle of at the beginning of Act 2.
You can't.
And then we have to circle all the way back around.
You can't analyze this like acts.
Yes, I can.
You explain it by detail. I'll come back. I'll be back in an hour. And then when you're still talking about the third segment of the movie, I'll be coming back.
The third segment, which is the 42nd act, which leads into the 22nd act, which leads into the third act.
Fucking, you're in charge, man. You deal with it. You deal with that shit. I don't need this in my goddamn life. You think I need Ryan's babe in my fucking life? You think I want to explain the Inception flashback within a flashback within a flashback?
We haven't even got into
talk about that.
Before we even know what's happening. We're still with the woman that holds him hostage, and then we cut to a flashback of him and his bike getting run over. And we're like, where are we?
Tell her to fuck off.
Now you lost your girlfriend too? Do you remember when he was kidnapped?
I don't remember why.
Wait, what?
Wait,
what?
Oh, she faked it?
Wait.
Is that what's happening?
No, is this a flashback within a flashback?
I think it's yeah.
Whoa, what?
I think that's him when he's a kid.
What?
Oh,
and he's remembering when his bike
got run
over, and that gives him sympathy for the girl.
And then she steals money because she's crazy to buy him a bike.
Hey Ryan, look what I've got. Wow.
I think what the movie is trying to say is that Ryan is enabling her by being like, oh, you fixed my bike, thank you, we're gonna be friends, and then he leaves without a...
Wait, Ryan, I want to ride too. Ryan.
I think it's supposed to be that he's like kind of enabling her like weird relationship with him. It does it so poorly that it just comes across like she's obsessed with him.
Yeah.
And he's dismissive of
I mean,
She
no
is
mistake.
obsessed with him.
She's toxic. She's awful.
He's just trying to go out on a date with his girlfriend, and then she comes by to get in the way.
Yeah.
And then we flash forward, because it's already in the flashback, to him on a date with his girlfriend, and then she comes by on her bike to try and interfere with the date.
And she goes
And then she
through-
gets hit by a car, and then we flash forward, but it's still not far enough that we're not in a flashback, and she is trying to commit suicide.
She took a bunch of her sleeping pills. Take her to trauma.
What is happening?
Wait.
Obsessed stalker girl tries to kill herself.
In our boner comedy road trip movie.
Look at the cover for this movie.
A lady attempts suicide.
Ryan! Is Ryan there?
There's no one here.
No one loves you.
Oh, well, and then her dad discovers what's going on.
I want to see my little girl. He's somewhere in the city, and I'm gonna find that son of a bitch.
No, Bill.
Best performance in the film.
Oh boy. Is there an Oscar for ADR?
Your boy drove my little girl to kill herself.
Now my son will
I don't
never.
need no lectures. Now get the hell out before I throw you out.
Remember in the room that one line where the mom's like, I have cancer, not a big deal.
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole movie.
That's the funny thing is we watched the interview after with the director, and he talks about how like, oh, we shot for the sake of like, you know, keeping the production going along. We shot the whole movie without sound, and we dubbed it all later, which is
explains
not,
a lot.
It's not horribly uncommon. It's usually done better.
I'll have another one, Jim. No more today, Bill. Please escort this gentleman to the door.
Wait,
Whoa.
what? What? He just said two people's lines.
He did. I'll have another drink. No, you're caught off. Like that all happens out of the same mouth.
It comes out of the same mouth. And then there's like, and then there's just lots of really weird dialogue.
Hey, Ryan, I've been looking everywhere for you. I knew you'd be here.
It should be pointed out that the writer and director is an aged Indian man.
No, the writer-director is an alien. He comes from the same planet as Tommy Wiseau and Neil Breen.
Yes.
They've all come to Earth to make American movies, and they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Oh, they really don't, and they go for it 100%.
Yeah, I wonder if this would be funnier on second viewing, because first viewing, we were mostly just baffled.
Yeah.
Like, I looked over at Rich, and it was like the exact same reaction you had to Faust when there was, like, gross body horror happening, where you're like...
But with less behind it, we're just like, ah.
Well, it's like we haven't, and I don't even know if this is something that we can vocalize. There is such a lack of internal logic to the movie. Why Ryan gets from point A to point B is never explained, makes no sense.
Well, the whole idea is that he leaves Saskatchewan because the father of the weird stalker suicidal girlfriend wants to kill him.
I'm gonna find that bastard and kill him.
But I'm still gonna find your son of a bitch and kill him.
The minute I see that son of a bitch, I'm gonna kill him.
When I find that son of a bitch, I'm gonna blow his head off. When I find that son of a bitch, I'm gonna blow his head off.
There's no overarching goal. He's not trying to get anywhere.
Yeah.
He just leaves and random things happen to him.
Oh, by the way, keep the sweater.
It would be great if he was like trying to accomplish something while all this wacky stuff happened to him.
Yeah, there's no...
I've got to get here.
Right.
That's
and
it.
all these wacky complications get in the way, like every road trip movie ever.
That's all. You need one line.
I've got to get to my sister's wedding.
He's working at a restaurant.
What?
No, the
Just
movie
to go.
just stumbles into a storyline that starts to blossom, and then the movie then stumbles out of it and just completely forgets it exists.
And there's never a payoff for any of it. It's just, this part is done.
Well, now we need to talk about the reoccurring themes that happen throughout the movie. The first one being that the filmmaker has a piss obsession. He loves watching his lead actor piss in awkward positions.
Down on your knees.
No, that's not. Oh, God, come on.
Do you know how peeing works?
Why'd you make me go down on my knees?
Because it'll be harder for you to run away.
What does she care if he runs away or not?
Someone's got to be paying. Someone's got to
Preferably
be
with
watching.
somebody
him.
watching.
Keep the door open.
Somebody watching or telling him how to piss.
Yes.
Get down on your knees because it'll be harder for you to escape while I watch you piss.
Don't close the door because I have to see you piss.
Yeah.
Beauty of the world, the paragon of the animals. In action, like an angel. But angels do not have to piss.
I love Shakespeare, and I'm also watching you. So
Yeah.
keep the door open while you piss, and I talk about Shakespeare.
And that's how we knew the structure was changing. Because at the end, at one point, he's about to piss. He doesn't have time to piss. He's got to move on.
Every little segment is its own
You're not
little-
buying a second of this, are you?
I'm trying to catch up.
Well, the other running theme is Ryan being drugged. Ryan gets drugged 5 or 6 times throughout this movie. He either gets a needle that makes him pass out, or he gets like a roofied. He hitchhikes. He gets it in a truck with a guy, a truck driver, who roofies him.
I know that. I'm sorry. But the guy looked like my kid brother Billy. Just couldn't leave him on the side of the highway. But don't worry about it. I put the baby to sleep. Hey, buddy.
Wait, he drugged him, but the drug only lasted 5 seconds? And the guy says, all right, get out. And then Ryan starts working at a gas station diner.
Hey, guys, look. That's the guy that attacked Jenny on campus. It's totally him.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
That attacked Jamie?
Here you go, dude. It's not much, but well, it's a place.
And now he's getting an apartment? What?
Where is he? He decides to get an apartment some completely random place. Then he just started working in a diner at that day for no reason.
And then
he
he
just walks
the-
into a diner and says,
Can I work? He didn't walk into the diner. We didn't see him walk into the diner. He just works there now.
You don't even know how long he's worked there. You never know that.
That's just his life. That's
he
where he is. So these women say the universe in this movie just decided he works at a diner now.
He gets an apartment from, I think, the guy who hired him at the diner.
Sure.
But I'm not entirely sure. So he goes to this apartment, which is kind of furnished. Again, there's a bed. And
But
so
then those girls from the diner show
they
up.
break in, and they're like, hey, motherfucker, hit him with a frying pan.
Well, for no reason, they're wearing cheerleader outfits.
And masks.
And masks.
Well,
I get the mask.
they also drug him because that's the other running
Because
theme.
he got a drug.
Because they want to cut his dick off.
We should cut his dick off, and then we hang it here. When he wakes up, he'll see the hanging dick. Who's he gonna tell his story to? The police?
Jenny's on her way over. We should probably wait for her.
Fortunately, they
Jesus.
have the presence of mind to bring in the rape victim before they cut his dick off.
And she's like, whoa.
It's the wrong guy! That guy had like a half an inch of hair when I tried to grab it. There's no way he could have grown this much hair in 2 days.
Come on, guys, what do we do?
Why don't we take him out of state and dump him in the mountains?
Why not just You were wearing masks! He doesn't know you! What is happening? You don't know him!
He's at the Grand Canyon and he says, well, fuck, I guess I'm here now. I guess I'll find another job.
And then he befriends a prostitute with a small child.
Yep.
And then this is and then. What is this? What's happening?
Great. You mean what, right? $1,000.
What is this, the lottery? What is happening?
Well, listen, come with me.
Where are you also? Are you at your bar? Did you win $20,000 at your bar, the bar you work at?
Also, you're like your girlfriend is breaking up with you and is a hooker and doesn't like it and is having an abusive time. Like, what? What is going on?
What is happening?
You're expecting like a setup and payoff thing. The scene starts and he goes, "I won $20,000,"
and then he goes to an office where they give him $20,000.
And then he gives us $20,000 to the prostitute that he just met. Well,
because she needs to go back
her
to school.
Took her and her daughter hostage off camera.
And he killed himself in the apartment off camera. So these characters are traumatized for life. This girl.
This all happened in the space of a minute. As we're talking about this, I'm like, this didn't happen.
Yeah.
This isn't. Yeah. We didn't see this.
This all happened.
But it did happen. It's real.
You know, this situation's a little bit crazy for me. I have to go home and get into a relationship with my stalker.
Well, no. But before he does that, he says, you know what? This is pretty fucking crazy. Like, you're a prostitute and your husband just got murdered by the cops. I'm going to go be a stripper. So I'm going to go be a stripper. Wow, that worked quick.
Everyone must like you.
Wait, what?
They drugged him.
They drugged him and put him in her room?
Yeah.
So this old lady raped him?
That's what it looks like.
Just like Mike. He asked me to stay around until after she was married. It's the only thing he asked me before he died.
And you? Who are you?
What happened?
How did I get here?
Is this supposed to be a sentimental scene?
Yes.
Is this supposed to... I don't get what any of these scenes are.
I better get going.
No. Hey, Copper, you're in no condition to go anywhere. Let's just get some rest, okay? Everyone needs some rest.
That was insane. That right there was the most insane part of this movie. Like the sentimental conversation after she drugged and raped him that he was okay with.
Yeah. Oh, and she's giving him money. Okay. So the end of the movie, Ryan leaves whatever dumb bullshit he's in and decides that he loves the
God.
He decides he wants to enable the suicide girl.
Listen, don't hang up. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna be home in about an hour. Stay there, okay? I'm coming home for you, babe.
She's Ryan's babe!
Of course she's Ryan's babe, because this movie
she's
is
always been
bad
Ryan's
shit
babe.
crazy!
Their entire relationship is incredibly unhealthy. And I thought that was going to be the purpose of the movie, is like she has a psychopathic obsession with him to the point where she's willing to steal, injure herself, injure people around her just for him.
Like his experiences with other troubled women have made him realize that emotionally he needs to keep his distance from this woman.
Sure. Or maybe like on her end, like she's learned like, oh, I took it too far, I've acted inappropriately. Let's maybe just be friends or start over.
Yeah, it's a portrait from top to bottom of bad relationships.
Well, the message is, you know what? If you know someone that's really like creepy on, just give him a chance.
You know what? She will do anything for me. Yeah, I guess that's pretty good.
That's true love. At the very least, we don't get the scene with them like embracing at the end.
Sure.
Because
Ryan is
because
a
we
fucking
don't get
idiot.
it end.
Because Ryan is a fucking stupid motherfucker.
He's gonna say no this time because he's learned his lesson. And fuck you, Ryan! Fuck you and your fucking Canada fuck!
And this is the perfect fucking spot for a great joke. To just pull up and say, hey, you're in trouble? Bye.
I've learned my lesson.
I learned my lesson about getting involved with strangers.
Oh, yeah.
Guess who didn't learn shit?
He didn't learn anything.
I'm gonna walk into the other room briefly just to see if something insane happens.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Something insane is gonna happen.
Oh, you're wasting cigarettes.
Something
why'd you
insane
do
is
that?
gonna happen, Rich.
Something insane is gonna happen.
Does the movie know that you're about to leave?
Something insane started to happen! Something insane started to happen! happened.
Yep.
As soon as you left.
The movie knows.
You know, I think I figured it out.
Really?
I think this movie was made by NASA.
Okay. I'm listening.
This is like they took about 20 different movies and put them in a vacuum chamber and sealed them all up for like the astronauts to consume in space. Because you just take all these movies, you just suck all of the details and air out, you compress an entire movie into a 2-minute vignette.
Yeah.
And then you just get them all on one DVD so the astronauts can bring them all up to the moon.
We get a hostage movie, we get a love story, we get a Magic Mike-esque strip club sequence.
If we just let this out in the air for a bit, it's going to expand into about 20 different DVDs.
Just add a little water.
my booze.
Don't be so superstitious, all right? Don't listen to her.
I don't like this car. I don't like this color green.
I like the color green.
Green, blue. That is a blue car.
I feel incredibly bad for Demon Warp. Ryan's Babe.
I feel incredibly bad for us.
That's the
right answer.
Was a little life-changing for me. Like I feel like we've hit another level.
It was like discovering. It was like a scientist discovering a new life form, a new species, and then after that being like, oh, that's a turtle. I've seen a turtle before.
Right, and it's like, oh, that's a kind of a weird-looking turtle, but it's just a turtle.
I've been to outer space and back, and now I'm at a McDonald's.
This is life on Mars.
Yeah. I think what I said while we were watching, maybe it was while watching Demon Warp, because we were talking about Lord of the Rings off camera earlier, and I was like, it's like the end of Return of the King when they go back to the pub. Nobody around us understands what we've been through.
They'll never know. We can never explain it.
We're changed. Some heal. Some wounds will never heal.
Yeah.
That's this movie. This is Mount Doom, and this is going back to the little Hobbit community.
And you know, it's nice. We all feel the warmth, but we're just not the same people.
It doesn't have the same effect on you.
I really feel like after this, and Surviving Edge Weapons, I feel like we're really winding down the shows.
So what you're saying is this is the last episode of Half in the Bag that we'll ever do, or Best of the Worst. Whatever show this is.
This is the last episode of Half in the Bag.
You know what? I'll say it. This is the last episode of Half in the Bag I'm ever going to be on. I'm done. I quit.
Glad to be with you so much. At the end of things.
I don't even know how to start this,
Jack, why aren't you talking about Demon Warp yet?
Demon Warp has some stuff going for it, but maybe if this was our first movie tonight, like Demon Warp.
Demon Warp.
But
Kill Squad.
Coming off the heels of Ryan's Babe, it was almost just adorable. Like, oh, dude, they had a Bigfoot.
It was fine. Demon Warp is the middle 40 minutes of the movie are just the most adorable remake of Suburban Sasquatch.
So, like, the basic story of Demon Warp is there's a Bigfoot running around in the woods. What's
George Kennedy.
George Kennedy and his daughter get attacked by the Bigfoot, and then a group of kids happens to be renting the same cabin later on.
That cabin, by the way, we got to point out, is the same cabin from Friday the 13th Part 4, the final chapter.
Was there other connection? Like one of the people behind the scenes?
Oh yeah, this movie is credited story by John Beegler, who is John Carl Beegler, who directed Friday the 13th 7. He's mostly known as a special effects guy.
But he's connected then to part 7, not part 4.
Not part 4. No.
Interesting.
Tom Savini did the text.
Yeah. But it's hilarious to think that John Beekler one day was just like, oh, what if there was Bigfoots, but they were aliens?
Yeah, that's basically it. What if there were Bigfoots, but they were aliens? So that's the movie.
That's the movie.
Oh, and they have zombies.
Oh, and
Zombie minions.
they have zombie henchmen, and they're were-Bigfoots?
It's like a hodgepodge.
Yeah.
Well, let's not all the weird elements. We shouldn't prop up too much because that's in the last like 20
Way at
minutes
the
of the
end.
movie. The most of the movie is people wandering around in the woods.
It's my least favorite B-movie trope. When you can't get access to nice locations and you can't build nice sets, you just have all your actors wander around the woods for free for most of your movie.
It's a nice, cheap place to film.
And it's always terrible.
It's disappointing in this movie because it starts off pretty okay.
Yeah, we get a decent Bigfoot. We get a little bit of action, a little bit of, boobage.
We get characters right out of Friday the 13th Part 4. Show
Very
up at the
much
Friday
so.
the 13th Part 4 cabin.
Yeah.
There's some boobs, there's some showering, there's some
But even
horny,
before that,
horny dudes.
Yeah, even before that, there's some quality acting. We get George Kennedy bringing some quality acting, just enough to bring you into the movie.
It's fucking George Kennedy.
Yeah.
There's a thing out here. It took my little girl. I wasn't prepared to stop it. I'm gonna stop it now.
And we should point out that he's also wearing the same outfit that he wears in Creep Show 2. I think this is just his own clothes. He just showed up to set, and they didn't give him any other wardrobe.
They gave him a hat.
They gave him an ugly yellow hat.
No, they wrote why he wore his ugly yellow hat.
He was just wearing that anyway.
He just showed up with that.
He's like, I'm wearing a hat, it's sunny out.
I'm ready for it now. That's why I wear this yellow hat, to make it easier for it to see me, because I've got traps all over the place.
There's a setup, and then there's wandering around in the woods.
During which
Payoff, movie's over. And then there's payoff, and then the movie's over.
And in this, we're still introducing characters, at least a few characters, into this wandering into the woods part. So it's not 100% just the same people wandering around for a while.
It's new people wandering around in the woods.
It's our old people wandering around, and then there's a whole lot of our new person running away from Bigfoot. Yes.
But we get a couple
One
of girls
more
that are-
necreal and then we're done bursting. I love bursting tests, they're so much fun. Okay. Time to take our loot and skedaddle. Rune med helm. Whoop, 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 whoop. Good bursting tasks. Can't leave home without them. Okay, so do.
Super excited to go to this pot farm.
But the pot's gone.
I don't get it. There was a whole crop here. Plentiful patch of pleasure, he called it.
Oh, did Bigfoot eat all the pot?
That's why he's killing people.
Oh,
He's all high, he's got the munchies.
He's got the munchies, yeah.
Oh.
One of those two women was Michelle Bauer,
Yeah.
who is a pretty well-known B-movie scream queen actress from the 80s.
Who has the best scene in the movie, by the way?
What's the matter?
Well, you know, Betsy, when you said someone was gonna make a killing off this stash, I kind of hoped it would be us.
Yes! Make the best of a bad situation!
Not even a response, just immediately.
I guess I could take. Well, well, the director says, I know this scene isn't going anywhere.
Whatever.
Let's just zoom right in.
Just stop talking.
That's that shrug of like, well, this is why I'm in the movie. But
so good.
Aside from George Kennedy, she's the most well-known actress in the movie, and she's not even credited in the opening credits. I thought that was really bizarre.
So she's not a name draw. Like our entire name draw is George Kennedy.
Which is weird to me when you think of like the people that run a movie like Demon Warp. It's like teenagers.
Yeah.
I'm the back man.
Yeah. They go into the video store. They're not like, ooh, the new George Kennedy movie.
Yeah. Totally.
No 13-year-old is excited about the latest George Kennedy flick.
We're like some VHS nerd is like, ooh, I get to see Michelle Bauer's boobs again.
Exactly.
Totally.
Like as a kid, I would be excited about that.
Yeah.
I would not be excited about George Kennedy.
No.
Oh!
Didn't need that, huh?
So he's not killing for food, he's just killing for fun.
I guess.
This is a bigger budget suburban Sasquatch.
Basically.
Why the fuck is this called Demon Warp? I have a question.
Yeah.
Has suburban Sasquatch ruined us for all Bigfoot movies?
Yes.
What are next for my assignment? Kill 190 spiritual creatures. Tempting.
This guy's gonna go clear out of church.
Yeah. Well, I need to kill spiritual creatures, but not really until I get literally one Slayer level. I'm trying to think of. So I need to kill like spiritual mages. Yeah, see the problem is the only way to get Slayer boosts sucks. Yeah, I'm gonna skip this. There's no reason to boost for these guys, because it's just too weird. You can't kill them in bulk. 10 steel dragons, yeah, freaking right. "25 skeletal wyverns, yeah, freaking right, buddy. Nope. Give me something freaking juicy. 136 gargoyles, that's fine. I'm not gonna do it right now, but that's fine. I think I'll do a farm run. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, air pouch, that was the other thing I need.
Because the entire middle part where we're going through the forest, every time that Bigfoot on screen, both of you were just like, wow, wow,
We have a really impressive Bigfoot costume. Yeah, it's got a really nice face.
Got articulated mouth.
It's got an articulated mouth, but we could not stop going.
Well, we get one moment in the middle of the movie where a character finds like a zombie.
Yeah, which I loved.
It was interesting because it's like, oh, a zombie. Like, that's weird.
It's like you cross a Romero zombie with a voodoo zombie.
Yeah.
And that's what you have.
Yeah.
So eventually, our hero, after the Bigfoot kills some people, finds one of his lady friends who has been zombified.
Yes.
And he
Her eye is
follows
about
her.
here.
Well, her eye is dislocated.
Yeah. It's bad news. She's dead.
We don't know if she's dead. It's just an eye.
She's dead.
So he follows her to a cave that is full of zombies.
Well, it's full of people in cheap Halloween costumes.
And they show them close up in good lighting that they are just rubber masks.
It's like in Army of Darkness, they have like the really cheap masks that they put in the backgrounds. And then you have the good puppets in the foreground.
Was there a really good-looking mask in the background? Did I get it completely wrong?
Oh, I was supposed to be a pro. No one told me. I was in makeup for 8 hours.
I was just sitting quietly in the background.
And no one oh my god.
Well, we should point out, speaking of that, it's like, you accidentally
this.
catch one of the good masks in the background. There is a sequence right before this with our hero where it like pans over and it looks like a crew member is just in the background of the shot.
But it is someone like, it's not just like a crew member going, whoop. It's someone dressed all in white, shining a big beacon on
I
themselves.
don't know what they're doing.
There.
It's very weird. They're just like sitting there.
Yeah.
He shoots one of them, who turns into a human.
A human.
That was great.
That was something we were not expecting, and that was definitely a tangent that could have like gone further, like time-wise, like leaned a little bit further back into the movie.
We needed that type of information to be given to us earlier. In the film.
Because that was a total shock and a really interesting
And
idea.
it's like, oh, this is cool.
Yeah, so then we go even deeper into the cave to find out that the zombies are being controlled by an alien with a metal hook hand and a 300-year-old priest.
Yeah.
These zombies are collecting technology to rebuild the alien spaceship so the alien can go back home.
Not only that, they're done.
Right.
They're all set.
And the Bigfoot is a were-Bigfoot created by the venom of the stinger of the alien.
Yeah.
It's got fine ideas, but it is completely ruined by spending half of the running time wandering around the woods.
Right.
The ideas are there. The execution, meh.
Okay, so we've reached that point. I'm taking it over from you.
Oh.
No, you're not.
Oh.
buddy, come on.
What are you doing?
I was getting to the wrap up.
The opportunities were given to you, Jack Packard, and you
I gave you your
refused.
moment.
Wasted your chance.
Yeah.
Refused.
Right.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, really?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right.
Okay.
You waited too long. So here's our 3 movies. Rich, best of the worst.
Ryan's Babe. It was.
Don't you feel weird saying that?
I do, but it was
Pillars
a
are the worst
wonderful
thing in
kind of
any boss room,
confusion
that is all.
that kind of left me on the edge
What
of my
is?
seat.
Yeah. Well,
Pillars. I keep getting stuck on Frida's stupid pillars.
Josh?
This is hard.
Is it?
The long-standing credo is most entertaining for whatever reason.
Whatever reason.
I was not entertained by this movie.
Okay.
Even though it was so blindingly weird that it had my attention, but I wasn't entertained. I was mostly infuriated.
Sure.
I think I gotta go with Kill Squad because of the lockstep patterns. Like pulled me in like a good pop song. The repetition just drew me in.
Sure.
It was just Call Me Maybe over and over.
Yeah, like it's catchy. It's catchy, like as
It's the best or worst equivalent of a really solid pop song.
Yeah. So I'm gonna go with Kill Squad.
All right. Totally fair. Jack?
That's totally fair with Kill Squad, and I think any other night Kill Squad would have it. But I do feel after watching Ryan's Babe, and then finding out that the Babe attempted suicide.
Was that the Babe? We still don't know who the Babe
That
was.
was the Babe. Yes, Jay, he was going home to get her.
To the babe.
That's
He
the
met
babe.
multiple babes, though.
She's the only babe that lasts the whole film.
She's the ultra.
You know the one who stalked him is creepily obsessed with him and tried to commit suicide?
babe.
That's the babe.
She's the one.
All right.
Needs to be framed, needs to be put in a museum.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm also going to go with Ryan's Babe.
Yep.
Ryan's Babe is up there with, on the back, there's some, what is it, Canucksploitation.com,
Yeah.
compares it to The Room. I would also compare it to The Room. I think it needs multiple viewings to really, because like when we were watching it, we were just like, what the fuck?
Yes.
But now we know what we're getting into. I feel like it might be funnier on repeat viewings. The dialogue is so fucking weird. The situations are so weird. Everything about it is just so, like the best bad movies, it feels like it was made by an alien. They're all made by foreign guys.
Except Neil Breen.
Doctor.
We didn't even mention that. This guy's a PhD. But yeah, no, Ryan's Babe is one of the most baffling things we've ever done on Best of the Worst.
Yes.
And so for that, I got to give it to Ryan's Babe.
Also, special notice that this is a fairly recent movie made in the 2000s.
Yeah.
It's heartwarming to me when we find something that's more recent, because that just means we will never, ever run out. They will
It still happens.
It still happens.
Yeah. As recently as 18 years ago.
Yeah.
And it could be happening right now somewhere in the world. We don't know.
It almost certainly is.
I don't think any of us want to destroy any of these.
No, walking around the woods is my least favorite trope, but I think the twists are enough.
Yeah, there's enough interesting stuff in it. I think all three of these movies were pretty good.
Yeah.
It was overall an entertaining night. Ryan's Babe, though, like that brought us to a new. That was like the end of 2001.
When I find that son of a bitch, I'm gonna blow his head off.
Hey, Ryan, I've been looking everywhere for you. I knew you'd be here.
I'll have another one, Jim. No more today, Bill. Please escort this
No
gentleman
more
to the
today,
door.
Bill.
I don't need no lectures. Now get the hell out before I throw you out.
I love
think
you
I'm
with all
almost
my
done
heart and soul.
playing Ryan's
I'm
game.
committed,
Start
willing,
9.
and ready to do anything for you, Ryan.
Okay.
It's my brain telling me I need to stop playing this guy. Fine then.
In much of the world, we've been going through a housing crisis for years now. Rent prices are in the sky, swallowing more and more of our salaries. Worse, owning a home is increasingly becoming a distant, impossible dream for younger generations. Meanwhile, private developers, unless regulated otherwise, put up mostly luxury units, even though what's really needed is affordable housing on a large scale. If we put up tens of thousands of affordable units in an affected city, that would ease the housing crisis. But it would also cut significantly into real estate companies' bottom line. Imagine if Vonovia's average selling and rent prices per square meter dropped by half. That would mean happy tenants, relieved family budgets, and absolutely furious investors. All this is to say, private developers alone will not solve the problem. Without any meaningful, large-scale public intervention, the housing crisis is here to stay. Or is it? What's this? A ray of hope, a light in the darkness, a Tesla burning bright in the night, showing us the way. Confirmed genius Elon Musk is here to lead us out of the housing crisis with his cheap, prefabricated, epic future homes. Or is he? Well, stay tuned. If we're talking affordable housing, Elon Musk is your man. As Musk fans point out every single time, whether anyone asks them or not, Elon Musk is not your average billionaire. Instead of the usual gigantic mansion, he lives in a small, modest, $50,000 prefab home. So he obviously understands the plight of the common masses, having descended to them. What a saint. That's the legend anyway. According to various sources, Musk mostly lives in Austin, in the mansion of his billionaire friend. In the meantime, he's also been shopping around the city for his own gigantic luxury compound. So there's that. But no matter, Elon Musk is here to solve the housing crisis, so let's not look a gift emerald mine in the mouth. Elon Musk fan channels promise nothing less than a Le Epic 420 Marvel Vibranium $10,000 affordable home. Wow! But the problem is, in true Elon Musk fashion, these tiny, futuristic, prefab affordable homes will not solve the housing crisis. If anything, they could actually make it worse. Also, they aren't real, but we'll get to that. How is that possible? Let's find out. After I recover from the brain damage I got from watching some of these videos, the sheer amount of dick riding, Jesus Christ.
Elon Musk, the man behind this innovative home, is dedicated to reducing his carbon footprint and promoting sustainability in all aspects of his life. Towing the house with a Tesla Cybertruck makes more sense in my opinion because of its increased towing capability. This would probably be the most time and fuel efficient option. The interdependence of Tesla products is truly something to marvel at. It's a tech lover's dream come true.
Elon Musk fans will be the end of me, but as I spiral into insanity, at least my body's daily needs are properly met by AG1. AG1 is a whole food, daily dietary supplement containing 75 vitamin exercise. Personally, since I started taking AG1 in the morning, generally I've been feeling better and healthier and more energetic. All in all, I'm satisfied with AG1, which means I can genuinely recommend it to my viewers. Get yourself a pack of AG1 using the link in the description and enjoy its benefits to your mind and body today. Thank you for checking out AG1. Ads like this help support me in creating more content for you. And now, back to the video. So, Elon Musk's $10,000 affordable homes, which will apparently help solve the housing crisis, and why they absolutely won't. Elon Musk Meat Rider channels help popularize this idea that Musk is creating an affordable $10,000 futuristic home, and these videos got quite popular, garnering hundreds of thousands of views, one of them going as high as 12 million. They all claim to present Elon Musk's epic affordable tiny home. This online cult consists of two sects, the $15,000 Tesla home evangelists and the Church of the $50,000 tiny home. Let's take a look at the latter first. Just $50,000 for what looks like a shipping container with windows? Sign me the hell up. So when will Elon Musk be shipping these things? How many thousands of hours of planning did this genius have to sink into this incredible project? How many tens of thousands are Tesla factories churning out right as we speak? 0. On both counts. Elon Musk has nothing to do with this. This is the Casita accessory dwelling unit from a company called Boxable. What's Elon Musk's connection to it? According to Meat Rider channels, he lives in a casita in Texas. And this is complete bullshit. How do I know? Because Elon Musk tweeted as much. I've actually been living in a $50,000 house in South Texas for past 2 years. Not Boxable. Cool product though. This tidbit of course didn't stop the Meat Riders from misleadingly calling it Elon Musk's $50,000 home. Anything for those views, I guess. By the way, it's called the Casita Accessory Dwelling Unit because it's not supposed to be a standalone home. Accessory Dwelling Units, or ADUs, are supposed to be attached to or next to a regular house. So I don't know why they're pretending this is supposed to be a standalone thing. Anyway. So how about that $15,000 Tesla home then? There it is, nicely visualized, looking sleek and futuristic. And it's complete bullshit. This does not exist. As far as I can tell, the originator was the channel called Elon Musk Rewind, a particularly prolific misinformation hub run by some ATIQ cloud chaser. And man, when it comes to chasing views, this channel is more desperate than your high school female friend's 40-year-old boyfriend. Elon Musk officially bought Mercedes. He didn't. Elon Musk is producing combat bots to beat Russia. He isn't. Elon Musk just revealed Tesla Model Pi official release date. He did no such thing. Despite all this sweaty, desperate cloud chasing, most of these videos don't even break 100,000 views, which is pretty funny. But they did manage to fart out 2 videos in late 2021 and early 2022, which became massively popular, both of them about the supposed Tesla home. And in both of these videos, they talk about something completely different, namely the aforementioned $50,000 box boxable home. Okay, but then what are those tiny homes on the thumbnail? They even have the Tesla logo on, so they must be some super secret high IQ Elon Musk project. Actually, that's the Cube 2 mobile home by Nestron, a company with which Elon Musk once again has absolutely nothing to do with. What is it doing in all those thumbnails? Clickbait. That's it. Just clickbait. Elon Musk Rewind googled futuristic tiny home, then took the first image result, put a Tesla logo.png on it, and plastered it all over his videos. And this dude really just can't help himself. 2 days before me recording this, he released the same video for the third time, once again with the Nestron Cube 2 on the thumbnail, with the obligatory clickbaity title, once again showing the boxable casita in the actual video, with a metric ton of stock footage and the obligatory meat riding.
Right next to his SpaceX company, it's a small but cozy space that Eli calls home. But with 5 teenagers from his first marriage, including twins who are 18 years old and triplets who are 16 years old, you might be wondering how he manages to fit everyone in such a small house.
Seeing the success of Elon Musk Rewind's original 2 videos, other cloud sharking channels went absolutely berserk and started manufacturing the same video over and over again about the supposed $15,000 Tesla home to cash in on the interest. They put out video after 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 video about the supposed $15,000 Tesla home. They even copied each other's titles and thumbnails. Just this one channel called Elon Musk Zone has made 15 videos to date covering the same subject. Meanwhile, over here in reality, the only thing Tesla ever created in terms of housing was the Tesla Tiny Home, a small trailer they toured around Australia a bit some years ago, which was just a small demonstrator for their solar energy products. So, okay, Elon Musk is not building affordable homes. He does not own a boxable home, and he has nothing to do with either Boxable or Nestron. But what if he did? What if Elon Musk really entered the affordable tiny home market and started selling them for $15,000? Would that solve the housing crisis? No. God no. Jesus H. Christ on a bicycle no. And why is that? A few things. Let's imagine you got a brand new futuristic tiny home for
9 trapezohedrons.
9. What do you need 9?
Oh no, I've set.
Magic change is cancelled. That was an absolutely pathetic hard clue.
For free.
Alright, fuck this.
In expensive city.
See ya.
See ya.
I might do one Vorkath.
You're a Vorkath.
Oh, Darkenzo showed up 3 hours ago. Said, go Rilla. That was literally it.
Typical Zarkenzo. He didn't get immediate attention, so he was out of here.
Yeah, that's fair.
You can't grant him instant gratification. What good are you?
True. got those, got those, got crumble undead runes. Yeah, I think I'm good to go. Alright, I got some kills earlier, so if I die, it's Talon's fault, and I cannot take any blame.
Questionable.
It's pretty hard doing it with my gear. Everybody, oh, Genie. Drive by Genie, thanks. I wish for your herb lore. Spooky Dragon Boy. Prayer, 5, 6, 7, it's white, crumble and dead. Okay, we've crumbled. Cheat the corners. This, else you will die. Okay. Go. 2. 3. Haven't got any procs. This is Talon's fault. 5. 6. 7. Was that too late? No. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I haven't got a single proc. I'm like not hitting it at all. Did equip the right weapons, right? Yeah. There we go. A little late, but whatever. Yeah, okay, thought so. eat this. 1, 2. I don't like it when it's there. Okay, that's fine. 1. 3. 4. 5. 6. That. 7. Good, easy pattern. Alright, there should not be another cycle. If there is, I'm gonna be bad. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god, just die. Please, I beg. Nope, nope. Okay, we got him. Got the spawn. You have 9 HP, just freaking die! Are you dead? That lot of nothing. Oh well, one more kill down. That was the slowest kill I think I've had. Alright, maybe we'll do one more. That went pretty well. Even though it was slow. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I hate that attack. 6, 7. 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 4, 5, ow, 6, 7. Get zapped, sucker. 1, 2. Yep. Okay, this is good. This is a good pattern. It's big old empty. Square. Ooh. Oops. 2, 3, 4, 5. So that was 7. Didn't realize. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Spit. I risked a lot there for no reason. 1, 2, turn back on prayer. 3, 4. He's dead. Wow.
Alright, what epic loot did you get?
Snapdragon seed is nice. 25 dragon dart tips is good for something someday, probably.
When you get your blowgun?
Yeah. That was a really fast kill. Was that my fastest? No, it felt fast. It was not that fast. It was. I guess it was just smooth rather than fast. Nothing went like wrong.
Maybe your stats are just that good now.
Well, I mean, I've done all of my kills on him at these stats. I hadn't fought him until this morning.
No. This
So
guy's
it's
been farming that dragon all day.
7. That's skill number 7. Yeah.
This guy's killed him 7 times today.
Yep. The maximum, if I get unlucky with drops, he has to drop his head at 50. At the latest. And then I can upgrade my backpack. But that'll be it for today's stream. Bye!